Да. Раз, два, три.
У вас вообще шипение стоит. Ну, сейчас нормально.
Hi, Alice.
Hello. Haven't seen you for a long time. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Good morning, Pierre Emmanuel.
Yeah. It is 3 o'clock in Hong Kong in the afternoon.
Pierre Emmanuel, which city you are in?
Hong Kong.
No, Alice, it's you in Hong Kong. Pierre Emmanuel,
Oh,
where are you? Switch on your micro.
Yes, I'm in Brussels, Belgium now. I was in France a few days and I came back.
So now it is 9 in the morning.
Yes, that's right. It's the same time as in Paris.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody.
Hi, how are you, Professor Guzman?
I am trying to feel as good as possible, you know.
That's great. That's great. I'm just happy to see you in a good shape.
What time is it now in your city?
It's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
So Hong Kong is the furthest from Khanty-Mansiysk. But I'm not in Khanty-Mansiysk, I'm in Moscow. So when we have a certain session with the speakers from Jamaica, Indonesia, and translator in Moscow, and the moderator in China.
Yeah.
Or moderator in India. Rao, it's your session.
Yeah.
Very glad to see you.
Very
Hi,
good.
Professor Rao. How are you?
Hi, hello, how are you?
Good, good. Thank you.
Yeah. How are
It's
you,
good to
Pere
see you.
Menor? How are you, sir? Pere. How are you, Pere Menor? Pere, how are you? Can you hear me, sir? Pere, can you hear me?
Well,
Okay, nice. How are you, Braden? This is Professor Rao from India.
hello, Professor Rao. How are you? It's so nice to see
Okay,
you.
nice.
I'm looking forward to seeing you with you face to face in the future.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Mm. Well, it's terrific to see you so well and looking well. I hope you'll find my talk interesting today. It's relevant to India. I do discuss India a lot, so I'm interested in your feedback.
You are welcome. Yeah, how are you, Professor Graf? You cannot hear.
Yes,
No.
now I have switched on my microphone.
Yeah. How are you, sir?
All of you. It's difficult when everybody has his microphone open, but now I can talk to a few of you before the session starts. It's here 9 o'clock in the morning, so I don't know how it is with you, but
Раз нас смотрели все, подключились.
very early or have to stay very late in the evening.
Мин, Лика и Лис и Сан-Диего Терес Патрисия. Переводчики на связи? Доброе утро, дорогие друзья.
Good morning, dear friends. Good morning for those who are now online and who are offline. Let's continue our conference under the title Tangible and Intangible Impact. This third session, Digitalization and Society.
Президент Международной организации Еврокомитет, доцента Университета Лиона.
Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Pierre-Emmanuel Scaman, the chairman of the International Organization, Eurocontinent, University of Lyon. Please, you have the floor.
Can you hear me well?
Well,
Нет.
Yes? So we can start now the
No.
conference? Or we wait? 2 minutes.
Да, пожалуйста. Пьер Эммануэль, пожалуйста.
2 минуты еще, Сереж, ждем.
Начнем.
Сейчас 9:58.
Диозу Валера и Патрицию Херу. Один с 58, из-за этого 2 минуты.
It's 9 o'clock. I think we can start.
I think you can.
Yes. Okay. So I just would like to welcome everybody to this session. Our subject today is digital technologies on society. This is a very important subject, and what I've learned already from previous sessions from specialists is that the problem with these digital technologies is that nobody or many people don't even understand the new environment created by these new technologies. And they have difficulties to adapt, to understand how they can be manipulated, but also the opportunities it offers. And it reminds me that we are the different societies with technology are always late, especially in the thematic of education, to educate people to this new environment, because most of the time they don't understand themselves where we are going. I was always surprised, for example, when I was at school myself, when I was a kid, we had many courses on how to interpret books, written text, but no analysis on television. Already television was already a big media influencing people's opinions on behavior. And today it's the same. At school, we still don't have that many analysis of television, although it's already quite old. And with new digital technologies, it's even worse, because people are not enough educated about how it affects their life. And this is precisely the focus today, this morning, on our thematic, to try to understand this interaction between digital technologies and society. And we have this morning different speakers from different parts of the world who are gonna take the floor. First of all, we're gonna have Mr. Evgeny Kuzmin, which is our well-known chair of a Russian committee of a UNESCO Information for All program, but also president of Inter-Regional Library Cooperation Center and a working group on multilingualism in cyberspace, who had the very difficult job to organize this conference, and I would like to thank him again for this very difficult job. After we're gonna have, he's from Russia, we're gonna have Alice Lee, a professor in Hong Kong Baptist University. and she's gonna talk about effects of omnipresent social networking on adolescence, which is a very important subject related to what I said just before, psychological well-being. Then we will have Teresa Patricia San Diego, director of the Asian Institute of Journalism and Communication, and faculty member of Miriam College in Philippines. And her subject will be crafting the media and information literacy framework in youth civic engagement in the Philippines, lessons and recommendation. Then Valerie Diozu, executive director of Arax, it's the internet service provider from Moldova. And finally, Hero Patrianto, linguist, language office in East Java, Indonesia, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, and also a PhD student at Victoria University at Wellington. So we're gonna have 9 minutes each. And now I would like to give the floor to Evgeny Kuzmin. Now the floor is to you.
Большое спасибо, Пьер Эммануэль.
Thank you very much, Pierre Manuel. I would like to greet all the participants in this session, those who are already online. I see many people join this conference from many countries and from many continents, and I'm pleased to see that. Yesterday we had a lot of brilliant presentations where we heard the analysis of the realities from political, philosophical, economic point of view, from the point of view of human rights, and from many other angles or viewpoints regarding the realities of today's world. Today, I would like to add, like I said, a little bit of library vision. For 13 years, I have been heading the Russian Library Society of the Russian Federation, which included 130,000 libraries. And without having any knowledge in library business, I am a physician and a literature expert. I was immersed in the library business and the library world, and now it helps me understand better what is going on today. What is happening now in the world at large? I would like briefly consider this from a point of view of who generates information today which is available to the public. What this information about, who disseminates this information, and who stores this information, and how this information can influence the public perception. We would like to compare what is happening now with what happened before the internet appeared in the world, before the serious applications of the ICTs. Before the era of digitalization, the number of authors who produced the information which was publicly available was limited to a certain number. These were the scientists, writers, journalists, and representatives of the public authorities, and probably some other categories. Today, this is practically the every individual living in the country, in many countries, which generates the publicly available information. What was the level of the education of those people who initially presented the information for the public? These were highly educated people with the university background, having a solid experience and having a good linguistic command and so on and so forth. Today, let's look at these guys who generate this information. These are the people which could be less educated, poorly educated, and sometimes with bad knowledge of the things they are talking about, and with the bad command of their mother tongue. And their content is existing together with the content generated by the highly educated people. Then, before, information was disseminated by the public offices, public publishing houses, and it was published in these publishing houses. It was double-checked by these houses. Editors checked the information, quotations, dates, and other available information was double-checked. Today, there is no such a thing at all, and just seeking to provide very fast this information to the public. These services are very weak, they're quite expensive, and only big publishing houses can afford having these services who respect their business.
Вся информация, повторяю, верифицирована.
And all this information was verified. Today we don't have such a thing. And along with the information, which is quite reliable, trustworthy, double-checked, we can get the information which is not reliable, not double-checked, not correct, or sometimes it is called fake information. And fake information is just a lie. So lies coexist along with the truth. And this is the benchmark which is visible to the people with a huge experience and solid educational background. And sometimes even these people can tell the difference between lies and truth. And sometimes, moreover, each piece of information can contain some impurities of lies or some elements of incorrect information. And when information is being analyzed by all the users of information, some users of the information pick up this incorrect information and start disseminating it. So it covers practically all the audience reading this information or getting this information. And so our perception, whether we want it or not, even those the most respected people who believe that they are highly educated, having a solid life experience, sometimes they could be influenced by the fake information which was disseminated by the anonymous persons with anonymous views from anonymous sources, and finally with unknown psychological status. So practically everyone is trying to influence everybody. We are happy that today the humanity is interconnected totally, but let's try to answer the question. Is it good? Is it really good that when we are all interconnected, not within the framework of our social layer or social group, but when we interconnected with totally unknown persons or individuals on which we influence and who influence on us? Probably we need to question this notion that is it really good to have this total interconnection between everybody? This question so far remains unanswered, but I believe it is very important for the better understanding of the realities of today. If we look at those who disseminated information, it was disseminated earlier by the publishing houses or printing houses, and they were oriented to the final users, established final users. Today, this information not only generated but disseminated by everyone. And moreover, before the outdated information was removed from the circulation. You read this paper today, tomorrow you will read a new paper, and all the outdated information from the yesterday's newspapers, it was stored at your homes, houses. Then it ended up in big libraries, which store this information. If you need to find archives, information, outdated information, you go to library and you can easily get it. If you need the old information today, you just open or click a button and you get this information, but you don't know when it was generated. You using the links and you have the perception or impression that it happened yesterday, but in fact it happened several years ago, and the comments are perceived in such a manner that they are fresh comments. And the last thing, who stored the information before the internet? Information was stored in huge archives, libraries, and big research centers. Today, your information is kept no one knows where. Of course, if you wrote a book or published an article in big magazines or journals, of course, library could purchase this these journals or newspaper. But if you published yourself in a small entity or publishing house, then you don't have any idea who can get access to this information without any catalogs, and who can get the access to this information several years after, or several decades or hundreds years after. I believe that this information will be lost. If you don't have this information categorized, then practically it will be lost completely. Everyone knows that you should store this information so that to ensure availability of this information for the future generation. But if it's not stored, not contained in catalogs, then you fail to find this information. It's just looking for a needle in a haystack. If you have a box and you have hundreds of books there, you can easily find a specific book. But if you put 100 compact discs, each of which contains millions files in various formats, then and you put it in the same box, then you will never find this specific bit of information or specific file. Sometimes it's very hard for us to find quickly the information we need in our own computer, or the article which we wrote for ourselves. So today's realities, information realities, are different in principle from the realities where we were 20 or 30 years ago. And of course, these realities should be studied carefully, thoroughly, on the basis of multidisciplinary approaches, which demonstrate and which are demonstrated by the older generation of the professions like librarians. This is the profession which is at the brink of extinction, and it's done by the modern computer guys, the young people who believe that without libraries they can easily do without, because everything is contained in internet. You can find it, and it's just a misperception. Not everything you can find in internet, and there is no guarantee that internet can provide the information you need, and we don't know who possesses this information and who will possess this information in 2-3 year time, and whether this information would be available for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Evgeny, for this very valuable contribution, because you touch two very important points in my opinion. I just would like to remind everybody that if you are not speaking, can you switch off your microphone, because it interferes. We can hear the noises. So I come back to the subject. Yes, Evgeny, you touched two different very important points. The question of global village, actually, that if everybody is interconnected, people tend to believe they can understand all different nations, societies, everywhere in the world. There is no barrier, no frontiers, but that's not the case. Even if you are connected to between a German and a Indonesian, you can exchange information on basic things, thematics. But if you don't understand the environment of each nation, their history, their culture, you are not grasp, you are not understand deeply, and you cannot communicate in a very constructive way if you don't understand others' culture. This, you touch this very important point. The second point is the storage of information. How can we keep all the information accumulated, valuable information, to maintain our civilization? And this is a huge challenge, because of course, if imagine all information, articles, books are collected in a library or on an internet bank in a different country, like in US or China or another powerful country, they are gonna provide themselves the algorithm with artificial intelligence to retrieve information, and it will be totally different. They are gonna decide of their own priorities on our culture, on civilization. So thank you very much for this very interesting insight. Now we are gonna have Alice Lee, a professor in Hong Kong, who is gonna take the floor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, do you hear there is a noise? Is it gone, this interference? You hear a noise or not?
I do not hear the noise. Can you hear me properly?
Okay. Yes, yes.
I'm going to share my PowerPoint.
Yes, go for it.
Can you see my PowerPoint?
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet? Yeah, why?
Not yet.
Okay, and for a while. Okay, so this is my PowerPoint.
Sometimes it takes time.
Okay. Yes. Can you see
now?
it now?
Yeah, now, yes. Wonderful. We can see your PowerPoint.
Okay.
The floor is to you.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Alice from Hong Kong. Today, I'm going to do the presentation on behalf of my co-authors, Lilian Wong and Shumi Chan. Our presentation is about the social media's influence on adolescents at 3 developmental stages. In the United States, psychologist Jean Trench drew our attention to the twin rise of smartphone and social media. According to her research, the twin rise leads to the poor mental health of young people. In the United Kingdom, Children's Commission for England conduct a focus group study. It is found that adolescents depend on likes to evaluate themselves, and they worry about their online image. However, they were less aware of how to protect themselves from other online situations that could affect their mood and emotions. In Hong Kong, the rate of depression and the rate of suicide is increasing among school students. In response to the above concerns, Hong Kong Pediatric Foundation initiates that we should have a local study on the relationship between social media and adolescents' mental health. When we conduct our research, we adopt a different research approach. Most of the previous studies took a technologically deterministic view of the negative impact of social media on adolescents. Few examined how social media use affects adolescents at different developmental stages. They always regard adolescents as a homogeneous group. So in our study, we adopt social constructions of technology theory as our theoretical base. We propose that a technology is designed by people and it is used by people. Different people will use a technology in a different way. However, we do acknowledge that each technology has its particular social impact. For example, the affordances of social media and smartphones also have their specific influences on users and society. So when we conduct our study, we also reviewed the influence or the affordance of social media, including their visibility, spreadability, connectivity, and immediacy. We also investigate different adolescents, how they use, the social media and smartphones. We have two research questions. What are the effects of the twin rise of smartphones and social media use on the emotional well-being of Hong Kong school students aged 8 to 19? And how do these effects vary at different developmental stages of the school students? Regarding research method, we conduct a citywide survey, and the sample size is 2,045. The target groups were senior primary school students, junior secondary school students, and senior secondary school students. Now the findings. We found that 93% of the students use social media and 94% of them use smartphone most frequently to go on social media. So the twin rise of social media and smartphone in our city is evident. The influence of the affordance is also obvious. We found our students, they regard the social media as a visible public place. They go there to see the world and to be seen by other people. They use the social media to share information and make connection. And the immediacy function of the mobile phone enable them to handle and reply messages as soon as possible. And they always reply messages after midnight. Regarding emotional impact, we found that 68% of students felt exhausted after being online all the time and using social media. So they felt tired. Then we asked a question. Is it a physical or mental exhaustion? After statistical analysis, we found the adolescents' exhaustion has little to do with their number of social media accounts used and their time spent on the social media. Rather, it correlated to other factors, such as whether they care about having likes, whether they suffered from cyberbullying, or whether they experience more negative emotion. So that is more a mental exhaustion. Interestingly, 72% of the respondents told us that they enjoy the social media. So it is a paradox. On the one hand, they felt exhausted, but on the other hand, they enjoyed visiting the social media. But the most significant findings of our study is that adolescents engage with social media differently in different developmental stages. the primary school students, we found that they like to just use YouTube and video game platforms. They use the social media, connect with family and friends, enjoy leisure entertainment, and they even discuss homework on social media. So the attitude of using social media is very positive. And then for the junior secondary school students, they are moving from primary school to a new secondary school, and they are very eager to make friends on social media. So this day with the social media becomes their habit, and they begin to be aware of their body image and appearance, and they start to have some negative emotions, if they cannot endorsed by their peers, and they feel tired. For the high school students, they fully engaged with the network publics of social media. Since they are going to be graduate soon, they may enter the university or they will enter the job market. So they're very interested in getting information about social affairs, get the latest news of the people around them. So they use a lot of the social media and they have more accounts. They care about other people's comments and they are not happy if they cannot get likes. And they care much about physical appearance as well, and they experience more cyberbullying. Well, so the conclusion is that the twin rise of smartphone and social media did have impact on our young people's emotional health, but adolescents in different developmental stages engage with the social media in a different way. The primary school students have more positive experience. They feel much happier, on social media. But as the adolescents grow up, they experience more complicated psychological impacts from the use of social media. Theoretically, we can see the affordances of the smartphone and social media do speed the society up and pose certain manipulating influences on adolescents. But different groups of students respond to the social media in a different way. So we can see both technological control and human act. We disagree with the technological determinism and reject the notion that these new digital technologies are socially harmful for all adolescents. We see human agency has a role to play, and how to use social media is still a choice. So therefore, we recommend media information literacy education as intervention measure. We should help our young people to learn better use the social media. Primary school students have a close relationship with their parents. So early adolescence stage is the golden opportunity of cultivating good media habits of students by their parents. And then we recommend that close guidance and advanced MIL programs should be provided by schools to students in their mid and late adolescence stages so that they're able to handle the online risks and take care of their personal emotions as well. Well, I would like to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this detailed presentation. I'm not going to comment because we are a bit short of time. I would like now to give the floor to Therese Patricia San Diego for a presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Pierre Emmanuel. I will now share my screen.
Do you have a PowerPoint? Yes, we can see it.
You can see it. Okay.
Go for it. Wonderful.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you very much, Professor Yevgeny Kuzmin, and all of the organizers behind the conference. It's great to be back. So I will jump right in. Today I'm presenting Crafting the Media and Information Literacy Framework in Youth Civic Engagement in the Philippines, Lessons and Recommendations. So this is from the UNESCO-supported project, implemented by the Asian Institute of Journalism and Communication since last year. And under that project, we developed this framework, which is a strategy document to help generate MIL engagement among youth organizations in the country and stimulate national MIL related policies in favor of the youth. And I will not go into detail about the framework itself, but later I will share with you a link to the full document. But you will see here the outline of the framework as well as the specific objectives on the right side of the screen. So very briefly, the specific objectives are number one, to identify sustainable development issues, primarily related to how, through information, media, and technology, youth organizations can engage in peace building and intercultural dialogue, have access to information, help tackle misinformation and disinformation, among others, present concrete ways by which MIL may be integrated into the action plans of youth organizations, including policy advocacy activities, utilize modern technologies and social media to provide fast, convenient, and accessible strategies to reach the youth and increase their recognition of the importance of MIL, and present monitoring and evaluation indicators for the adoption of the MIL framework in youth education. So we adopted a participatory research-based process in the staffing involving over 20 youth organizations from the main island groups of the Philippines, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. We involved non-government organizations advocating for MIL and 2 government agencies responsible for youth affairs. These are the National Youth Commission and the National Council for Children's Television. So these are the lessons from the crafting of the framework, specifically the ones related to the social dimensions of the impact of digital technologies, primarily among young people. These are from the consultations, the workshops, and the coaching sessions with the representatives of youth organizations, as you can see here, some screenshots from those activities. So the first lesson is number one, economic and geographical digital divide affects the implementation of MIL initiatives. So although the digital divide has existed way before the pandemic, it has become more pronounced with these young people reporting difficulty joining online classes and organizational activities. They lack access to digital learning materials, and they have limited access to information, even when they have free data, which is a service offered by some service providers in the Philippines, where users can access platforms like Facebook. They are unable to visit external links, such as links to full news reports, so they are only able to read headlines. And another lesson is that the barriers to building information resilience cannot be addressed through MIL initiatives alone. So again, these barriers include the unequal access to the internet, mobile signal problems, and the lack of gadgets. And we need MIL advocates to collaborate with the government, the academe, other CSOs, and the private sector to break down these barriers. Another is that online MIL initiatives with long-term impact are needed more than short-term campaigns. And this was emphasized among the youth organizations as well as the NGOs that we work with. They said that capacity building activities and hackathons online that could help engage young people in finding solutions to MIL-related problems are preferred over mere awareness-raising campaigns on social media that aim to generate likes and shares. And that has been quite common here in the Philippines. Number 4, there is a need to fill gaps in participation of marginalized sectors, especially persons with disabilities or PWDs. We found out that our efforts in MIL focused more on ensuring gender equality and the involvement of indigenous peoples or IPs, but PWDs were often left out. So some of the initial questions are, number 1, what problems do PWDs encounter in terms of information access, evaluation, creation and exchange, and what MIL competency gaps do they wish to address. And lastly, the last lesson is MIL initiatives should be designed in the local context. And allow me to elaborate on that as I go into the recommendations for future MIL strategies and youth collaborations. Number one, collaboration with relevant government agencies and civil society organizations is definitely recommended. We need allocation of adequate time for participation. We need verification of participating organization status. And we need to place emphasis on marginalized groups in our criteria for selecting participants or partners. Briefly, I will elaborate on this. We recognize the importance of working with government agencies who are responsible for youth affairs, despite some criticisms, despite the difficulty because of the bureaucracy, and that's connected to the second recommendation. We really need to allocate enough time because it can be very difficult to access data from the government, even when you already have an agreement in place, such as in our project. We also recommend considering the participating youth organizations' thrusts, their respective thrusts. So for example, we have the Association of Young Environmental Journalists. When we discussed MIL with them, we discussed it in the context of environmental journalism, and they were able to relate it with what they're doing, such as debunking myths related to the environment. And another organization, for example, is the Tacloban Peer Educators Association, which is focused on adolescent sexual and reproductive health, or ASRH. And they were able to relate MIL with addressing misconceptions about ASRH and sexually transmitted diseases, for example. And then combination of online and offline strategies is really important to make sure that initiatives are inclusive. So apart from the online actions such as blogs and audiovisual materials on MIL-related topics, online educational campaigns, crowdsourced digital portal of compelling MIL resources in collaboration with memory institutions, so libraries, archives, museums, and the webinars. The proposed offline actions are printed learning kits, which was quite a surprise when we found out that this is still relevant, especially among youth organizations who work with young people in far-flung areas. Of course, there are still face-to-face workshops, MIL clubs in schools, an offline campaign via SMS, art, poetry, and music activities related to MIL, and again, documentation and sharing of MIL content in collaboration with memory institutions. Very briefly, these are the last two recommendations. Preparation of concise yet informative materials, collaboration with youth leaders, sharing of resources as incentives for participation, and identification of long-term solutions to barriers. I will just briefly elaborate on the collaboration with youth leaders. We found that it was important to work with them in conducting the workshops and conducting the coaching sessions because it created ownership and made these activities even more engaging and exciting for the youth. And in conclusion, we believe there is a need for local work plans and context-specific monitoring and evaluation indicators when we implement the proposed actions in the MIL framework in youth civic engagement in the Philippines, of course, taking the barriers into consideration. And we need to take a multi-stakeholder, collaborative, and proactive approach to addressing the barriers to access, participation, and information resilience building in order to create an enabling environment for the mainstreaming of MIL. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Teresa, for this very detailed presentation on civic engagement. It's very important as well. I will give the floor now to Valery Diozu from Moldova. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, the floor is to you.
I am starting.
Уважаемый господин модератор, уважаемые коллеги, разрешите
Dear
мне...
moderator, dear colleagues, first of all, I'd like to thank for offering me this opportunity to participate at this wonderful digital event in Khanty-Mansisk, to hear interesting presentation and to share my ideas, my point of view. My presentation is my speech is without presentation. I will talk about digitalization of environment, reacting to the modern challenges. For the recent future, we've seen informatization development quite often. Information intelligence, blockchain, digital economy, big data is our reality. We have gadgets. Their size and capacity cannot be imagined in the near past. They're part and parcel of our life. They make it easy for us to solve social issues. They affect our mentality, our trust to any information changes. And as I've said already, this credit of trust actually is based on informatization of our consumption. Our well-being is improving, and this is one of the reasons why we are facing digital transformation. Well, I don't have much time for detailed presentation. That's why I cannot go deep in the notion of digital transformation. I'd like to thank other presenters who at different sections actually touched upon this subject matter. We can see that presently there are a lot of definition of digital transformation, but there are experts who are against a fixed definition of this notion. Why? Because the evolution of digital technologies is going on, and the content of this term keeps evolving. And globalization of the world economy resulted in the creation of the world market. Free movement of services, products, technologies, and capitals, migration processes actually undermine national identity. They undermined religious barriers between people or linguistic. The people of the world is a fashionable notion now. It's in its geopolitical definition. This is the result of certain behavior. We felt certain freedom from the state and active personal position vis-a-vis key aspects of your country's existence, the vector of its development. Instead of that, we have now the opportunity to move to any part of the world and live and work there. Thanks to the civilization development, thanks to digital technologies. We don't have obligation vis-a-vis state, and this is good behavior, good sign. I'm sure that a lot of you can quote such examples on the basis of your countries and your society, but COVID-19 has changed everything. And the survival now is a sine qua non requirement. This undermined existing rules, and the world community still view an individual person from the point of view of the state approach with his national passport. Instead of, in spite of paradigms of post-industrial development, we still are facing a fourth industrial revolution and natural process. And the responsibility of the state is to protect its nationals and citizens, and this depends on financial stability of financial system, the quality of health system, and we've seen certain competition where instead of athletes we have national states, and the result in principle is well known to us. We have leaders and outsiders among the states. That's why for the first time the world now came back to globalization principles, and everybody fights for himself or herself independently. Selecting education as an example, we can see how recently, thanks to different factors, mainly economic and financial, type of states are now outside sustainable development framework. Others are quite successful in introducing electronic education, taking into account the role of society of knowledge in the future, access to the education for everybody. This is resulting in the transformation of society and the place of the nation, of the states in the post-industrial society. I am sure that this transformation will affect the digital readiness of different states, but this challenge and this lesson should be analyzed, and the good answer to this, I believe, could be the creation of national institution dealing with that, which will correct the difference between different states. And presently we see that first steps have been made. For example, COVAX program. The main aim of this program is the mechanism of spreading vaccine among poor countries, which helps them to feel protected independently of their economic level of development. Thus, they could have access to vaccines. There are other problems, for example, investment projects aimed at the development of education in poor countries. Best practices, experts will go there in order to overcome this divide. The state management system is different, differs from state to state. That's why this kind of evaluation could be true to any sector of state management or governance. And this could form the basis of, could be the reason, and I heard that my colleagues actually expressed their preoccupation because of the surveillance of fake news or huge volume of information. But it's a good time for us to come back to the evaluation, risk evaluation, which the world is facing, and a good time to develop mechanisms of regulation of these issues. I will not waste your time, dear colleagues. I hope that my topic is clear for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Valery. It was very interesting. And now I'm going to give the floor to Hero Patrianto from Indonesia. The floor is to you.
Thank you. I'm sharing my screen now.
We can see it. You can go.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. In this good opportunity, I will present a paper entitled Staying Local in the Digital Global Interaction and Whether It Is Possible. So this paper was written by me and my colleague, Professor Gatot Susanto from Indonesia as well. So I will focus on the Indonesian context in this paper. The rapid development of communication technology along with the massive use of digital devices have enabled people to communicate beyond their local and national borders. Internet users are now able to reach out every single person in the world, even without proper introduction. This phenomenon implies that nowadays generation tend to communicate in a wider space than just their physical place, i.e. neighborhood, town, state, or even country. Further, to maintain their global citizen status, they are now to decide whether to use which language that best serves their needs as a global communication participant. This paper will discuss how languages are used by the users in the global interactions domain. More specifically, this paper will discuss the use of indigenous language, national language, and international language by Indonesian internet users. Are those languages used equally, or certain type of language is considered more useful and thus used more often? In this paper, I argue that language use in the internet is no other than a reflection of the language used in a real-world experience based on the following hypothesis. First, internet use reflects norms and rules governing social interaction and manifests inequality of rewards. Second, intimate and work-related relationships and community membership are partly developed and maintained through social medias. Three, in the perspective of diglossia or polyglossia, its language is assigned a definite social function and its language is labeled high or low. The data in this paper were collected from postings produced by the writer's Facebook friends. There are 50 postings collected from each Facebook account. Each person represents a particular ethnicity and is able to use an indigenous language, Indonesian as a national language, and English with various degree of proficiency. And they have various professional background. Here are the short description of the data source. First person is a Sundanese and a researcher. Second person is Japanese who works as a translator. Third person is a Madurese working as a lecturer. Fourth person is from Osing ethnic and works as a journalist. Fifth person is a Balinese who is a translator. Six is from Sasak ethnic who is a translator too. Seven is also a translator from Kampar ethnic. Eight is a person from Dayak who's working as a language instructor. Nine is a government employee from Mandar ethnic. And the last one is a high school teacher from Marine tribe in Merauke, Papua. So here are the distribution of sources of data across the Indonesian map. So there are 3 in Java Island, and then 1 in Madura Island, 1 in Bali Island, 1 in West Nusa Tenggara, 1 in Sumatra Island, 1 in Kalimantan, 1 in Sulawesi, and 1 in Papua Island. So with 17,000 islands, Indonesia has approximately 1,340 ethnic groups who speak more than 700 indigenous or vernacular languages. Among those languages, there are 13 major indigenous languages: Acehnese, Batak, Minangkabau, Rejang, Lampung, Sundanese, Balinese, Sasak, Makassaris, Bukinese, Madurese, Japanese, and Malay. In 2020, Indonesia ranks 4 among countries with most internet users. As a matter of fact, it has been in the 3rd place as of January 2021. There are 202.6 million users. This number is 15.5% higher than the 2020s, or there are 27 million more users this year. With the idea of more freedom or borderless interaction in the internet, does this massive growth of internet users have a positive impact on the use of language, especially the indigenous languages by internet users in Indonesia? As I stated earlier in this paper, I argue that the use of language in internet is not different from the use of real world situation, and thus the indigenous language used in internet may reflect the use of indigenous language in real life situation. So let's move to the discussion now. From 50 postings collected from each Facebook account, I found that the use of Indonesian as the national language of Indonesian people is consistently high, ranging from 32 to 50 postings. The use of English much lower, from none to 14 postings. Meanwhile, the use of indigenous languages are the lowest, from none to just 4 postings. Therefore, the use of Indonesian language in Facebook posting is consistently above 60%. English is none to 28%, while the indigenous language use is none to 8% at the most. Next, the posting were divided into personal interest and professional interest. Indigenous language usually is more often used for personal or intimate relationship. However, this study found that even with personal interest, the indigenous language use still hits the lowest score. The highest number of indigenous language used in personal interest posting is only 4 postings. 16 posting is the lowest number of posting in Indonesian language, with 47 at the highest, while English is used in 0 to 11 postings. In professional context, the use of indigenous language is even lower, with only 1 posting at the highest. Indonesian language use is still relatively high, from 1 posting to 25 at the highest, while English is found used in 3 postings at the highest. Therefore, the use of Indonesian language by Facebook user in personal interest posting is relatively high, above 50%. English has 55% at the highest, but the indigenous language is no higher than 12%. Interestingly, in the professional setting, the uses of indigenous language and English seem to be equal. I suspect that this is due to the language advocacy activities based on the respondents' professional backgrounds. But this is going to be the topic for future study. The most important thing is that the Indonesian use is still relatively high, with more than 50%. As a multilingual people, Indonesian can at least use 3 languages with various proficiency. Within the international speech community, they will use international language such as English. In a national interaction, Indonesian people tend to use Indonesian, the national language. while with their local community, indigenous language will use to maintain intimate relationship. I believe that the low use of indigenous language in internet is due to its low status and narrow scope of audiences, meaning that when people use their indigenous language, they can only expect feedbacks from the same ethnic group. This is counterproductive with their expectation to have the borderless interaction both nationally and internationally. Indonesian and English are considered to have wide scope of audiences. However, Indonesian has the highest number of views because it is an explicit representation of the identity as an Indonesian citizen. Use of English cannot represent their identity. Moreover, there is no such thing as a global identity. So in conclusion, based on the arguments and the discussion, I conclude that the digital interaction is a reflection of the real world interaction. Internet users use language unequally in digital interaction since a language is more favorable than the others. Indigenous languages carry low status and thus they are unsurprisingly still minority in digital interaction. Therefore, digital interaction may not be so helpful for indigenous languages. Thank you, and here are some references.
Thank you very much, Hero Patrianto. Now, actually, we have we can take a few minutes for discussion, although we are late, but I just...
Пьер Эммануэль, да, вы можете задавать вопросы, у вас есть где-то примерно 10.
Yes, we have about 10 minutes for a Q&A session.
That's great. So who is gonna ask the first question? Please raise your hand and we received a lot of information from the different presentations, and so is someone who would like to take the floor to ask a question? Maybe I have a look at the questions in the discussion. There is a question from Anouk Canning to Teresa. You have given a very good overview of our meal approach with youth groups. Could you give an example, if time permits, a discussion of a critical view of a particular information that may have been discussed? Teresa, can you answer this question?
Yes, Pierre Manuel, thank you very much, Anu, for that question. I will elaborate a bit further about some of the most interesting insights that we gathered from the youth organizations. One in particular was in connection with the collaboration with government agencies in working on this framework. So it is quite controversial in the Philippines because, as you may know, a lot of the disinformation comes from government actors. And there have been several studies on that in the Philippines. And that is why it was quite confusing to some of our participants that the government was involved. But we want to emphasize that we had critical engagement and we recognize the importance of still engaging with the government despite these issues and holding them accountable for the disinformation that comes out from their end, and so that was also emphasized during the MIL workshops, the importance of engagement so that we are not limited to our echo chambers when we tackle MIL. And again, another item very briefly is about considering context, including culture and language in formulating action plans for the implementation of this particular framework. Because there was an impression that the approach was national, but we really wanted to make it locally anchored. And so I believe the next steps after the crafting of the plan, we should place emphasis on the development of local and context-specific research-based action plans, which are developed together with the youth organizations on the ground, considering the appropriate language, the appropriate channels, and taking into consideration the barriers that we mentioned, And of course, in terms of content, making sure that it is aligned with current MIL-related issues in their particular communities. So I'll stop there. There might be questions for the other speakers.
Thank you, Therese. Who wants to ask another question?
Вопрос можно?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, yes, of course.
I have a question.
Владимир Широков, Украина. Можно вопрос задать?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, yes.
From
go.
Ukraine. Yes.
Здесь говорилось много о языковом многообразии.
Much was said about the diversity in terms of languages. It tells about the diversity of cultures, but from the Bible, we know that God punished the people for construction of the Babylon Tower, and that led to the appearance of other languages, so that people were divided in terms of languages. So what is the modern perception or vision to this issue? Maybe some methods or possibilities, probably not to reduce linguistic barriers, because they still exist in the information domain. And if we try to reduce these barriers, so what actions can we take in order to reduce these linguistic barriers? And what would be the result of this endeavor? Thank you.
Who would like to answer this question? Was it addressed to someone specifically?
Я просто задал вопрос.
No, it's not. It's just a general question for everyone.
Okay.
Who is
Okay,
able
thank you
to
very
answer
much.
this question?
Я могу ответить коротко.
Yes. Can you comment, please, Evgeny?
I can answer this question.
Yes. Go.
Ваш вопрос очень широкий. Вы вопрос. Фамилия профессора Широкова соответствует названию эти вопросы
In English means broad.
многослойный.
So there are a lot of questions. It's a multifaceted question, and I doubt that everyone can answer this question briefly, in brief. But we will go into discuss this topic during the two sessions later, at a later stage, when we start discussing the ICTs related issues and others. Thank you very much, Professor Kuzmin. I'm satisfied with your answer.
Is there anybody who would like to take the floor for a question? Not yet, but I've got a question to Evgeny. You mentioned the question of storage of information in libraries, and I'm not a specialist, so, but I know that there are discussions about on which material is the best for long-term and the future generations, because some people say it's better to store in libraries on paper, because on computers, on the hard disk, it will be very difficult to retrieve in the future the information. What do you think? I know we cannot print all information we have, it's more and more digitalized, but is it sustainable in the future? Evgeny, can you elaborate about this, please?
Вы знаете, вот вчера...
You know, just recently, Nel Permenko
энтузиаст
told us about his enthusiasm he experienced in the beginning of 80s and 90s. And many of us were the same enthusiasts, and we believed strongly that with the evolution of the digital technologies, the total introduction of these technologies in our life would become wonderful with the human rights, respect, equality, justice in terms of benefits distribution, more democracy, more inclusion for the society, control over the government, and so on and so forth. So 30 years passed, and those who have some critical ability to judge what is happening around in the world today and what happened over these 30 years, compare the information and situation in various countries, we can say that our expectations were not justified. Librarians and activists of libraries thought initially that everything would be nice in terms of storage of information because the processes of storage of information in libraries were simplified and it could be easily done inside 1 or 2 centers using the methods of the corporate catalogs. So one library created catalogs and these catalogs were used by other libraries. So we formed the combined control catalogs which were stored by the libraries. So we also hope for the development of new technologies for storage of electronic information. Of course, such technologies are available now, but we lack the electronic catalogs because no one is trying to put everything in catalogs like Twitter or Facebook. It's not possible, or other social media or internet resources. No catalogs for internet portals and so on and so forth. And so on what materials it would be easier to store this information? Because we understand that sometimes these technologies will become obsolete. And from one librarian guy in one region of Russia, I heard a very interesting thing. They made a presentation about how they store this information. And in conclusion, they said, we concluded, they said, that if you want to have some reliable storage, you should put this information on paper, and this paper should be put in some fireproof storage safe. That was their conclusion, and that is the answer.
Thank you, Evgeny. I expected this answer.
У нас есть вопросы из зала.
Yes, now
we have a question from the audience here
yes.
in the hall, in the meeting room.
А там где у вас микрофон где есть? Здесь не работает, да? Как он работает?
Can we? Who is gonna ask a question?
Так, минуточку.
Good morning.
Just a sec.
I actually put a question on the comment to Evgeny. I would be.
I have a question. I have a question to Patrianto Hero. Just to specify, he said about the use of
Это первое.
Use of languages in internet. Can you tell us how many indigenous languages you have in the country? Just to specify what you said. How many indigenous languages do you have?
Okay. We have more than 700 indigenous language, approximately around 738, but we can only document 668 languages. And only, I guess only 77 has been identified related to its fatality.
Okay, I think it's 10:14. We must close the session to let time for the next session, I suppose, now. So thank you for this very detailed presentation and good discussion about very difficult and complicated subject. And good luck for your respective work on publications. We are gonna wait and be happy about the papers we are gonna write about, so we can again read what you said and learn from you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Большое спасибо, глубоко уважаемый Пьер.
Thank you very much, dear Pierre Emmanuel. Let's move on. Let's move on in our conference. My name is Yuri Chorny. I will be a moderator at this session 4th, which is called Digital Transformation of Memory Institutes. We don't have the first speaker, Madam Bakanova, so we have 2 speakers left, Mr. Loginov and Mr. Kuzmin, and I will give the floor to Boris Rodionovich Loginov. Boris Rodionovich, are you online? Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to share my presentation.
Да, ну, как запланировано, а там посмотрим.
Do you think how much time are you going to speak? Let's try to limit your presentation to 15 minutes.
У меня есть одно предложение. Ваша презентация видна. Пожалуйста, расширьте ее на весь экран.
So we see your presentation online on the screen. So can you expand it? Yes. So the floor is yours.
Во-первых,
dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to speak at this conference. It's a very interesting conference, and one can get a wide spectrum of visions and views on many issues. My presentation is dedicated to libraries in the transformation of libraries in the digital age. I try to present those trends, recent trends faced by the libraries, depending on their dependence, the impact or influence they are having in the digital age. Sorry for some gaps in the information, probably, which you can see in this presentation, but still I would like to present the general overview in terms of trends and to say what we can expect in the near future. So I would divide, so split the history of libraries in the digital age or domain in several stages. First of all, the first stage before the year 1965, when for the first time the machine reading formats were created. Before this time, libraries were quite traditional in format, and all content were presented on paper or hard copies, And the libraries played a very prominent role in all countries, like the major source of information, open information for the public at large in all spheres, in education, science, technologies, culture, and entertainment. The various types of libraries, there are a lot of types, set up their own funds which focused on the needs of the population. Various types of population, various levels of the public. It could be experts, specialists, or just ordinary people,
Люди, которые население,
or just people or population residing in this territory, or the experts in other branches of science. Libraries always sought to cooperate between each other. It was a well-known fact from 16th, 17th centuries when they tried to provide their own funds or assets for other libraries. It's a very important fact, an important feature for the libraries, because no single library can serve and satisfy all the information requirements and needs of the population living in this area. So during this period, we see that libraries are full of visitors, full of people, and probably they sometimes we saw the deficit of the spaces for those willing to read something in the library. I personally witnessed this, the huge interest in literature, and sometimes the attendance of the libraries exceeded 1,000 persons a day. So this is an illustration of the overall situation of the libraries at that time. This is traditional funds, this is catalogs, and this is huge queues or lines of the readers or users of these libraries. The next stage started from 1965-1966, when for the first time the Congress libraries and IT experts set up specific special machine building formats in order to maintain the catalogs of the documents stored by the libraries. This, in principle, changed the fate of all libraries, because before this time, practically it wasn't possible to exchange with catalogs. This is the main element of any library, and people can get information about the content or what this library can provide for them. In 1971, MARC format was recognized as a national US standard, and in 1977, because of the fact that MARC format was oriented mainly for the US consumers and users, it explained the need to have a universal format which allowed exchanging data between the libraries, and that led to the creation of UniMarc format. So because of UniMarc formats, we see the setting up of electronic catalogs. Some catalogs were replaced with another catalogs, and that was a serious breakthrough in this process. And we see the automatization of the librarian processes. And in 1967, we see the creation of the first corporate catalogs no, so that to prevent duplication of the work of the libraries. The major bulk of this work was related not only to the description but also to the content of these catalogs. But nevertheless, the popularity and attendance of the libraries didn't change. We see huge influx of users or lines standing before the libraries, even when the paper catalogs were replaced with the digital catalogs. But the overall situation with libraries in the public didn't change. They remained the major source of information, of open information. The situation has principally changed with the emergence of internet, and we see novelties here. So electronic catalogs were stored in internet, online, and this phenomena led to serious changes in the work, in the way libraries worked. Our review showed that when researchers used libraries, indicates that the half of the time they spent in the libraries was used for the search of information. Now, when we have electronic catalogs stored in the internet or posted in internet, around 50% of the time you can spend outside the library, and using any computer, online computer, you can easily get the access to these catalogs. This is a very serious change which should be taken into account. Using the internet, it became possible to have the access to the combined catalogs, combining several libraries, which led to the integration of the catalogs of the libraries. So any user could see what is available in various libraries and get access to these documents or books. As it was mentioned by Evgeny Ivanovich, we see the big growth, huge growth of electronic catalogs, which reduce time needed for maintaining the catalogs, the major time. But at the same time, we see some problems in terms of having the common formats of these catalogs. We see the situation changed. We see the flows of readers split in several lines. So internet users who use combined or integrated catalogs, people registered well in advance to get the access to the library, electronic library. The number of actual users of the traditional libraries reduced as compared with the previous years. So 50% of the time freed. As I said, the global digitalization age started in somewhere in 2010, and it is characterized with the following elements. First of all, this is mass digitalization of libraries, catalogs, which replaced the paper assets. We see the creation of the digital collections and electronic libraries on the basis of the traditional libraries. And moreover, the publishing sector, those who generated the information, started creating their own resources, not on paper, but also in electronic format. It wasn't the duplication, but it ensured the progress in availability of the information. I must admit that, of course, electronic information becomes more available, and the difference between a less informed population and well-informed information reduced. I'm not talking about the problem of storage of information mentioned before me. Yes, this problem, some distortions.
И что же, но до сих пор, значит, законодательство международное, это идет какое-то дублирование, простите,
Да, дублирование идет. Я надеюсь, специалисты сейчас сделают, да, наладят.
Я могу продолжать?
Да, Борис Родионович, пожалуйста, продолжайте. Попробуем.
Так вот, естественным и самым важным препятствием в цифровизации фондов, в цифровке фондов со стороны, наблюдается со стороны международного и национального законодательства, которые препятствуют оцифровке фондов и выставлению его в интернете. Однако это явление, на мой взгляд, разрешаемое, и ведущие страны работают над тем, чтобы одновременно остаться в рамках законодательства об авторском праве, а с другой стороны,
Борис Родионович, прошу прощения, мне сказали технические
engineers told me that
не выключен микрофон.
Evgeny Ivanovich Kuzmin
Вы нас слышите,
did not switch his mic off. If you can hear us, Evgeny Ivanovich, please switch your mic off. Boris Rodionovich, continue. Well, what is most interesting, the libraries are looking for technological solutions of contradiction between the prohibition on behalf of copyright and the possibility to open access to its collection via internet. This is a key problem. We started to work on it more than 10 years ago. And actually, well, we are not working alone. I know that. The same solutions have been found by the National Polish Library and certain university libraries of the United States, and so we also have developed such a thing as electronic library ticket, and which actually helps us to stick to the existing legislation, to copyright, but at the same time, we managed to open access to the library collections electronically. well, we cannot travel freely, and travel is a quite expensive freedom, expensive thing, but this digital access actually helps us to solve this problem. An important element of global digitalization, as Evgeny Ivanovich said, it's very important to achieve systematization of these resources.
Без систематизации и предметизации очень сложно.
Without this systematization, it's very difficult to get oriented in a huge number of collections, library collections, which is growing very fast and it will continue. But we know that there are some works in the library domain.
We are talking about automatization of the processes of all the processes. This is a very important and promising area. We are working on it, and among the most advanced solutions I can mention National Medical Library of the United States, which has introduced or keeps introducing the process, the process of the process of subject indexing using thesaurus. If you don't have ontology, the systematization, automatization becomes difficult or becomes not that efficient. It exists for a long time, but we cannot say that it's a breaking technology. And what we can see now in many libraries, in this digital era, is the desire to download the catalogs to the web environment, in the structured, the so-called thematic web environment. And probably that's where the entire world is heading. This allows us to use state-of-the-art technology in processing big data. But what the most important thing which we are expecting, trying to download our catalogs in this environment, to download our open data. So doing this, achieving this, we hope that our dream will come true and any user of internet will be able to enter internet and to look what he or she needs in any library of the world. But it's a rather complicated process which demands even higher standards. That's what of digitalization, and we are working on it starting from 1998. But today, as we can see, there are two leading concepts of related to library data. It's IFLA LRM, B-frame, and IFLA ILRM. This model reflects the peculiarities or characteristics of library collections. That's how the picture is transforming. Now, well, internet becomes semantic, and over there, all electronic catalogs will be downloaded, and thanks to our advancement, following two directions, open resources or open science, which tries to make all publications open. We can think about economic tools or leverages, and this is one thing. And another thing is has to do with technological solution, which also allows to download your resources to internet and make them open. We can see that the lion's share in such a situation, our users will use internet, but still there will be, well, let's call it a fraction, but still a small part, but still some users will go to libraries physically, because responding indirectly to Professor Shirokov's question, and the question was quite interesting, of a global nature. So we shall not be hasty in declaring that paper books will die, will disappear. Well, paper carriers actually allows us to use different models of acquiring knowledge. Scientists actually have proved that reading printing materials and reading electronic products are two different things of learning, two different modes of learning. And we shall not speed up this or that approach. It's very important to maintain both approaches to information, electronic and printing, till we understand what is more convenient for a human being. That's it. That's all I wanted to tell you about how information technologies affect libraries. Whether libraries of the future will be information centers or institutions, it depends on how IT technologies will be developing, or communication technologies are developing. We will keep introducing them, but we shall not forget about the fact that the librarian task is not a technical one. First and foremost, it's a humanitarian mission of providing access to information. And as a result, I'd like to say that a library's role is and still will be, if the human being is reasonable. So the main mission of library is to make information systemic, or to prepare information for users. Without it, we will face chaos. And when they say that everything, you can find everything in internet, let's close libraries down, well, please try and perform thematic search in internet, comparing to the same search in libraries. Thank you, but I have to stop you to give time to other and opportunity to other speaker to present his or her presentation. Thank you for historic review how this information technologies has came to libraries. It's quite useful to me and to other participants. I'd like to thank you for your correct style, which does not allow any shift to in favor of electronic, non-traditional technologies, which is an extremist approach. Your approach is a rather classic, traditional. So I will be bold enough to state this. Thank you. Thank you, Boris Rodionovich. And now I give the floor to Evgeny Ivanovich Kuzmin, Chairman of Russian UNESCO Community Program Information for All, President of Interregional Central Library Cooperation, Deputy Chairman of Intergovernmental Council of UNESCO Program Information for All, IFAP, and Head of Working Group in UNESCO IFAP Working Group dealing with maintaining languages and development of a multilingual presence in cyber state. Keeping information, maintaining information, how close we are to digital amnesia. Can you hear me? Yes. Once again, good afternoon, dear participants. My presentation deals with how close we have come to digital amnesia. It's a follow-up of my presentation when I talked about new information environments we are living in, and it's a follow-up of Mr. Loginov's presentation about how libraries are transforming and how they should be transformed. Because for academia, it's very important information. Information should be accessible to all those who need this information. First and foremost, I'd like to stress the fact that the maintaining information, this task, humanity faced during the entire history, and for the majority of people, it was not crystal clear. It has not been crystal clear. People didn't think about that. But when electronic information appeared and IT technologies, this task becomes more and more even more complicated. Because today, together with analog information in books, newspapers, journals, and magnetic tapes, video tapes, so analog carriers, one should maintain digital information which has been born electronically, has been created electronically, or appeared or acquired electronic form thanks to digitalization of analog carriers of information. And presently, one should conserve not only texts, but also images, static and moving 2D or 3D images, audio recording, databases, including electronic catalogs. And conservation of electronic catalogs is specific in the individual task. If your electronic catalog disappears because of electricity shortage or because of hackers attack, you won't be able to restore it. You should maintain soft electronic multimedia carriers, multimedia art subjects, web pages, sites, blogs, microblogs, mobile content, etc. I'd like to stress that presently the volume of electronic information today are greater than paper information volumes thousands of trillions times. 10 years ago, there was evaluation conducted of the volumes of electronic information, and it has been stated that the volume of electronic information created during 1 year is much more comparing to the volume of information containing in all printed books or printed materials created by a human being during all history of the human civilization. It was 10 years ago, and presently we know that information volumes are growing like an avalanche. You can imagine what kind of dot in the ocean, in the ocean of information, paper carriers represent. Grain of sand. In order to conserve information, one should understand clearly why it should be maintained. Because today is clear that it's not possible to maintain or conserve everything, unlike paper versions of paper carriers. But there is no need to do this because we have a lot of information, noise, and garbage. We have a lot of duplication of senseless electronic information. Even superfluous analysis of the problem of conservation of electronic information shows that we have philosophical, social, cultural, political, managerial, legal, methodological, organizational, technological, personnel aspects of this problem. And the main reason why we lose valuable electronic information has to do not with technological complications, but these complications are understandable. It could be solved, but it has to do with the fact that this problem today, in all its aspects and at all levels, and from the point of view of all aspects, is not understandable and clear for the society, for politicians, for academia, for sociologists, culturologists. Managers do not understand it, and institutions do not understand it. And as a result, there is the lack of needed organization of processes to conserve electronic information during all stages of during the entire life cycle. And it has to do with the maintaining of all primary materials. It has to do with the possibility of the search and interpretation of electronic information for a wide access for present and future generations. Thanks to the fact that society does not understand fully this problem, we don't have critical mass of, at least in the majority of countries, there is no critical mass of experts capable of understanding or analyzing this process in order to stop these processes and in order to evaluate the volume of this problem of conservation of electronic information, what should go back and analyze how the conservation of printed material, printed information on printed carriers has been organized because it was quite successful. And as an example, we take libraries, although analog carriers and information on them one can find in archives and museums, but libraries are the best example. Libraries are the best example for this. In archives and museums, still they don't have, and they will not have in the nearest future, such a well-developed system of collection, processing, and storing of information. It took more than 2,000 years for a human being to learn how to purposefully and efficiently conserve information on analog carriers in order for everybody to be able to use it later and to send it from one carrier storage to another with minimum losses. And during such training, the society had to formulate and understand who should collect and store information, how they did it before us, where it should be stored and maintained, and what kind of conditions should be created, and who should do this, who shall pay for this, because it's a rather costly process. What shall be maintained, text or its carrier, or both? Where and how experts should be trained, what curricula should be developed, who and where this curricula should be developed, and who could evaluate it and introduce it in the situation when information world and laws of its functioning keep changing year after year. What we had 1,000 years ago. First, we had storage centers like Alexandria Library, which accumulated the so-called museum values and written scripts, manuscripts, manually written manuscripts. Such values were not numerous and and the aristocracy possessed these values. In the process of the development of the society, and number of artifacts have increased, and archives appeared, museums appeared together with libraries, and they started to develop themselves as individual centers of institutions. And we see the process of evolution and differentiation of their functioning. They divided their functions, separated their functions. Library collected, printed information, archives, non-printed, and museums collected material values. And as a result, today we have many types and diversity of libraries, archives, museums, and other storage centers of information. For example, archives, which store films, others, TV programs. There are archives for radio programs, and each of these storage centers has its own type of information. Big museums, like for example, Hermitage in Russia, or Metropolitan in New York, or British Museum. Each museum has its own big library and archive. Each big archive has its own big library. Even big theaters have libraries as well as archives and museums. Today, cultural heritage one can see in families of artists, politicians, or scientists. And after a certain time, these archives became the source of pride for nation, for the entire civilization. Well, many people who are not well known today, they also accumulate important electronic resource. Who are collecting this kind of resources? Who will store these resources? I don't have enough time to go deeper into the process of maintaining or safeguarding or collections of information on electronic carriers. The only thing I'd like to say is that presently information on analog carriers has been maintained. First, it has been collected, then it has been stored, structured, and was accessible for users. Well, now we see different experts of librarians, those who collect information, who structured it, who offered access to users, those who restored it, experts in biological and chemical damages of paper, who is now maintaining paper carriers in big libraries. Not librarians, but chemists, physics, and biologists. And if a library doesn't have such experts, one cannot claim that they conserve information correctly. Now we can see in libraries security, safety system of radiation, biological and chemical safety systems. And at the same time, every year we can see and we can hear that there was a fire in a library, in this library, in that library. There was flood in yet another library. Books have been stolen in yet another library, insects damaged paper information, or gases damaged the collection. So what we can say, what can we say? In order to maintain analog information in the library, a complex structure has been formed, which included research and methodological center, training centers of secondary and higher education for museum and libraries, the system of managing this system, all this at the national and local level. The system of printing, for example, in the United States in the 50s, there were more than 600 library printing houses for paper carriers. We can see the industry of production of equipment needed by libraries, the equipment which standardized these activities, because all over the world the volume of catalogs and the number of tickets or the cards, so it has been standardized 150 years ago.
And these standards still apply to, or are applied by the all industries dealing with the librarian business. What is happening now? Today, we lack the serious programs or serious ideology of preserving information, electronic information. What can we preserve? What we cannot preserve? For whom? How much it is? And what are the conditions and requirements should be available or in place for the librarians to store this information? And the last thing I would like to say, once we are not making the efforts in systematization of all these activities, the following could happen. In a decade time, we will discover that we fail to collect the serious volumes of electronic information, volume of information of cultural and other nature, social networks, letters, personal archives. So everything would be irreversibly lost for the future generations. Moreover, we will lose the huge volumes of information which was created as a result of the digitalization of the librarians' funds and collections, or it wasn't because of it wasn't put in catalogs and you can find it easily. In order to avoid these losses, you need to start making researches, comprehensive researches, not because for the sake of librarians, but also for the sake of other scientists from other fields, supported with the politicians and journalists, so that to make this problem visible for the public. And it is necessary to develop not only multidisciplinary cooperation, but the cooperation in international and inter-community cooperation, so that to get the full picture of the situation, where and what is stored, and how to maintain this collection. But we need to create prominent conditions for this. Thank you very much.
Глубоко уважаемый Евгений.
Very much, dear Evgeny Ivanovich. I would like to
Ваш доклад.
probably react to what you have just said, and probably to say something about the economics of maintaining and keeping the electronic information, and explain why the storage of socially meaningful information is not an advantageous thing, and people are dealing with other things. My explanation is that we try to maintain the electronic information by electronic junks in their electronic storages, but they keep the different information which we perceived as knowledge. They just keep raw materials, raw information, which we called big data, which have main characteristics volume, speed, and flow. And this data belongs to these junks, and they are competing between each other using this data, because this data could be used for forecasting and foresight. And these information junks are not eager to share this data. National governments are also trying to duplicate these activities of these junks. So they just copy what the big junks are doing, like 5 junks in the United States, 5 junks in China. So they're trying to keep the socially meaningful information. It's not perceived as a good thing. It's not needed by the big players in this market. Probably you can remember we have Akkafa pyramids. So data, information, wisdom, and data. This pyramid just turned around. So knowledge is of no big value. Information is regarded as a value, but the biggest value is given to data. So humanity is going this way, and I fully agree with what Evgeny Ivanovich has just said. This is just some addition to what he just said to his presentation. One viewpoint, probably it would be interesting for you as well. I would like to apologize before Professor Rao, moderator of the next session, and I would like to have 1 more minute to say that in 2016 I wrote an article called Archives, Libraries, the Museums in the Global Digital Age. I tried to construe the logics of the evolution of the Institute of Social Memory, starting from the ancient ages until now, and everything was confirmed what is contained in this book. And I would like to ask Tatiana Muravana to post my electronic email to the links to these books in Russian and in English translation, which was published 3 years ago with the support of Mr. Sharikov, who and made his presentation yesterday. If you're interested in getting this publication, I will write me in, and I send the copy in Russian and English to you. I would like to thank all of you, and now I would like to give the floor to Professor Rao. I know him very well from India, and he will moderate the next session, which is the session number 5. Professor Rao, are you with us?
Thank you. Now, good afternoon from India to everyone. We have very important session now. It is called Multilingualism and ICTs, which is very much close to our heart, because the entire effort that we are taking now and we have been taking earlier is to protect multilingualism in cyberspace. So in that sense, this session is very important. We have 4 papers in this session. The time is 1 hour given to us. So I request each presenter to take 12 to 15 minutes, not more than that. Please stick to your time. And let us straight away go to the presentations. The first presentation is on artificial intelligence and new technologies for regional or minority languages, an opportunity or a threat. It is a very debatable topic, and I think Vicente Clement Fernando, he is a research coordinator, UNESCO chair on language policies for multilingualism, and he is from Barcelona, University of Pompeu Fabra, Barcelona, Spain, and he is a well-known scholar, and he always makes presentation with the data and makes very interesting conclusions. So I request now Vicente to make his presentation.
Perfect, Professor Rao. Thank you very much. Can you all see me? Can you all hear me? All okay? Can you see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, Vicente. Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. So
could you
thank
please
you.
enlarge? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Please get.
Perfect. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. As I was saying, many thanks, Professor Rao. It's an honor to be here, and also let me thank the organizers for inviting me. I have in mind one name, Evgeny, for the orchestra man, for being the orchestra man behind this. So many thanks. Straight to the point, as we don't have much time, as Professor was saying, I've entitled my presentation, Artificial Intelligence and New Technologies for Small Languages. Is this an opportunity or a threat? The goal of this presentation, as you can see here on the screen, is to discuss the social dimension and the impact of the digital platforms and the new technologies in the real world, especially in the field of languages. And I'd like to pose two questions that I will attempt to answer. First, are new technologies at the service of languages? Or put in other terms, are new technologies a threat or an opportunity? Are both or none for all the languages? I will use one very blunt statement that I was reading in one of the research developed here in Europe on languages in the digital age. You can see here the link, and which is available for everybody. The research says and states most languages of the world are unlikely to survive in the digital age. These are the conclusions reached by the research, as I was saying, Europe's languages in the digital age. This is a study conducted by Metanet. Metanet is a European network of excellence that consists of 60 research centers in 34 countries in Europe, working on the technological foundations of a multilingual Europe. As I was saying, this is mainly concentrated on Europe, but it can be easily applicable to many other parts of the world. Let me go back to and concentrate again on this study. The study assesses the level of support through language technology for 30 of the approximately 80 European languages. The conclusions are the following: that the digital support for 21 of the 30 languages researched is either non-existent or very weak at the very best. That's what the study concludes. So one of the main elements that we should highlight is that there is little linguistic diversity in the digital space. Some food for thought now. Some of these bullet points are some of the key findings of the Metanet study. As I was saying, 21 of the 30 languages analyzed, so 70%, are placed in the lowest category. So it's very weak or non-existent support. Some examples include Icelandic, Latvian, Lithuanian, and Maltese, which receive an extremely low score. No language has excellent support other than the big four, if you want. And I'm talking about the big four in Europe. Again, there are many other languages. Actually, Europe is the poorest continent in terms of linguistic diversity. But English, Spanish, German, and French and French are the languages with an excellent support, public support on the digital idea. Other languages such as Basque, Bulgarian, Catalan, among others, exhibit what's called a fragmentary support. They are present in some aspects of the digital world, but non-existent or very weak in other parts. This study tells us 4 different conclusions, which are quite alarming. One is the under-resourced situation where almost all languages are. That's number 1. Number 2 is the dramatic differences in language technology support between the various languages investigated, the 30 languages investigated that I talked about before. The third element is that we need to make sure that we equip all smaller and under-resourced languages with the need-based technologies. This means that we don't need to equip all languages with all technologies, but we need to focus on the need-based element. And then the last element, which I highlighted already before, that this study only focuses on European languages. It will be very interesting to know more about the situation in other languages. That would be very, and compare the situation in other parts of the world. More questions. Are we able to have new platforms, products, and services in lesser used languages, or just we have to resign and just accept that we only need to have lingua francas in the digital world? Is it a utopian situation to have smaller languages also present? Can we speak of the champion league of languages, only the top 5 or top 10 present? So in other words, I've put here some of the new technologies: YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitch. Are we all able to decide that we can only have that in these big languages and not the rest? What are the consequences of this, what I've called the low digital language diversity? We have uneven technological development, so the big ones get bigger as the rich ones and the rich people in the world get richer. Small languages tend to have an increasingly low prestige, unfortunately, because of that, because they're not present in the digital world. Some of them, or many of them, have or lack official recognition, which also affects the support that these languages have. Some people think that there is no real need to use these languages digitally. And do we always have to talk about money? So there's little economic interest. So that means that we cannot have smaller languages. The consequences of this scenario of what's happening today are the following: inequality of digital rights. Not everybody has access to information. Only a few languages are available. Access is not only to information, but also to services. Access to technological development. Also, older people and economically and culturally disadvantaged people are discriminated because of this. So the question I pose here is, do we want to accept this reality as the society, or put in more graphic terms? These are the consequences of citizens. Do we want this, the picture on the left, which is equality? So everyone knows special support for the small people. If you can see the rugby match is society. So the small ones, if you don't give them more support, they cannot participate in society. Whereas if we talk in an equity, from an equity point of view, you give support to those who have less, so that everybody, the big ones and the small ones, always participate in society. Just 3 more questions. Are we facing digital extinction? Do we have to just accept it and admit it? Or do we want to avoid it? Do we want to do something about it? I'm going to start talking about one case study here in Catalonia, which is called the AINA project. It's a project to put Catalan on the digital map. For those of you who do not know it, Catalan is a language spoken by 10 million people in an area of 14, where 14 people live. I've marked it here in green in the southern part of Europe. You can see here Catalonia, Valencia, the Balearic Islands, southern France, the state of Andorra, and the small city of Alghero in Italy. This is the region where Catalan is today spoken. The AINA project is part of the Catalan government's digital strategy linked to the use of Catalan language in different interfaces, especially in artificial intelligence. Why? Because language is the basic communication element to access, use, and interact with these technologies. There is a strong and even more and more strong support for this project. It's promoted not only by the government, but also by the so-called the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. The goals are the following. It's to provide the language, the Catalan language, with digital and linguistic resources. How do they do it? They are building the process of building a corpus of 2,000 million words gathered in 95 million sentences. This is an ongoing process. The process is not finished yet. So it's the largest ever made corpus in the Catalan language. And how is it obtained? It's by downloading texts from different digital sources, websites, files, and all the information that is already available online. So in these terms, it's a qualitative and quantitative leap in the digital ecosystem for the Catalan language. Why? Because the digital world is today both an opportunity, but also a challenge, not only for Catalan, but also for all languages. The difference between what was being done before is the idea of voice technologies and voice applications and interfaces that is entering the real world in terms of technology. You might wonder, how much does this big project cost? I will tell you, it's not cheap. So the AINA project has a global budget in 4 years of almost 14 million euros, right? For a period, as you can see here, 2020-2024, right? For the moment, it has started with an initial contribution of 250,000 euros from the Catalan department, and it'll broaden as more funds are allocated. It's an ambitious project. It's a lot of work, a lot of time, and a lot of money. But if we want to ensure that our language is also included in today's digital world, it needs to be done. Here, we will have more information on the project, and the information is also available in many languages, including English. Just to write some concluding remarks, we have to realize that language technologies are used in almost all everyday products and services. Language technologies are present in sectors of fundamental importance of everyday well-being, education, culture, health, administration, everything. Technological development is increasingly language-based, and we need to be aware of that. And language-based has consequences for growth and also for society. We've entered actually into a new phase where less and less is done through devices such as the keyboard, the mouse, the touch screens, and we're giving way to a new, more natural form of interaction through the voice and speech. And this speech and voice put the center of attention to language, which becomes one of the main interaction vehicles. For example, opening the fridge, driving, turning the lights on, opening the door will be done more and more through voice recognition in the near future. That's why there is an urgent need for more language awareness, for more language-aware policies that are multidisciplinary. It's not only about language, it's not only about technology or about research, it's about accessing information, it's about social well-being and the relationship between language, growth, and society. My final question, which I'd like to debate with all of you present, is: do you want to build a society where everyone participates? In other words, Do you want the society on the left or the society on the right? Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Vincent, for your very interesting presentation. As I told you at the beginning, before introducing him, I told that he is a very interesting researcher with coming with the data and posing questions. So your observation, thanks for bringing out to our notice about the status of EU languages, number one, and also the observation about developing for some languages need-based technologies, and also the Catalonia project. That is very interesting project, and let us see at the end if we will get time. I think you will have more questions, and we will debate on these issues. Thank you very much. Next, we have a group of scholars from Tatarstan Academy of Sciences. Number one, Jahbet Sulmanov. He is my good friend from Tatarstan Academy of Sciences, and Renat Gilmulin, Director, Institute of Applied Semantics, and Professor Sulmanov is Scientific Director, Institute of Applied Semantics, Tatarstan Academy of Sciences, Professor, Information Systems Department, Kazan Federal University. Next, the group, Renat Gilmulin, Director, Institute of Applied Semantics, Tatarstan Academy of Sciences, and then Aidar Husyanov, then he is Deputy Director, Institute of Applied Semantics, Tatarstan Academy of Sciences. They are going to make a presentation on making the Tatar language operational in the info communication space. Before giving floor to them, let me very briefly tell you, share the information which you may already know, that Kazan, which is the capital of Tatarstan, was once it was a very center for political and intellectual activities. And there was a school, Kazan School of Linguistics, which has made great contributions to the language science. And there was a scientist, linguist called Budende Kortane. He was French born and grown up and completed his PhD in Poland, but lived in Russia more than 20 years, founded Kazan School of Linguistics. He is treated as one of the founders of modern linguistics. He is contemporary to Ferdinand de Saussure. And why I am telling? Because he has done great deal of work to the linguistics, and he was jailed for 6 months for defending minority languages in Russia by Tsar. So, and being in jail, he has studied the language of thieves, and he has made 2 papers on language of thieves. Okay, so such a great city and such a great Republic of Russian Federation. Now, I request, I don't know who is going to make presentation out of these 3. Anyhow, I request Professor Sulmanov, who is my good friend, as I mentioned, to make his presentation.
Спасибо, дорогой друг, провокатор.
Thank you, dear friends. Professor Rao.
Sulmanov, 1 minute. I think I request Vicente to remove his PPT.
Уважаемый Висенте Климента, закрыть свою презентацию, чтобы я мог подключиться.
Vicente, can you close your presentation?
Сейчас, секунду, я включу свою презентацию.
Now I'm going to share my presentation.
Секундочку. Секундочку. Как слышно,
Just a
как
sec.
видно?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Do you see me?
Добрый день.
Yes, it's okay.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, probably. Dear participants of such an interesting conference, I have been enjoying by receiving a lot of interesting information and communicating with all of you. And I would like to start my presentation by the words of gratitude. I would like to thank the moderator. You just made half of my presentation while presenting the speakers and the group of the researchers in our institute. We are the group of researchers who are promoting Tatar language. We have been working for 30 years
Серьезно, и мы, математики,
and it was
кибернетики, информатики, это почувствовали носители языка. И было уже сказано, действительно, много в этом направлении уже нами сделано. И сегодня буду докладывать трех моих
deal with this problem quite seriously. We mathematicians, cyber experts, and linguists speaking Tatar language, and it was mentioned that work already. And now I present the by all of our promotion of use of Tatar language. Now I will try to switch slides, to move slides.
Пошло. Вопрос сохранения языка, этноса.
The language conservation as a language of communication and carrier of cultural elements was important always, but now it's even more important when we are facing digital era. How to conserve and develop language in the globalization conditions and digitalization environment. As yesterday and today has been mentioned, we are also facing information chaos. It is evident that one of the most efficient solutions is to include language into a digital environment as a language of accumulation, transformation, and transfer of information, as a language of global internet. Presently in Tatarstan, which we represent, we've finished with organization measures, and we've created the needed information technical base for Tatar language to be active in computer technologies. This is one of the state languages together with Russian in Tatarstan. It includes printing sector, education, scientific research, as well as applied science. Here we've achieved good results. We are following three different directions, as I've mentioned already, starting from the end of 80s, beginning of 90s, when first computers have appeared. So there are the following three areas: Tatar language in ICT, nationalization from the Tatar language point of view of IT, and IT for Tatar language is the third area.
Разработка компьютерных технологий,
development of computer technologies and applied systems for Tatar language, development of linguistic and educational resources, and third area, I will mention it at the end, although we have published a lot of articles in the area of Tatar language for IT. research of lexic potential of Tatar language in order to create new data bank. So we started this work when we acquired necessary linguistic resources, and this is a very important area for us. In my presentation, I will stop on two first languages. There's two first areas. So the first area is the creation of code pages, drivers, localization, Tatar localization of operation system interface, and including mass means of communication and calculation, computers, mobile devices, and internet. This is slide number 4. So the most important task here is to create terminology system and to develop standards for language to be able to function in computer technology. Presently, on the basis of standards, we've localized Tatar language for Windows operating system applications and some other important operational systems, as well as applied programs. With software, we've developed more than 750 new Tatar terms and notions. We've published Tatar language, Tatar Chuvash dictionaries with terms and with more than 750 new terms. We introduced Tatar language into mobile devices as well. You can see it here. We've created all the needed service applications, dictionaries, games, educational programs for different systems. You can see here numbers and the names of operation systems. I will not voice them out. So that's all we've developed by now. And this is accessible on this website. And so you see it here. Here you can see a brief description of the main software products which we have developed as part of our second stage. This is quite scientific and intensive, and one need to cooperate with experts from such mathematicians and for experts in informatics, education, psychology.
Учитывая свойства агглютинативности,
taking into account the harmonic characteristics of Tatar language, we've developed 3 different models of morphology. Morphology is a very important element in all scientific research and developments for languages such as Tatar language.
Большое внимание с этого мы начали, и морфологический анализатор практически является...
That's where we started, and this morphological analyzer is part and parcel of all search systems.
Языковых корпусах. Генеративная модель морфологии, первая модель. Она интересна тем, что...
Generated model of morphology. This is the first 100% developed model of such kind. Now, pragmatic model, which is used in MS Windows application, and double layer morphology model is used in the annotation and search softs as the software which allows us to avoid morphological uncleanness, and we use it here. And one of very important product is machine translator Russian Tatar Russian Tatar language. It includes 1.5 million of sentences and more than 95,000 of word pairs, geographical names, etc. Russian Tatar translator, which use some elements of artificial intelligence, is one of the best among such programs. It is used in internet a lot and in mobile devices. It is evident that the creation of full resource basis helps to conserve a language. That's why one of our results is Tatar Tugantel, our language. It is open for a great number of linguists, experts in the Tatar language, and for those who are interested in Tatar language. It includes texts more than 180 million of words, and it is very unique because the software, which is the basis for Tugantel, has been developed in our institute, and the toolbox is aimed at Tatar language exclusively. The Tatar language has a structure which allows to form new words when so 180 million words for Tatar language with different possibilities. It's practically it could be easily increased 5 times. Comparing to the unique or existing words. Another unique product is the electronic atlas of Tatarstan, which is used actively, or atlas of Tatar dialects, which is used not only by ethnic Tatars in the internet. It has been created in our institute together with the Language and Literature Institute, which is part of the Federal Kazan University, and it contains information about morphology and other aspects of Tatar languages, which we've been analyzed and collected in many parts of Russia, and more than 5 million Tatars are living in Russia, more than 8 million all over the world, 8 million ethnic Tatars, and 28 regions. It's just the initial number of languages and dialects, which will be included into this open resource, and one can easily multiply it or triple it, actually. Here you can see yet another development of our Turkish morphema, which could be used for Tatar language at all levels, syntaxes and other levels. Just give me a second.
Основная функция сервиса.
The main function of the service is to help develop software for our language, information system which contains full information about Turkish morphemes. This is a toolbox for scientists, for linguists, for comparative analysis of Turkish family of languages, Turkish family of languages, and it helps scientists to do their work. Presently, 26 experts dealing with 18 Turkish languages are participating in this process. It's the language Bashkir, Chuvash, Azeri language. You can see it here. And the number of these languages will increase. Starting from 2013, we organize each annual conferences in this area. Thanks to this portal, we expect to achieve a good progress in creating this kind of base database. And
лингвистических ресурсов, именно базы. Понятно, что они...
Well, it is understandable that this database is linguistically oriented, but the platform itself, it's an open resource, and we expect that it will be of interest for other languages as well. Finno-Ugor languages, important area for our work, aimed at efficient use of language in internet, is the creation of electronic educational resources, which you can see here. I will not tell you in detail about each and every product. I'll just show you the slides. Those 3 slides. We've also developed interactive multimedia Tatar say no law. Sorry, excuse me. Interactive multimedia manual Tatar like, and information course Tatar Tele 5, which is part of educational portal, electronic education portal, which is used widely in Tatarstan. And concluding my presentation, I'd like to say a couple of words about the third area of our work.
Здесь я остановился на направлениях исследований татарский язык в АКТ.
Here I'm talking about Tatar language in IT. So, why Tatar language could be of use for IT? Here, I repeat what our distinguished Lieutenant Klimat mentioned. His presentation was quite interesting. What shall be done in order to generate interest to our languages, to Catalan language or to Tatar language and other languages?
Коммуникационных технологиях именно
in IT.
Что это не только языки носители информации.
To show that languages are not only carriers of information on means of communication on the internet, but also they have a huge potential for creation of new intellectual technologies and creation of AE, artificial intelligence, as a result of transfer of information, exchange of information, and the means of communication of human being and with the AE. Just a second.
Видите, настолько мне эта тема близка. Я люблю.
You know, I'm so interested in this subject. This is a topic of a separate presentation. It has to do with the creation of intellectual operational system toolbox on the basis of natural languages using their characteristics. The area which is presently of great interest because we are trying to add to artificial intellectual the system of understanding of this and solving this task. We will be able to maintain the functioning of a language, its use in digital environment on a new, different level, and thus we will maintain the development of the language, taking into account digital technologies and AE needs. And I'd like to thank the organizers of the conference and Evgeny Ivanovich personally, our great friend and enthusiast organizer of our great conference. Thank you for inviting me or for giving me this opportunity to offer my presentation at this high-level and interesting conference.
Thank you very much, Professor Suleimanov, for your detailed overview of the work that you are doing, you and your colleagues, for Tatar language and also for Turkic languages. And then taking this opportunity, let me also inform you that in our University of Hyderabad, we have developed morphological generators, morphological analyzers for many Indian languages. And we have also constructed machine translation systems which will translate from Hindi to Indian languages, from English to Indian languages. And now we are working on speech systems. So just this is for your information. Thank you very much. Now, let me invite Professor Brendan Weeks, who does not require any introduction because he is very famous linguist and eminent scholar in translation studies. He is professor and visiting fellow, Center for Speech and Language and Brain, University of Cambridge, and also chair professor in communication science, University of Hong Kong, United Kingdom, and Hong Kong, University of Hong Kong in China. Okay, he is going to make a presentation on transliteration of text online, lost in translation. So, Professor Suleimanov, may I request you to delete your presentation?
Thank you so much, Professor Rao. I asked colleagues to present my presentation as a PowerPoint, which I sent to them because there's some noise here in London. So I'm wondering if that's possible for the... can you present my presentation?
I think they are going to do it now.
Thank you. We have some thunderstorms in London today.
Did your message reach them? Brendan, are you sure that they are going to?
I did check with them. They said they would do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I am an experimental psychologist, a psycholinguist, and a neuroscientist, as well as a clinical neuropsychologist. Thank you for attending. What is transliterating? I distinguish this term from three others that are familiar to you. The first is transliteracy, which refers to communication across all digital media. But this is not transliterating. Transliterating is a perfectly spontaneous practice that we observe with multilingual speakers who are using more than one writing system. It's different to translanguaging, which refers to spoken language. All practices reflect cultural and metalinguistic awareness. The practice of writing is a cultural phenomenon which has been with us for at least 5,000 years, shown by the oracle bones discovered in northwestern China. Writing as a practice reflects culture in terms of ideology, commerce, but mostly power and power structures. This includes the use of writing in a multi-scriptal space. One outcome from our work in the Year of the Indigenous Language showed two important points I wish to stress today. The first, that the priorities for cultures that use Indigenous languages include Indigenous language education, Indigenous language teaching and learning materials. And furthermore, Indigenous language literacy is seen as a top priority by over 10% of survey respondents. The process of transliterating can be summarized most concisely in the following slide. I've highlighted here a couple of languages where texting has been creatively used to communicate in a kind of creolization of the use, particularly of digits. Note here the use of digits in Chinese, as well as French, Spanish, and German, to be able to communicate concepts more readily. The process of transliteration, which is formally defined in software terms as well as by yourselves in the Information for All program, can be displayed here as an incredible technological revolution just occurring in the past 5 years that allows the instant translation of text between languages and critically between writing systems. Translation can be distinguished from transliteration in the following way. Take a look at the panel on the top left-hand side. The precise translation of the word England, 英国 in Chinese, is shown here in printed text as characters reflecting those syllables. However, it's also possible to transliterate the sounds England into other terms. Now, exactly the same point can be made about use of a second or third or language. And here is a map I like showing the types of second language use across different nation states in terms of the frequency. It's a little unexpected in many places, and I won't focus on that. I do note, though, that for Central Asia, the Turkic languages and Russian are very commonly used. But as we've heard today, and I'm fascinated to learn more, there are so many writing systems used in the Central Asian region, including multiple scripts that are historical, but also reflect different types of language in the new normal, that is the nation states, particularly in the western part of Central Asia. And so I'm beginning to learn how that impacts upon literacy and education through my work at UNESCO. So let me focus here on this question of education, because I want to demonstrate a couple of points in this slide. The first is that the practice of transliterating is perfectly normal and in fact is codified as educational practice in both India and Japan. The difference between Japan and India is that in Japan, the transliterating occurs within one language, a monolingual environment. In India, it is a multilingual environment. The process of transliterating is different to translation in India. Here is my colleague, a linguist in Agra. Her work has been to transliterate the Quran into Devanagari characters, or Akshara. Here you see her holding that work and the difference between writing systems on the street where she lives. One is referred to as Hindi, the other as Urdu, but both are mutually intelligible. Although translation is not necessary on the street she lives in Agra, transliteration is necessary because the difference between Urdu writing system and Hindi writing system defines who you are on that street, culturally, in terms of religious belief and historical background. And this is also true in countries comparing Australia with China. Literacy refers not just to the identity of the self, but also the identity of the nation state. Some examples I will give you now come from Australia and also UBS based in Hong Kong. First, a point about the difference between referring to Chinese people as Chinese Australians versus Chinese citizen. These are two separate terms. Secondly, this term fanhua refers to anti-Chinese and is considered racist. It's an historical term that is often misused in text, particularly in the practice of transliteration. Finally, the consequence of using incorrect translation, ergo transliterating, in the virtual space can result in financial penalties, which is shown by the example from UBS shares. Literacy reflects identity, both in terms of nation building as well as the self. Here we have an extremely topical example from Australia and China, where relations have turned sour in the past several years. This illustration shows the miscommunication between using words such as China, Chinese, the Chinese, and the kinds of geopolitical consequences. My point in showing you this is to make you understand that the reason for these geopolitical miscommunications is the practice of transliterating, whether it be face-to-face or virtual. And here we're concerned with virtual. The examples I've given you so far come from digital platforms such as Weibo, WeChat, WhatsApp, and so on. And here you can see an example from the financial world where the same thing is true.
Africa,
the University of Hong Kong, where I was employed, saw dramatic changes, and these are not new to the audience. We saw multiple initiatives. In 2019, I was in Livingston at the time of much of the activity that is depicted in this slide was taking place. And throughout the year, I was often asked by people at UNESCO what was going on in Hong Kong, why were people out on the streets, what were the issues, and of course I was compelled to report my own experience in Hong Kong. But at the time of my visit to Livingston, Zambia, I was struck by the parallels between the historical roots of colonial literacy, language, education, the various types of socio-political phenomena that were within the linguistic realm that were relevant to both Hong Kong today and also Zambia in the past. But of course that extended to many other parts of the world that I visited. A couple of quick points to note here. I was also then much more interested in philology and the way that writing systems have evolved around the world, including in Central Asia, this classic Xi'an stele, which shows Arabic and Chinese characters representing the Nestorian Christian influence in China in the Tang dynasty. But the phenomenon that most struck me during that year was the incredible use of Latin script in Cantonese. The process of using Latin script, Roman letters, to write Cantonese is so exceptional that it really just proves my point about the practice of transliterating and the geopolitical consequences. The use of Roman characters enabled WhatsApp and Telegram and other media to be harnessed during the movements that we saw occur from 2014, in fact. But I will conclude by distinguishing again my concept of transliterating from translanguaging. This is critical because translanguaging refers to the spoken language environment and is formalized as a teaching practice, particularly in teaching second languages. Transliterating, on the other hand, is a perfectly normal practice that we observe across different geopolitical regions can be formalized and codified in education, but it's relevant to text only. Now, I hope I've demonstrated to you the significance of transliterating, as I keep stressing, a perfectly normal, if you like, unexpected, unremarkable linguistic practice. But the point I wish to leave you with is that in order for us to reduce barriers between communication, we must appreciate the semiotic level of understanding between text. Verbatim text translation is not enough. Here is a summary of my concept, transliterating, and also some impact upon post-COVID environments. And here are my conclusions from the material that I have presented to you today. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm very happy to take questions, and we'll hand now back to the chair.
Thank you, Professor Brendan, for your very interesting and quick presentation. I think you would have, can you please show again the conclusions so that the participants can have a look at it, because I don't think they would be able to catch them.
Of course. I think there is a question.
Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. Now, let us move to the last presentation of this session. It will be the next presenter is Jael de Graaf. He is Senior Research Fellow and also Senior Research Fellow from Friske Academy, Netherlands. And he is an eminent expert on endangered languages. So now I request him to make his presentation. His presentation will be on digital information about the endangered languages of Russia.
Okay, thank you very much.
Professor Graaf.
I also sent a video to the organizers, and I should like to have that, if possible. Я хотел показать этот фильм, который я послал. Неделю тому назад я послал маленький фильм, и я хотел бы это показать.
I just sent a week ago a small video. I would like to.
No, that's not the one.
No.
Good afternoon. I am an experimental psychologist.
No, that's not the one. It's one about the presentation. The name is the name of the conference, and it is a presentation about the work we are doing in endangered languages, and in particular also the endangered languages of Khanty-Mansiysk. I'm telling you something. I'll tell you something about the Mansi language, where we found old recordings and old data, and it would be very nice if you could show the film, for it contains a lot of information which I'm not able to show you when I have to directly address myself to you. So please have this film shown to me, to the audience. There is a film with the name of the conference, which I sent to the organizers about 2 weeks ago. And as I said, it contains about our work in the Mercator Center, which is related to the minorities of Europe, but we have also projects on the languages of Russia, in particular the Nenets language of Yamal. And in the future, we also hope to produce similar kind of dossiers on the Khanty and the Mansi language. We have collaboration with the people in Hungary, for you might know that the Mansi and the Khanty language are related.
Дорогой Тир, сейчас попробуем разобраться с
Dear
презентацией.
Trier, now we are trying to find this video, this presentation.
Если есть такая возможность, пожалуйста, пока начните.
Can you start, if you don't mind? I have started, but I would like to show this material to everybody.
Это фильм, который
This movie, this video, has the title of the conference, and I would like to tell about the results of our work about the endangered languages and the languages in Khanty-Mansiysk region. C language, we have a very good cooperation with our colleagues in Budapest because Khanty-Mansi are the closest languages to the languages of the Uyghur languages. And we have another project which is called Praisna, which is the ancient Dutch book, which was published in 18th century, where we for the first time showed all the maps, which is called Northern Eastern Tataria. For the Dutch people and all European people, it was a terra incognita, and they published a lot of materials about the languages spoken in Tataria. And we tried to translate this book from the old ancient Dutch language into Russian language, and we published this Russian translation of this book 10 years ago. You can find the data, digital data for all these materials which are contained in this book. 2 years ago, we published a book where we described all these languages, Siberian languages, and we also established the whole database for all these materials. The next stage of my work is the work with the Pushkin's house. It's a big archive situated in St. Petersburg, where we have a big collection of all records. And 20 years ago, we started reconstructing all these recordings, converting it in digital format. So we published digital forms of these books, catalogs, and I believe it was interesting for the people who spoke these languages. It showed how a century ago people spoke, what words they used, how the culture looked like. That's the next topic of this work. And then I would like to demonstrate to you the results of our work, which is called Palace. Palace was a scientist who worked during the Catherine the Great in St. Petersburg, and he collected materials of and examples of many languages existing in the world. That was the first, so to say, dictionary of these languages, and this dictionary was put into the basis of the databases containing 1,000 words in digital format, which showed all these definitions, 300 definitions of these words, parts of the body, materials, and so on and so forth. All they were collected in 300 languages. We created a database. We are working using this database, and I would like to show you in my slides how it is shown or demonstrated in Mansi language. It consists of 7 dialects: Logu, Ostia,
старые русские названия. И мы хотим
old
каким-то образом
denominations. So we would like to use these materials in our work to explore various dialects. Sorry for interrupting you. We are prepared to show the video.
Colleagues, I should like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference. And in my presentation, I want to
благодарить организаторов за приглашение на выступить на этой конференции.
In relation to the endangered languages of Russia.
И рассказать, и представить информацию в отношении исчезающих языков в России. Очень плохо слышно.
Мы будем говорить. Очень плохо слышно. The two projects related to Witsen and Pallas. And the last part of the talk will be related to the work we have been doing in the last 20 years in the field of sound recordings. I'm a fellow of the MacArthur Center, where we are working on projects in relation to in the map. The main minorities of languages are here indicated, but since recently we also have languages in Russia, in particular the Nenets, Khanty and Selkup language in Yamal. These publications, the so-called regional dossiers, are providing a lot of information about this topic, and here we edit them not only in English but also in the work is also on the internet. It's in the database.
Hello, may I request those who are in the hall switch off their microphones? Please switch off your microphones. Hello. Please switch off your microphones, please.
The topic is the recent project, which is related to an old book about North and East Tartary. Tartary was the name for the whole part of East Eurasia, the Russian Empire in that time was situated. Here you see the author of the book, it's Nicholas Witsen. He was the mayor of Amsterdam, and he had a lot of contact with Peter the Great when Peter the Great visited our country. And through these contacts with the Russian important people, could collect a lot of material which he published in his book. One of the things which he published was a very large map of the part of the world which was very much unknown until that time, and he also put a few nice illustrations in the book. Here is one of the front pages, and
Вадим, проверьте, пожалуйста, у вас включен английский канал.
The interesting thing for us is the fact that more than 25
английский канал, чтобы вы слышали.
So, for instance,
Вы должны слышать.
Татьяна, can you hear me?
Включите английский.
Text of the law and we have been working on where the regions of Eurasia.
Хорошо, я поняла. Презентация у него на английском.
In this book you find
то, что говорят технические специалисты. Поскольку на русском не получается это услышать, попробуйте, пожалуйста, переключите на английский.
Татьяна, Татьяна, can you hear me?
Вот здесь мы видим картинку, которая была разработана нами.
There you have all the details, the original book, the translation, and many annotations.
Здесь мы видим и перевод, и аннотация этой книги, переведенные на разные языки. Здесь также содержится информация о различных языках. Плохо слышно его.
And the next part is also related
И
to historical books,
следующая часть также относится
which was
к
in the time of
написанию данной книги, которая была издана во времена Екатерины Великой.
There
Теперь он
is
пропал.
database of
И
many of the languages, not only the languages.
содержит ссылку и переводы на многие языки, не только на русский язык и другие языки России, но и также на
328 languages. Here you see, for instance,
другие языки, число которых составляет 328 языков. Первое издание этого словаря с переводами на различные языки также содержит перевод на несколько диалектов региона Ханты-Мансийск. Есть другой проект, который начался в 2020 году, который называется «Палос». Основные задачи этого проекта заключаются в систематическом сборе и составлении базы данных Палос. Кроме того, в этой базе данных производится сравнение различных исторических данных с другими сравнительными базами данных и также сравнивается с существующими на сегодняшний день языками. Мы давно сотрудничаем с Россией, начиная с 1992 года.
Located, and in the Pushkinski Dome, a lot of interesting historical recordings and monograms. The old are recorded. We started several projects to data on these data and produce a catalog of these data and have them available in the digital way. Here's the publication of the catalog. And one of the examples is a recording made by Wolfgang Steini, researcher who worked in Nigeria, who made recordings of the Santi Ossak language, and suddenly he had to leave Devon, leaving his recordings behind. He had a lot of written material, but the recordings on WIC cylinders stayed in Russia, and we were able to reconstruct them, put them in a digital database. So we have several of these programs. One program is the Endangered Archives program of the British Library, and they gave us financial support for two projects, which are published in this book. It's the result of 10 years of the in the book. We write a whole chapter on our work related to the reconstruction of material. One of the results is a large collection of sound recordings in private properties. So the private archives are can be very important, and they are certainly endangered if nothing happens. So what we do is collect this private material, and it's a total collection of more than 270 gigabytes of material on the various languages. Slide. I was able to combine the work in the archives with a few field trips we made to the Siberia, on the island, and my colleagues often work on. We have several projects with the local language. The Ainu language and looking language the people living in the northern Baltic. Sakhalin. We recorded the speakers of Leaf language, and in the present day situation is possible to share the new material in the recordings years ago. These these projects resulted in a few projects, a few publications, and a few first published in collaboration with the university, where Hidetoshi Shibarishi, a Japanese scholar who is known for his work in Sakhalin, he wrote a dissertation on PhD, and now he's continuing the work, and from time to time also visiting Sakhalin in order to continue. The foundation for Sakhalin includes is more or less the institution where we have databases available, digital library of a lot of literature and historical documents, so the people who have done research past hidden in the library, and also have access to recordings which can be used for purposes of local people who are still interested in young people who are.
It seems the presentation was stuck, and the voice of the presentation is very low. It's not audible.
Is an institution where we continue with Tanya, the colleagues. So I will finish here. I should like to thank you for your attention, and I'll stop sharing and also stop recording. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо за внимание. Я очень благодарен.
Hello. Tatiana, are you there?
Хорошо.
Professor Graf, sorry that your presentation stopped in the middle. And the voice is not audible, was not audible.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, but I cannot disconnect you. So maybe there is YouTube film, and maybe the YouTube presentation can be sent to the participants who are interested in the presentation.
Okay, would you like to make conclusions? Any conclusions? Mr. Graf, would you like to make any conclusions?
Yes, maybe in English. The conclusion is that and that's also related to the foregoing talk. It's very important to have not only written material but also recorded material from sound recording, which give a picture of the language as it was spoken 100 years ago, and you can compare it with the present day situation. And the historical document we are now studying, our document, has about 300 languages, in more than 250 concepts, which we should like to describe, and everybody who is interested can get access to the database. So I would like to ask the organizers to send the video to the people who are interested in the topic of this. And in particular, my colleague in Khanty-Mansis who are interested in the material we make available on the historical data of the Khanty and the Mansi language.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Graf, for your.
Sorry. No, I'm sorry for the confusion that I started in Russian, but there is something mixing up with the translator. So I hope from the picture clear enough what we are doing. And I once again thank the organizers for nice opportunity.
But the thing is that now also,
where they have very good memories. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but now also your voice was not audible. There was a break in your voice. I think there is a audio problem there at your end. Anyhow, I think we have seen the presentation in English, and now we have very little time for discussion on the presentations. But we can take, I think, with the permission of the organizers, we can take quickly 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, and we will start with Anuradha, who has raised her hand. Okay, Anuradha, please be very brief so that others can also participate in the discussion.
Thank you
the
very
time
much.
is very short.
Sure, definitely. Thank you very much, Professor Rao, for giving me the opportunity. I think the presentation, I was reacting to the presentation of Professor Weeks, but meanwhile, I have already sent him my question. We've been having a discussion, so perhaps I'll just leave the floor to him if he wishes to make remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm very delighted to have this conversation. We've been back chatting. And I just wanted to make a couple of quick points. The first one is my talk was very rapid, and I apologize for that. So some of my points were not clearly conveyed. But I'm very happy for the organizers to share my recorded PPT with everybody, so you can look at it at your leisure and maybe ask me questions at another time. So I'm sure that will be possible moving forward, and I will be delighted to have further conversations. Thank you so much. I guess the outcome of the conversation we've been having offline is that one point to make about the work in transliterating is we feel, I think both of us, I'm sorry if I'm speaking for you, and the idea that to look at the endangered language issue without considering literacy and more specifically writing systems, and very much more specifically transliterating, is a mistake. And I would like to advocate for greater discussion at UNESCO, first of all. And I'm so grateful to Evgeny and other colleagues at IFAP for giving the platform to show this point in the space, in the cyberspace. In other words, the issues are not specific to the cyberspace, but they're very, very easily understood, both in terms of the general population, policymakers, educationalists, if we consider the Information for All program and what it is you're trying to achieve in your work or have achieved. So I guess what I'm saying is that the overall issue of literacy, transliterating, and therefore translanguaging online is an issue that I think needs to be much more carefully assessed, both formally and informally. And I'm really grateful to the organizers of the conference for giving me the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Можно задать вопросы профессору Сулейманову.
Пожалуйста.
Can I ask a question to Professor Suleimanov, please? Yes, of course.
Искренне приветствую вас и готов.
Vladimir Anatolyevich, hello, and I'm ready to answer any of your questions. I have 4 questions. First, among 80 languages, I haven't seen Kazakh and Turkish language.
Обязательно он есть, я просто сказал.
Kazakh is there. Well, it's not in the list. Oh, you mean I have it on the slide? But Turkish language is so developed that
разрабатывают свой язык, и если они
they are developing their own language by themselves. If they want to cooperate with us, we are ready. And we are open. We have a very good contact with Istanbul University, with Professor Ishaf Adala, who is the co-chair of the international conference, which I have mentioned, which will take place in October in Tuva. Yeah, I know. we are participating or participated at this at the conference. What about your interaction from the point of view of Cyrillics and Latin? Technically, back in 2000, our institute has drafted the software backup for a Latin alphabet to be used vis-a-vis Tatar computer technology, I mean Tatar language computer technology. And at the end of the 90s, a law has been adopted in Tatars to switch to Latin alphabet. But due to certain reasons, it didn't happen. But in Tatarstan, during 1 year in educational centers, Latin together with Cyrillics, Latin alphabet together with Cyrillics was used as an alphabet, which after it has been tested was expected to be used as a main alphabet, but it didn't happen. But we've been ready, and technologically we've developed everything. Sorry, excuse me. We don't have much time. We don't have more time. That's why let's stop it here. Let's finish it here. We'll continue interacting personally.
And also, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Now the floor is given to Vincent for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rao. Do you all hear me? All okay?
Yeah.
Yes, perfect. So many thanks. We'll go very swift as we don't have much time. I'm very happy to present the next session, which is focused on multilingualism and ICTs. The speakers are the following. Professor Vladislav Knoll from the Czech Republic, the Institute of Slavonic Studies and the Czech Academy of Sciences. Then we have also Professor Gilvan Mula de Oliveira from the Federal University of Santa Catarina in Brazil, and the head of the UNESCO Chair on Language Policies for Multilingualism. Hola, Gilvan. With the title ICTs and Multilingualism in Remote Education, the New Strategies for Internationalization and Cooperation. Then also from Brazil, Professor Claudio Menezes from the University of Brasilia. And then finally, we'll have our friend and one of the minds of this event, Mr. Evgeny Kuzmin, the chair of the Russian Committee of UNESCO Information for All program and also president of the International Library Cooperation Center. As Professor Rao said before, around 12 to 15 minutes each. Please be on time so that it will make my task as the moderator much easier. We can start with the first presentation. Professor Knoll, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Спасибо. Спасибо, я начну, я буду говорить.
Thank you. I will start. I will speak Russian, but my presentation is in English. Let me switch to my presentation. I hope you can see it. Dear colleagues, in my presentation, I will tell you about
Меня хорошо слышно?
Отлично.
Прекрасно. Да. Я поговорю об изменениях в сетевой.
I will speak about linguistic change presently due to the use of digital technologies. Before coming to linguistic change, one should think why this technology is used. The most important way how we use why we use it is the communication. We can do it via email, social media, chat, instant messaging. It could include communication inside certain communication like social networks or self-presentation in any kind of text. The second way how we use information technology is looking for information like news, product, service information, or exploring new subjects of interest. Another reasons why we use digital, it's entertainment, watching video, shopping, working, education, etc. I skip this. One can find a lot of materials on the internet which allow you to develop your linguistic ability and skills. I'm talking about open resources, textbooks, dictionaries, literary works, in particular classical literature, which are outside, which are not covered by copyright. One can also develop one's skills is online lessons or lecture or conferences. One can practice its linguistic skills by creating a text and could react to the opinion of the readers. Now, how the present language was affected by digital interaction. One of the most important shifts is you can use more written text than oral communication. Written text has been replacing. Why? Because of economy. To send a brief SMS or via electronic email, it's much faster than just phone call, and you can save certain space and time in your office. Written communication also allows you to get a feedback immediately. And the result of such behavior is the spread of certain features of oral communication into a written one, partly time-bound, spontaneous, loose structure, etc. It also replaced hand typewriting, which affected the behavior of those who are writing. Because in digital world, one can do anything, anytime. You can change everything, anything before sending it. Well, those the writers start writing and thinking at the same time. Efficiency economies are more important than the form itself. And the technological support is omnipresent, spell checking tool available, automatic word completion, and development of speech recognition. Those applications allow you to pay your attention to the text itself, because soft could help you in other aspects. Certain characteristics have to do with technical characteristics of previous technologies. Like, for example, using Latin letters without diacritics available. It has to do with the position of English language starting from early ages as a dominating language of digital equipment. And it was the only possibility. Then Unicode development made it possible to develop other letter systems. But use of Latin letters is faster and cheaper, for example, in SMS. And the benefit of using simple letters in computer space actually make it less important, make local languages less important, and romanization of languages using long-letter script was also in the center of attention. Limited number of characters of the text is also present in social media. We see truncating of the text. It makes it possible to be shorter in your interaction. Now, creation of new speak, digital speak. In literature, it is called net speak or digitalect, according to other sources. Digital speak exists in all languages used in digital space. They are studied on the basis of their use on different platforms. For example, email, instantaneous email, SMS. One can distinguish three types: informal, formal, and in between. Informal. Characteristic for social networks. It's creative, variable. One can find dialects of small groups. Formal group should correspond to the standard language because it is used in business type of communication, in social or state organizations. In certain states, these kind of languages are regulated by law. Business, electronic mails also follow there are certain rules. There are certain terms and abbreviations, etc., etc. Now, briefly, I'd like to characterize main features of informal written language. For example, spelling. In digital area, impact of pronunciation, experiment, creativity, uncertainty, certain letters are lacking. And these letters are replaced by uppercode of symbols, and abbreviations are there. Repertoire of these abbreviations could be different. We can see for occasional use or use by certain group of people or international abbreviations from English language. The presence of diacritics, punctuation, and capital letters, omitting or mixing. For example, letters instead of other characters. The grammar could be simplified. It does not affect the text from the point of view of its understanding. Now, vocabulary. Slang is used, dialects are used as well as English loan words in phonetic transcription. Neologisms are there, mostly calques, occasionalisms. What is more interesting is the elements of oral speech. Thus, intonations are reflected. For example, when they repeat certain letters, they use emoticons, emoji, etc. So the writer could show the picture of what he or she is having in mind. To communicate using pictures. So we see they see the increase of visualization, pictures instead of long text, especially Instagram. Meta marking is another element, commenting, correcting the previous, connecting the previous text with the present text. What possible consequences of the use of digital speech? It depends on whether you can distinguish different areas of its use. The habit not to follow rules of written speak because they are not needed here could lead to lack of certainty, and this uncertainty is could be overcome by the software which you have to write correctly, etc. And people using navigation software cannot orient themselves without the softwares. Now, how the digital gadgets are used in looking for information. Requirements of the online resources of information should be easy, quick, accessible, visual, uninterrupted, new feeds, real-time reporting. The topics should correspond to your need, to what he or she wants, or could really to show or to the desire to share information with friends via social media. An important characteristic of this is uninterrupted news feed. Thus, browsers and social media offer new information. From the linguistic point of view, one should understand that source could be anything with different knowledge of language. Quite often, an automatic translation is offered. Via translating into English. Recently, we've seen the possibility to read certain tests automatically, and including the content and automatic summary of long tests, which is observed from my point of view. The English language role in digital space. To this we should pay special attention because it is of a dominant nature which affects other language users. Increase of understanding of English, and a lot of words from English go to other languages. English is less understandable all over the world because for many users of English language, it's not the mother tongue. The internet is filled with text written by non-native English speakers, which affects English language. It is open for impact of other languages on the syntaxis and lexical level. Each of us have seen international words which have been borrowed from English, but false interpreted. And there is a tendency to regularization and simplification of different variants of English language, which could lead to a lack of clear understanding due to the fact that there are a lot of English texts not verified. Non-native English speakers could face a danger of drastic change of users. So possible consequences: change of relationship with the consumer. Consumer becomes a client or a user, and those who write try to attract users. They create new texts without actually verifying the text from the point of view of linguistic norms. Or this work is done by supporting technology. And as to the stylistic processing, here a lot of applications are used, but they cannot do it 100%. One can find any text in internet and access it immediately. That's why instead of paper books, internet is used. The habit to find in a fast fashion any kind of information could lead to the situation when a human being won't be able to understand complicated texts, and such approach to written language could result in degradation of linguistic culture. So one shall think about the general characteristic of linguistic changes which could happen due to the fact that digital environment is used constantly and is viewed as a new resource, information resource, which is replacing written tests. It could lead to increase of variation in languages, graphic and lexical. It could lead to decrease of the actively used forms. especially in vocabulary. Well, stylistic difference between different genres and texts could be reduced. So the digital revolution could lead to an opposite effect, comparing to previous technological revolution, which was based on book printing. Thank you for your attention.
Да, это все.
That's it.
Is our colleague Vincent there? So I think I begin my presentation. Maybe our colleague Vincent is not there. It's okay? So our colleagues from Cape Verde are using the expression boas horas, good hours, for greeting people that are in different time zones, like it's our case. So good hours to everybody. I would like to focus today the process of internationalization of universities. As you know, internationalization of higher education is one of the most central policies in universities, at least since the last 25 years. And the flow of students from one country to other became a mass movement. We had almost 6 million students going abroad in 2019. And with the increasing number of university students, this number could become more and more important. What happened is that on one side, very few languages are used for higher education in the world, maybe not more than 1% of languages. At least I would like to say 60 languages. On the other side, most of the university systems of the world are monolingual in important languages like Chinese, English, Russian, Indonesian, or Portuguese. Brazil has the 6th bigger population of students in the world, and our universities are 99.99% in Portuguese. But at the same time, as you know, the movement for English-only policies are spreading through think tanks like OECD countries, World Bank, International Monetary Fund, and other agencies that develop most of the concepts for internationalization that our universities were using before pandemics. What happens is that pandemics brought a disruption in this internationalization process and forced universities going to remote learning, what brought many changes and many impacts in the lives of students and lecturers, and accelerated use of new technologies. So the use of new technologies for higher education is highly different from country to country. And even inside OECD countries, like this graphic shows, the difference is huge, especially in the the initial phases of education and initial phases of higher education. So we are living a very differentiated process in using technologies in higher education. But in fact, the true impact or disruption of education is yet to arrive using ICTs and artificial intelligence, as say scholars in the area. We have not reached this point. And what I would like to suggest in this presentation is that we should try out different models of remote education, and then we are going to see how artificial intelligence could be used more properly. Some scholars assert that we could be exposed to risks of digital transformation without reaping its full benefits if we don't have adequate policies for education. The impact of artificial intelligence in education can reach almost all areas of education: pedagogical, informational, communicative, and administrative processes. And of course, for the use of the artificial intelligence, we must have a clear vision of how to reorganize the teaching so that digital strategies can be used. I just want to bring one example that we had the opportunity to try out this semester. It was a course on multilingualism and translation in a graduate course for translation studies in our university. And for this course, we used an online methodology and were able to get 10 times more students than normal. Normally, this discipline has 10 students. We got 102 enrolled students from 11 countries. And we could develop a methodology we call OMIP, courses online, multilingual, multidisciplinary, interinstitutional, and pluricontinental. For lecturers and students, we use the base of the UNESCO Chair on Language Policies for Multilingualism, what shows the power of using established a network for internationalizing education. So we got 14 different professors, lecturers from this network, and these professors spoke 4 different languages. We had immediately a multilingual environment with 4 languages: French, Portuguese, Spanish, and English. And about the half of the students were Brazilians, and the half of the students were from other 10 countries. The second one was India. So a course like that make it possible to get an internationalization environment impossible to reach in normal presential education. And students were speakers of 23 different languages. Using the opportunity because Brazil is one of the 22 countries in the world that has higher education free of charge. From 200 countries in the world, only 22 have higher education free of charge. The interesting structure of multilingualism among students is that 70% spoke English, 70% spoke Portuguese, 50% spoke Spanish, and 20% spoke French. From 5 to 10% spoke Hindi, Russian, Indonesian, and Arabic, and all other languages were spoken by less than 3% of the students. Only 5.5% of the students were speakers of the 4 teaching languages of the course. Although our colleague Hamel from Mexico proposed a 3-language model for Latin America, for higher education in Latin America, dividing production, teaching, and circulation of knowledge, and proposing special use of Portuguese and Spanish for science production, Portuguese, Spanish, and English for teaching, and many other languages for circulation, we chose to use French as well because we got many students from African countries that speak French but are not able to speak English. Using these languages, where we were able to include many Brazilian students that do not speak English, many Spanish students that do not speak English or Portuguese, and many French students that do not speak English, what shows a huge number of people that can be included if we use multilingual structure for teaching. So the context of teachings could immediately include research made in 9 different countries, and it includes an interesting publication policy, because immediately from one course like that, with professors from different environments, we are able to publish an interesting international book on the experience of each country. Sign language was included as well, so many people could see or hear for the first time Brazilian sign language used as translation strategy for this discipline. Professor spoke 4 different languages. The PowerPoint was in English and Portuguese, and informal strategies for translation were used during the presentations. Chat was used for remarks on content for people that were not understanding the language of the professors. And we were able to make a research with the behavior, from the behavior of students, confrontating with multilingual strategies. So, for example, if we ask students for their position related to multilingualism, about 42% thinks the use of many languages make difficult the understanding of content. And not all of them try to read the texts that are in other languages, but 66% tried strategies for finding a solution for this problem. To make a course like that make possible now, to go to a second step, we prepare a second course in the next semester, and Professor Vicent, that is our coordinator, is one of the responsibles in the University of Pompeu Fabra in Barcelona. And so we are going to include the discussion in the preparation of the course, how artificial intelligence can be used now that we get some experience in multilingual remote education, so that we can transform step by step monolingual solutions in multilingual solutions, and include more and more important repertoire of languages. My suggestion, my recommendation in this case, is that we should try out models of multilingual communication in education for accelerating actions to promote digital wellness, for horizontal internationalization and productive interaction, and mapping context for the application of artificial intelligence. My point is that we are not sure from what can happen after the end of pandemics, what will stay from remote education, how it will evolve. So try out different models can help us to give the next steps in the internationalization. And of course, I would assert the interesting value of horizontal internationalization to constitute other kinds of networks in the world for collaborative work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gilvan. Sorry, my internet went down before and I wasn't able to give you the floor. Very interesting presentation about language.
Vicent, switch your phone. We can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. Now can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I was saying before, the apologies because my internet went down when I had to give the floor to Professor Gilvan de Oliveira. Very interesting presentation about the importance of languages in higher education, the new model proposed and put forward by Professor Müller, and the new models of multilingualism in education, which hopefully we will all be working together along with his university. Now, thank you, Professor Müller. Now we have the next presentation. Claudio Menezes from the University of Brasilia. Please, Claudio, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vincent. I will share my presentation. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Oops. Can you see my presentation?
Perfect.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, let me only switch it. Let me just start it here. So, good morning. Nice to be here with you. I will switch my cell to warn me. This is another initiative under the UNESCO chair for multilingualism. And I will speak about the use of a natural language toolkit for study of Brazilian indigenous languages. Oops, no, it's not working. What is happening? We intend to talk about an introduction, initiatives for digital inclusion of Brazilian indigenous languages, indigenous language and literature laboratory, applying foreign language, in short AFL, a BSc, corpus linguistics and natural language toolkit, Cubeo, a Tucanoan language, and then a short presentation of this new project that we are launching here, and some conclusions. So I will start by launching a question. Is there a need for a framework or a paradigm or a model for securing indigenous languages in the digital world? Well, there are many statistics about this. The last Brazilian census states that we have in Brazil 274 languages, 307 ethnies. Our Professor Ariondala Igni Rodrigues states in a paper that we had in Brazil 1,273 languages in Brazil when Portuguese arrived in 1,500 DC, and in 213 we had 199 languages. But the fact is that there is a certain lack of consensus on those statistics. But there is more or less accepted that we have in Brazil 41 language families, 2 linguistic branches, and 10 isolated languages. While language vitality cyberspace is still very weak, there are some initiatives thanks to a complementary work among linguists and computer scientists. As examples, we have the Kaingang language, which is more or less well represented in the cyberspace, and other initiatives such as Press House and Digital Library Court Nimi and Aju, and also a very interesting work done by Tübingen University, which is the Tupian language resources related to the Tupian languages, as an example. We in our university we have indigenous language and literature laboratory. I will not talk too much about this, but it's important to know that this laboratory has been for many years working in studying indigenous languages. And we also have, as some of you know, an applied foreign language BSc, where I have been working, and I am using our T-shirt of our fourth symposium on multilingualism in cyberspace, when some of you have been participating. And this BSc degree has, is suitable for those interested in learning foreign language from the perspective of its use to reinforce or inclusion of new languages in, I have a problem here, let me see if I can switch it down. Yeah. Is suitable for those interested in learning foreign language from the perspective of its use in areas such as the enforcement or inclusion of new language in the digital world, terminology, audiovisual translation, international conference organization, linguistic census, creation of dictionaries, among others. It's essential to highlight that the readiness to act in multicultural and multilingual environments is a significant criteria on the new course. Students have a wide range of research and extension activities throughout their graduation. And now I came to the core of my subject, because we are trying to combine corpus linguistic, which is the study of real life language use and the methodology, rather than an aspect of language requiring explanation or description. In a series of influential publications, Chomsky helped to change the direction of linguistics away from empiricism and towards rationalism, as many of you are aware. And in our AFL BSc, there are relevant disciplines to this topic, which are language and programming, and methods and techniques applied to multilingualism, in addition to multilingualism in cyberspace and the fundamental of information society, to give a very short example. And in LTK, Natural Language Toolkit, is one of the major software environments to work with human language data. It provides easy-to-use interface to over 50 corpora and lexical resources, such as WordNet, along with a suite of text processing libraries for classification, tokenization, streaming, tagging, parsing, and semantic reasoning, wrappers for industrial strength in LP libraries, and active discussion forum. However, there is no corpora in indigenous language in LTK, to my knowledge. There are some in Portuguese, but not in Brazilian indigenous languages. And now I wish to talk a little bit about our project, which the focus on the Cubeo language. Cubeo language is ethnic living mainly along the Volpes, Cudiar, and the Querari rivers in the northwestern part of the Volpes River in Brazilian Amazon. The majority, about 5,000, live in southeastern Colombia in the department of Volpes. Another 200 approximately live on the other 8 minutes of my talk, living the other side of the border with Brazil. The Cubeo language belongs to the Tucanoan linguistic family. According to comparative studies of the Tucanoan language, it has both phonological and lexical similarities with the Western and Eastern Tucanoan language, and therefore should be classified in the Middle Tucanoan category. The percentage of Cubeos who speak Spanish is 5% to 10% in the children between 5 and 12 years old, from 50% to 70% in adults, and from 15 to 20% in the elderly. The Cubeus marry Cubeus from other factories, which is a concept that they have in this community, in which there are three, or they marry people from non-Cubean phratries who live in their region. It's not uncommon to find Cubeus who speak 4 or 5 indigenous languages in addition to their own language. Oops, wow, no problem. On the screen, you have a mapping of Brazilian language. Cubeu is from the Tucanoan family, which down here on the screen, and these are the other families and language branches spoken in Brazil. This is the region where Cubeus live, the Volpes River. It's on the frontier of Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador. This is also the same. There are still some technical problems to process Cubeu texts because the language uses symbols not available in Portuguese. The following table presents the letters, phonetic symbols, and phonological symbols of the language. The spelling shown on slide 15 is based on the model developed by the linguist Simon Valencia in Colombia and spread mainly by the Cubeu of the Uapés and Cuduyari rivers. We adopted a practical form of writing that observed with Cubeu teachers and students from the Querari community in Brazil. The correspondence between letters, graphemes, and sounds, phone and phonemes, is presented next slide. Here is the letter and phonetic symbol and phonological symbol used by the Cubean people. And some of these characters are not available in Portuguese. So we have to find a solution for dealing with the Cubean corpus. Well, then I speak a little bit about our research project, which is in the beginning. We have a team with people from computer science and students from linguistics. And basically, we have 10 steps: literature research on Cubeu language, corpus linguistics, and the use of NLTK, the study of Tucanoan language Cubeu with emphasis on syntax, because we have an expert here, which is Professor Tiago Chacon, who did a PhD thesis in University of Hawaii at Manoa on the Cubeu language. There will be a work on programming language Python, study of corpus linguistics and the computational environment of NLTK, study of the corpus readers available in NLTK. This is another technical development because NLTK has no corpus and no corpus reader for Cubeu. The specification and programming of Cubeu corpus in Python, testing the functioning of the corpus reader and the specification of experiments in NLTK environment, conducting the experiments, use of NLTK functionalities, tokenization, lemmatization, post-tagging, analysis of the experiment results, and writing of a scientific article. As a matter for conclusion, we could explain that preliminary essays on exploring an indigenous language corpus in a computational environment. Number one, the project will give opportunity to generalize the project finds to other indigenous languages, particularly those that are studied by our LALI laboratory. And it will be also a contribution to the co-official language policy, which is public policy in some cities and towns in Brazil to have co-official languages in the municipality. To my knowledge, we have 18 municipalities who already have co-official language policies in Brazil. So, just to finish, I would say that perhaps this project is a shift from applied foreign language into all, where AFL is applied foreign language and ACL equals to applied local language. Well, it might be. I don't know. Let's see if the project will bring to the expected results. And I thank you again for the opportunity of speaking in this very important conference. And I will be ready to reply your questions. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Claudio, for your presentation. Very interesting and very complimentary. We will now give the floor to the final presentation. Evgeny Kuzmin, please, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
265 языках
265 languages and dialects. That's the result. The languages and the dialects. Linguists know the joke. What's the difference between language and the dialect? Language is a dialect with an army. If an army has an ethnic group, then it's a language. If there is no army, then it's still a dialect. There are languages of small ethnic groups which have a lot of dialects. For example, there is a language in Russia, 15,000 persons speak this language or dialect, but they don't live together close to each other, and they use 6 different dialects, and they cannot agree upon themselves what kind of dialogue should be chosen as a basis for creation of literature, language of literature. And thus the language of this ethnic group cannot be developed because officially it has not been approved. And few persons just speak, or dozens of persons speak each of these 6 dialects, and they cannot agree upon themselves. So an outside arbiter, judge, is needed who speaks all these 6 dialects and who do not belong to this ethnic group, and there is only one such person. And I spoke with this expert, and he told me, I will never express my opinion which dialogue should be chosen for language of the literature, written language. I will not, I don't want to spoil my relations with all this ethnic group. So out of the 265 languages recognized by our government, they do not include languages of migrant communities, migrants from other countries. And one can argue whether according to because to political reasons, shall we include languages of former Soviet republics, because their representatives still live in Russia, but not all of them would like to that their languages be called as a languages of the national groups living in Russia. So we can cooperate linguistically with Indonesia, Nigeria, India, Brazil, and with other countries where there are a lot of languages present and which accumulate rich experience in maintaining these languages. In Russia, we distinguish one language from another on the basis of the number of people speaking this or that language. For example, we have more than 5 million Tatars living in Russia, about 8 million of Tatars all over the world, and this is the biggest language after Russian in my country. Of course, Tatar language has all necessary tools which are needed, and it has a lot of possibilities to be maintained and conserved. There are languages spoken by just dozens of people, and the possibility of maintaining them in the distant future are rather slim. Well, all in all, in the world, there are roughly 7,000 languages, and according to UNESCO, for pessimistic forecast, 90% will not be there by the end of 21st century, and there are forecasts saying that in 200 years there will be only few languages left in the world, just a dozen of them, or probably just 2, English and Chinese. The linguistic picture of the world keeps changing. Russian and English language 100 years ago, the same number of people spoke Russian and English 100 years ago. Now, 5 times more people speak English than Russian. It has to do with the disintegration of the Soviet Union. First, the world system of socialism,
And second, 200 years ago, in Great Britain, they concluded that the most important domination tool and influence tool in the world is the English language. And today, if you walk along Moscow street, almost on each street you will see the advertising of English language training courses, English first, and you will see nothing like that on Russian. In Vietnam, 30 years ago, Russian language was the first foreign language studied by 99% of school kids and university students. Presently, 99% of Vietnamese school kids and university students, they study English as their first foreign languages. And as to other foreign languages, their share is total share is just 1%. French, Portuguese, Spanish, Russian, Chinese, other African, European, and Asian languages, their share is 1% in Vietnam. That's how rapidly the picture is changing. Today we are entering into the 10 years, which is declared as the 10 years of indigenous languages declared by UNESCO. Well, recently the attention which is paid to local languages, indigenous languages all over the world has increased, and in many countries, this issue is viewed as a very important issue for the survival of these countries. Not only their languages, but for the country itself. Same could be said about Russia. Language, what does it mean in the wide sense of this word? Why they're important? They're depository of long knowledge. They're unique tools for describing the life around us. They represent historical experience of nations. That's the main tool to exchange information between people, between generations, nations, and states. Probably the most important tool which impacts our mood, our conscious, subconscious, our mind, and it affects our reaction. It affects how we evaluate what is going on, what kind of decisions we are taking, and how we behave ourselves. The importance of a language has to do with the fact that they are used as a tool of manipulation, cultural, economic domination, identity change, not only of certain people, but the entire nations. In Russia, we can see it in Ukraine, for example, around Russia. Language is very valuable for those who speak this or that language and who actually linked with ancestors who actually created these languages, as well as a good channel for interaction with other nations. And it makes it clear that linguistic diversity issues should be discussed more actively, more frequently in a wider context of historical, political, economic, social, cultural, ethic, psychological, educational, and other problems which exist now and which will appear all over the world or locally. They should be discussed not only by linguists, but by other experts as well. Presently, we are witnessing cardinal changes in the EKT areas, and it's a very important area where they are generated, approved, and imposed, and imposing of notions in different languages. And we know that our ICT area and control of this area is monopolized and is concentrated in not only technological giants, but also it is dominated by few dozens of the richest families of the world, which own these technological giants. We have mentioned already that today, for the first time in our history, global public information space environment is covered by the entire planet. But the majority of people living in this planet, they are not well educated, they are not well experienced, they more often than not do not know rules and grammar of their own language, and they are rather primitive in expressing their ideas using minimum of words. But content created by these people globally is spreading and is visible for a long time, thus creating a burden for well-structured languages. I am, unlike linguistic liberals, see here a huge linguistic danger, because all over the world we can see that the critical approach of in our mentality is reduced, etc. Presently, we are witnessing fake news, post-truth, and things like that. We mentioned already that the speed of changes is so high that the community, the society has no time, has no toolbox to analyze what is going on and to forecast what will happen in the future. And attempts to analyze or describe the realities is reduced by using obsolete approaches and models, and more often than not, irrelevant topics are used. Professor Belchenkov from Kiev University, she mentioned that we have no terminology, vocabulary to describe what is going on. We use obsolete terms or new terminology taken from English language, and translation from English into other languages has no meaning. And for example, what does it mean, post-truth or fake news and deep fake news? What does it mean? Why can we say lie? For me, it's just lie. Deep fake news is just lie. How do we call in English when in England or US they stop the printing machine when they print dollars, which cause inflation all over the world? Printing dollars which are not supported by anything. In English, it is called quantitative easing. Quantitative easing. But simple, common persons cannot understand what does it mean, quantitative easing. They just know printing money. That's how they cover real meaning by this terminology. Well, language could create truthful and not so real notions expressed in your own language, foreign language, and these languages affect your mentality. They play a huge role and will play even greater role when it comes to restarting of modern Western capitalism. General, total, and global digitalization creates new reality beneficial for power elites, old power elites, and for new technological elites. Whether other people will support this notion, well, emerging countries, for example, in Asia, Southeast Asia, whether they agree with it or not, I doubt. And besides, I'm sure that today text textual contact is replaced by pictures and images, which are replacing a written text. This is a challenge for the entire civilization. What will be the result of this civilization shift when written texts are replaced by images and pictures, which are replacing rational thinking? During this 10 years of minority languages, we will stress the importance of languages of minority, because the number of minority groups are reducing. For example, if you have 300 persons in an ethnic group and only 3 of them speaks the indigenous language, or just 1 of them, how one can maintain this kind of language if nobody out of this group does not want to don't want to teach this language? If people don't want to maintain their ethnic group pure and crystal clear, how they could marry each other? It's not happening. And thus these ethnic groups are assimilating with larger ethnic groups or dominating ethnic groups. Outside this 10 years of minority languages, we see, say, languages in between. Languages spoken by thousands of persons, up to tens of millions of persons. These languages are driven outside of education framework in Asia and Africa. They include even languages of ancient literature, which has long-standing history. What is the threat associated with this? It means that in 2 or 3 generations, these languages will be oral languages, and a written form of language, such languages will be lost. And now, a couple of words about languages which are not threatened by anything. State languages of independent countries. They have everything: education, culture, science, political life, mass media, and there are just 200 countries all over the world like that. And for half of these countries, state language is the language of former metropolis: Spanish, Portuguese, English, or French. That's why less than 100 people, less than 100 languages are not threatened by anything. So what is going on globally in politics, business, higher education, tourism, advertising? So if we analyze the situation there, we will see that even the biggest European languages like Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, German, French, Russian, and big languages in India, in Africa, they are shadowed by English language. Everything is, what is happening in English. Education is done in English. It's understandable why, because to study many languages, it's expensive and difficult and rather complicated. But this idea of multilingualism in education should be supported by us. We should include in this educational sphere not only English, but also big languages with long-standing historical literature. Today, Professor Shirokov said that 5,000 years ago, the God punished the human being humanity, which decided to build Babylon Tower. And so he mixed all languages in the world. But I can see how we can understand each other perfectly speaking only English. And if we have just English and that's it, or just Portuguese or Chinese and that's it, or two languages like that, I believe that it will generate a lot of problems, serious problems for the humanity. And probably the social consequences could be compared with what had happened 5,000 years ago when instead of one language, multitude of languages appeared. And this multilingualism could be reduced by a fraction of languages. And coming to an end of my presentation, I'd like to say, me, if I'm UN, I will declare 10 years of all languages and not the only the 10 years of minority or indigenous languages. Thank you for your attention.
Very much. Thank you very much, Evgeny, for this interesting presentation. All of them very interesting, complimentary. We are running out of time. I don't know if anybody would like to pose any question to any of the four speakers. Please raise your hand if so.
I have a question for Professor Kuzmin.
Right. We have one question. Could you please say your name out loud?
Vladimir Shirokov, Ukraine, Kiev.
All right.
Vladimir Shirokov, Ukraine, Kiev.
All right. Okay. From Ukraine, please, you have the floor.
Вопрос с Украины.
Yes. To Professor Kuzmin.
To Professor Kuzmin. You said that the title of your presentation is that all languages are not feeling well. But why they should good? But why should they should well? We've mentioned the Babylon syndrome. It's a global negative factor. Whether we approach it from the divergent point of view, convergent point of view, first and second. Everybody knows. Idea which has been expressed is a lie. In other words, language is an operator or a factotum of a lie. We've mentioned manipulations, fakes. So, third, there is a competition between languages which leads to linguistic animosity and linguistic wars. Language is a pretext for animosity between nations. Ethnic nations. If we take into account all these factors, on the one hand, we are trying to create a situation when all languages will feel well, but how one can assess this negative side of languages? What shall we do and how we can live in the future? It's an interesting question. How we shall live it's an interesting question, but to call me, I will tell you just in one word how we will live in the future. But now I'd like to say that there is no struggle between languages. There is struggle between economic elites. There is struggle between rich countries, well-to-do countries, which are trying to dominate all over the world. First of all, it's US. Second, it's Anglo-Saxon countries, five of them. And we can say that it's European Union, although in the European Union there are rather belligerent countries, there are peace-loving countries, there are small, weak countries, but small and weak countries. Among them, we can see very belligerent countries, although small and weak, and very peaceful countries. And small belligerent countries would like to. They actually advertise a war with Russia, like Baltic states. It's like when their politicians intervene, it's like people in the psychiatric ward. When they call upon starting war against Russia. So there are other countries like China, for example, and China will support Chinese language it's not possible to advance its technological its technology without advancing its language. Russia, which just in the past tried to advance Russian language, for the last 30 years it was done nothing in Russia. Now our elites woke up and tried to do something, but we lost a lot of time. For the last 30 years, not a single language in the world has lost so much. According to most optimistic evaluations, minus 50 million of people who used to speak Russian, now they no longer do so. It's a huge loss for Russia, it's true, but it's also a huge loss for the entire world, because Russian language is used as a channel for information, for knowledge which are needed for other countries. And when it comes to this kind of transferring this kind of language from information from Russia, when it comes to this, we see the very aggressive posture of US. The day before yesterday, the summit, US-Russia summit, Putin and Biden summit took place. It could be a turning point for the history of the world. What they discussed between themselves, we will never know. But after that, there was a press conference of Mr. Putin, and Russia invited all journalists, among them belligerent American journalists like CNN and ABC, as well as Canadian journalists have been invited to this press conference. And but unlike Russians, Biden or Americans, they did not support the idea of joint press conference. Well, probably to avoid a situation when Biden would be rather pale looking comparing to Putin. But after that, there was a press conference of Mr. Biden, but exclusively for American journalists. They haven't invited not a single Russian journalist to attend this press conference. And it was possible to compare leading Russian journalists with leading American political journalists. And we've seen how silly and aggressive, non-polite American journalists you were. Just silly, and like silly dogs. They didn't know how to talk to the president of the great country. But after that, we watched the Biden press conference for American journalists.
So we see the same behavior of the US journalists. They behave the same way as the angry, aggressive dogs who are talking to the president of the great country like talking to a neighbor. Now we see that mass media, global mass media, are losing their reputation. We see appearance of blogs, and bloggers are quite fast in disseminating information as compared with
тот же CNN, так сказать, ABC и другие. Они потеряли свою репутацию.
Like the mass media, like CNN, because they lost their reputation because of their aggressive, bluntness behavior, and people see it. They see.
Эти глобальные СМИ это очень мало имеют отношения к реальной жизни. Это огромное. Вот почему я говорю о том, и эти люди, так сказать, они.
See the situation, and these people.
Языке, и на английском
and they see that the translation is done in English only, and as a result, we see the formation of a distorted picture of the world or global events of the relevant problems faced by the humanity. That is why I'm saying
и француз, и испанский.
Standing for diversity of languages, diversity of foreign mass media in French, in Spanish.
Чтобы как можно больше людей слушало бы все бы это на разных языках, а не только на одном английском.
So that's to ensure the entire coverage in many languages of all the events we face. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Evgeny Kuzmin. I think we're way beyond our scheduled time. If any of you have any question, please send it to the person you're interested in. I know that there were a couple of hands raised before. And I'd like now to conclude it here. Many thanks to the speakers, many thanks to the attendees. And I think there is a break, if I'm not mistaken now, or should I give the floor to my colleague, Rachel, if anybody can advise me on how to proceed? Yes.
Сразу переходим к следующей сессии, пожалуйста.
We immediately move on to the next session.
Right. Sorry, I could not hear.
We immediately move to the another session.
All right, so I'll move to a next session, which is with my colleague and friend Rachel Fisher. Rachel, please, you have the floor. Thank you very much to everybody, and see you soon, I hope.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Vicente, and also the panelists in the previous session. Of course, when it comes to multilingualism, languages, cultural diversity, that is something that's really close to all of us. So connecting from language as well as this session on digital technologies and society, I would be remiss not to bring in some Africanness into this session. So we have the saying under Ubuntu, I'm not sure if you're well acquainted with Ubuntu, not the software system, but an ethics, meta-ethics or applied ethics also in the African context. The saying we have is moto ke moto kabato, and it means I am because we are. So not only in terms of how language is important, but also our societies. It is therefore my pleasure and honor to facilitate this session on behalf of my South African colleagues, Kutsia Bester, that is here as well, and Aaron Klazar. Part of this panel, and I would just like to make sure that everybody is here. First and foremost, Cordell Green. He is our chair for the Working Group on Information Accessibility, as well as the Executive Director of the Jamaican Broadcasting Commission, Vice Chair for the Intergovernmental Council for UNESCO's Information for All program, and I'm very honored to be on his Working Group on Information Accessibility. Hello, Cordell, good to see you. And then next, following Cordell, would be Marivjon Usmanov. Want to make sure that Marivjon is here. He is Director for the Center of Sustainable Development and the Scientific Secretary for the Institute of State and Law at the Academy of Sciences in Uzbekistan. I'm not seeing Marivjon Usmanov. We shall monitor a little bit later. Next, we've got Igor Borisov. If Igor is here, he's a member of the Central Election Commission of the Russian Federation, chair of the Council from the Russian Public Institute of Electoral Law from the Russian Federation. And then we have Marie Beckerman. Good to see you again, Marie. Diplomat and senior staff in charge of monitoring cooperation between Cameroon and the countries of Central and Eastern Europe, Ministry of External Relations of Cameroon. And finally, part of our panel is Alexander Rykov. Alexander, I did see you on this session a little bit earlier. Alexander is a leading researcher for the Institute of Control Sciences at the Russian Academy of Science, head of Department of Artificial Intelligence, the National Center of the Digital Economy, Lomonosov Moscow State University, also representing the Russian Federation. I believe we are in very good hands with this panel on digital technologies and society. So first up, Mr. Cordell Green, we're so happy to have you here.
Thank you, Rachel. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where in the world you are. And particularly you, Rachel, it's a great pleasure to see you, as well as Marie in the Cameroons and my fellow panelists. Warm regards from Kingston, Jamaica, where the sun is just beginning to peek out. As the World Commission on the Ethics of Scientific Knowledge and Technology tells us, AI development is likely to have substantial societal and cultural implications connected to communication, particularly the selection of information and news that people read, the music that people listen to, the decisions people make, as well as their political interaction and engagement. The problem is that human conscious and unconscious biases have completely penetrated the firewall of social media and other AI-based systems. This is suggesting a need for a new digital media and information literacy designed to include updated competencies in AI governance, the management and use of data, AI ethics more generally, the Internet of Things, and other fourth industrial age technologies such as 3D, augmented reality, virtual reality, and the cloud. The very concept of vulnerable persons also needs elaboration. Vulnerable does not intuitively lead to a contemplation of consumers who are very much digitally active but not digitally literate, such as users who are oblivious to violations of privacy and free expression, unaware of algorithmic bias and algorithmic manipulation, or worse, have a sense of resignation and impotence about these issues. Perhaps the least talked about insidious aspect of the information revolution being accelerated by artificial intelligence is the threat to decent work. And I'm not talking through the usual lens of intelligent machines replacing human labor, but the role of human beings as digital scavengers, or more euphemistically, content moderators. It has to be underscored that the digital revolution is not only about the glittery projections of venture capitalists, engineers, and shiny smart devices, but also the gritty side of shadowy employment of poor and vulnerable people as digital janitors who scrub digital filth from the internet. I am framing here an underrepresented, even counterintuitive perspective on digital vulnerability, with the hope that it will find expression in our collective and diverse approaches to digital governance. The critique is not meant to diminish the benefits and strategic importance of artificial intelligence and related exponential technologies, but to highlight the clear and present dangers to vulnerable members of the society who are increasingly reliant on AI-driven technologies to give them a voice and an opportunity to participate in an increasingly digital economy and society. The priority for regulators and policymakers, therefore, is to find a way to mitigate the challenges without impairing the extraordinary potential of AI for all areas of human development. The strategies we devise should in part tether AI governance to the Sustainable Development Goals. And that is because the SDGs are meant to address some of the AI risks that we're all concerned about in the digital age. For example, discrimination, bias, oppression, and exclusion, which are transversal in their effect and importance. With this in mind, the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica launched a project in November 2020, supported by UNESCO, to establish a digital media and information literacy skills framework. The outputs will include tools for assessing and eventually certifying digital literacy, and recommendations for the creation of a national digital literacy policy to include setting and monitoring targets in relation to education, training, employment, digital safety, and media literacy. Now, notwithstanding these noble ideals, the stark reality is that powerful players are invested in an AI arms race driven by profits and national concerns, and not necessarily genuinely harnessed in human-centric values and ethics. In the result, international cooperation may well give way to AI corporatism and nationalism, which, if unchecked, will result in a world increasingly divided into rule makers and rule takers, and usher in another wave of developmental inequality. And we can see playing out before our very eyes the latest example of multilateral deficiency and inequity in the unbalanced access to and distribution of COVID-19 vaccines. We do not want a better example of the dysfunctionality which currently exists and which will be exacerbated by a general purpose technology such as artificial intelligence, if the correct frameworks are not put in place to repeat the past experiences with industrial revolutions, which left many people behind, albeit we are enjoying the fruits, even in 2021, of developments from the 19th century. So small developing countries such as Jamaica and those in the Caribbean must look to their own interests. This is partly why, again, the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica took on the role of spearheading the Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Initiative, which is a collaborative project with the UNESCO Cluster Office for the Caribbean and supported by UNESCO's Information for All program, IFA. Under the auspices of the Caribbean AI Initiative, we have supported a series of fora on the opportunities and challenges of AI in the Caribbean, bringing together players from various specialized stakeholder groups. The main output is to refine a Caribbean AI roadmap based on 6 principles: resiliency, governance, transformation, upskilling, preservation, and sustainability. And this translates into a focus on cooperation, human rights, and sustainable development. And if you would like more information on the Caribbean AI Initiative, you can visit AI4Caribbean.com. That is AI and the number 4 Caribbean.com. I conclude, because I see a very worried moderator, with the observation that while it may be premature to regulate AI on a global scale, and I say that with some caution, bearing in mind the recently announced European Union Draft AI Act, we must each begin to participate in describing, defining, and prescribing the broad ethical principles which are to guide AI development, knowing that these must be adapted to our local circumstances. And we must get involved from the AI design to deployment stage and not after the extreme AI impacts take effect on our vulnerable societies. With apologies to you, Rachel, for an excess in seconds, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kodal. Spasibo. And I do actually want to ask you, I'm going to take my chances as facilitator. But with this AI work that you've done for the Caribbean, is this something that is available, open access for other member states to take and apply within their own contexts?
That is one strong possibility. It was designed within the context of the Caribbean and Latin America. But the next phase will be promulgation within the Caribbean among policymakers. Now, I think once the Caribbean AI roadmap gets into the UNESCO domain, it becomes mainstream. And so by deduction, the answer is in the affirmative.
Thank you so much for that. And I do think once that framework is done, underscoring challenges and opportunities, the wheel does not have to be reinvented.
Absolutely.
And that is exactly going from the issues that you've raised, Kodal. If we look at Mr. Usmanov's presentation, he will be looking at the threats and challenges to sustainable development in the context of digitalization of society. So it does link very well. I wish to ask the organizers to please play Mr. Usmanov's presentation. All good?
Dear participants of this international conference, first of all, in fact, this forum is dedicated to the most relevant issues. I would like to stress that today the world is characterized. Speaking with distortion. So we have a huge range of challenges like globalization, internationalization, transformation of entire spheres of life. We also see new threats and challenges to security and social and economic crises. We see the environmental degradation, cyber attacks. I can hardly hear what he is saying. I'm so very sorry. He's just hiccuping all the time. So we see new technologies like information revolution.
Сегодня мир переживает глубочайший исторический период. Благодаря цифровизации и технологическим изменениям человечество вступило в новую эпоху глобальных перемен. Наука и техника, новые цифровые информационные и коммуникационные технологии ускоряют ее, стимулируют информационную революцию, существенно трансформируют мировое
сообщество. The serious transformation of the world community.
Весь деловой и финансовый мир. Одним словом, 21 век – первая действительно глобальная столица, когда ни одно государство, даже самое сильное и развитое, не может справиться в одиночку.
We see that those challenges of the modern century are so powerful that no state alone can address these challenges, no matter how powerful this state is. Especially this is confirmed by the recent pandemic, COVID-19. It also stressed the importance of interconnection and interrelations, all states without any exclusion. And it also calls for the digitalization efforts because many people start working online in remote mode, and we see the booming online purchases because of the pandemic situation in many countries.
Кризис COVID-19 ускорил использование странами цифровых технологий.
This crisis just triggered the use of digital technologies in many countries because of the lockdown. So the well-developed countries turned out to be more prepared for the addressing these issues.
Это движущая сила развития и фактор, ускоряющий готовность реагирования и восстановления после кризиса. Это универсальная технология для достижения цели устойчивого развития. Вопрос заключается в том, как и где эти технологии могут внести вклад в устойчивое развитие. При этом важно отвечать устойчивость самих технологий. Цифровые технологии ИКТ непосредственно...
So in this regard, we need to stress the importance of the digital technologies and digitalization processes observed throughout the world.
Опосредованно, и которые упоминаются в целях устойчивого развития.
Переводчики не слышат оратора. У него очень плохой звук, постоянно звук фонит. Мы не можем понять, что говорит оратор.
Осуществление других целей устойчивого развития. Особое значение имеет для достижения ЦУР-1, искоренения нищеты, конкурентоспособности экономики. Главная цель развития цифровой экономики – улучшить жизнь населения, повысить качество товаров и услуг, а также их доступность. Цифровая экономика сегодня воспринимается многими как панацея, а ее ускоренное развитие как способ решения чуть ли не всех существующих проблем. Однако процессы трансформации общества, помимо положительных сторон, влечет за собой негативные последствия.
The quality of the sound is very poor. We cannot understand what the speaker is saying clearly. So sorry about.
Не только с положительными последствиями, но с различного рода рисками и угрозами. Во-первых, это появление новых видов рисков и угроз, присущих именно цифровой экономике и базирующихся на ее технологических особенностях. Во-вторых, при переходе к цифровой экономике происходит институциональная трансформация, которая сама по себе.
Да, дорогие друзья, к сожалению, качество звука не позволяет нам продолжить заслушивать доклад господина Усманова. Мы вынуждены прервать его. Рэйчел? Если у нас вдруг получится подключить господина Усманова к конференции, возможно, он попробует в режиме реального времени поучаствовать онлайн самостоятельно, потому что видео мы не можем поставить. Спасибо.
Okay, thank you so much, and our apologies for the English translation due to the pre-recorded presentation, but Mr. Usmanov is currently in the session. Those that could follow, you're more than welcome to direct a chat message to him. What I have gleaned from the session is that it's very obvious that we have both vertical as well as horizontal implications of digitalization. So from policy level to grassroots, and then of course across all stakeholders that are working on this, everybody. I would like to call on Mr. Igor Borisov. I do not see Igor. So perhaps while we do wait for Igor to present himself, Let us move then on to Marie. Marie will be presenting on diplomacy and artificial intelligence. So hopefully we get to glean from Marie, how do we navigate these horizontal and vertical spaces? Thank you, Marie. Marie, your microphone, please. Let us try again.
You need to unmute, Marie.
It's on mute.
Okay, it's okay?
Yes, merci beaucoup.
Voilà. Okay, thank you, Rachel. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this new opportunity to give you to talk about diplomacy and artificial intelligence. About this topic, I think that more than any other time, the present time gives the impression of uncertainty, disorder in the relation between the people and characteristic of contemporary international relations is probably the extreme diversification of the field of intervention of diplomacy, which is no longer mainly confined to concern of peace and war arbitration. This development also stems from the increase in global challenges of all kinds, ecological security, energy, health, among others, which call for a great response. In my area, the opinion of experts, knowing that the basic of diplomacy is relational, can be relationality still be governed by computer interposed, knowing fully well that the people create virtual worlds that have nothing to do with reality. Я прошу переводчиков сказать, да, Вадим, это Татьяна, пожалуйста, скажите Марии Бекинен, чтобы она отключила камеру, видео, чтобы оставила только звук.
Sorry, Maria, interpreter is speaking. Could you please turn off your camera, leaving the sound on? Could you please turn off? Yeah, turn your camera off, please.
Yes, put off. It's okay?
Much better. Thank you, Marie.
Okay. Can I continue?
Yes, please do, Marie. And I also want to ask anybody else with the cameras on, please switch off their cameras.
Yes.
And we see your slides, Marie.
Okay. I can continue?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Knowing that the basic of diplomacy is relational can be, relationality should be gotten by computer interposed, knowing fully well that today people create virtual worlds that have nothing to do with reality. Considering that diplomatic work needs available data for its interlocutor, will digitalization not make diplomatic work more complex in a globalized and highly competitive world with perpetual search for time saving and cost reduction? This eruption of artificial intelligence do raise a question of both legal and operational ethics that must be addressed sufficiently in order to safeguard the human race. The ends of fundamental question that structure our discussion is, what could be the role of contribution of the diplomatic tool in terms of digital intelligence so that artificial intelligence remains at the service of man. Certainly, artificial intelligence can accelerate progress toward a life of dignity, in peace, in prosperity for all people. However, while these applications have obvious advantage, the underlying purpose nevertheless have ethical and legal application of which the general public is hardly aware. Thus, better consideration of the opportunity offered by artificial intelligence in the acceleration of relations between states is fundamental. However, diplomatic action must be not lost sight of the obvious economic and ethical implication of artificial intelligence on humanity. Moreover, there are naturally geopolitical issues in terms of the development of power, which will be important note. In this case too, diplomacy cannot be left behind, especially for small countries which necessarily suffer the consequence as the need for legal framework at the universal level. Ultimately, artificial intelligence appears like a double-edged sword. The real challenge to be met would be the training of diplomats so that they are up to date and master issue, challenge and implication of the evolution of artificial intelligence. Geopolitical issue is term of the development of power and the need for legal framework is on universal scale. About it, artificial intelligence was progressed rapidly and was become a real instrument of power. This applies almost to hard power as for soft power. In addition, the diplomats must be on guard because artificial intelligence and its potential rules development is extremely rapid. It's driving us through a real digital revolution, through controlling the influence of the masses, controlling opinion, controlling the massification around digital and other unacknowledged issues. It is this logic that was adopted on 4 January 1999 under the proposal of the Russia delegation resolution on development in the field of information and telecommunication in the context of international security by the United States, by the United Nations General Assembly. It is in this same vein that European Union submit an action program with the first committee of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly in last September. The side project aimed to guarantee the international security of cyberspace by improving the responsible behavior of states in cyberspace with regard of the global health crisis linked by the COVID-19. About the artificial intelligence is becoming the new tool for diplomatic action. About it, artificial intelligence can be seen as a tool aimed at transforming the vision of diplomacy today. It could mark a new area of diplomacy, particularly digital. This is clearly illustrated with the consequence link in the global health crisis in that the consequences have had an impact of international relations, but modify, among other things, the calendar of international meetings, and by forcing states to make more use of computer. Digital technology is not longer just decisive for competitiveness, but is becoming a fundamental security and sovereignty issues. Artificial intelligence is forcing the transformation of classic diplomatic or even creating a new concept that of digital diplomacy, which has the particularity of designing both on the fields of action of diplomacy and the extension of all traditional diplomacy through innovations and new sources issued by information and communication technology. It is not longer the prerogative of state alone to influence the course of foreign policy now. This extension of traditional field of diplomacy is manifested by the proliferation of Facebook page or Twitter account of many embassy and diplomats, sometimes providing diplomatic voices different from that of the country represented. Artificial intelligence must become another face of globalization. Could we still speak on the diplomat voice in this case? with regard of the principle of representation and defense of the interests of vision of the sending state. It must be important today to have digital training of the diplomat must be have absolute necessity to diplomat to training today is become important to diplomat to have a training about the numeric. If one concept today can explain and at the same time summarize some of this transformation is needed globalization. With the rise of sciences and technology in practically all sectors of human life, even at the international level, we're not moving toward a government of experts, and if the diplomat does not fall in line, it's losing in supremacy now. It will sample mean that the modern diplomacy should be able to go beyond mastering traditional subject of international relations to appropriate new local issue of global significance. With the technological advance available today, almost half of the world's work-related activity could be automated by 2055 years. According to the Maxey Global Institute study, less than 5% of jobs could be fully automated, 60% of jobs with 30% of activities done can be automated job. Automation will accelerate the demand of certain skills, especially technology skills. It doesn't mean that with regard of diplomacy state should think about adjusting the curricula of diplomats by improve the professional performance of diplomat personnel a bit to achieve a number of foreign policy objectives. In the case of diplomat already in office, it will be advised for state to strengthen the capacity of diplomats through specific and advanced training, of course, based on international issues, in this case, further training in school. That's it in the field of the new technology. This solution could contribute in particular to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals defined by the United Nations. This will constitute a significant advance in helping to meet some of our most pressing challenges, namely protecting human rights, achieve gender equality, improve the health of our citizens, and defend our democratic values. In this context, the series of summits of artificial intelligence in the service of social welfare is the main forum of the United Nations to conduct an open dialogue on artificial intelligence and the subject data associated with it between decision makers in the public and private sector. The development of artificial intelligence also known to the border, it's a common international responsibility to reach of consensus on the value that should guide in development in order to mitigate the promotion of inclusion and respect for democratic values is the field of artificial intelligence will be essential. It will be important for states in concert with the GAFA and others to seek to support and guide the adoption of an artificial intelligence response in its development and its use. Artificial intelligence centers are human and based on respect of human rights, inclusion, diversity, and innovation while promoting economic growth and respect for the sovereign framework in which artificial intelligence subjects are also included. According to the work of the Canadian president of the G7 for the common vision of the future of artificial intelligence, the United Nations should set up a framework made up of international experts working of artificial intelligence and aim, among other things, to inform political decision making. The said group of experts would include eminent members of the scientific community, industry, civil society, diplomat, and other international organizations with a view to international collaboration. This international platform from discussion and action will define and guarantee the ethical principle of responsible and human development of artificial intelligence based on respect for human rights and democratic values. Thank you for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup, Marie. It was so good to hear from you.
Yeah, welcome.
I would like to ask whether you could, stop sharing. Thank you so much. Once again, I do request if anybody has got questions, you are welcome to either raise your hands or alternatively post it in the chat. What I do find interesting, as pointed out by Tatiana, that it seems during this session on digital technologies and society, we are experiencing positive challenges as well in terms of digital technologies. And for me, it seems to underscore the humanity behind these technologies and artificial intelligence, that we cannot leave out considerations of human agency and human autonomy. But this also links with what Cordell indicated. If we see, for example, as Marie said, if the diplomat loses their supremacy, or other people that might lose their jobs due to globalization and emerging technologies, what are the implications on the workforce, and what literacies do we require in lifelong learning to enable us to keep at pace, ensuring such human agency and autonomy? I'm therefore very sure that our next speaker in this panel, Mr. Alexander Rykov, will discuss these implications. He is specifically presenting on hybrid strong artificial intelligence. Mr. Rykov is presenting also because Mr. Igor Borisov is not present in this panel. So Mr. Rykov, you have some extra time. Thank you.
Do you hear me?
I hear you, sir, and I see your presentation as well.
Так. Я рад всех приветствовать. Большое спасибо за
предоставление. It's my pleasure to welcome all my colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity to see familiar faces. 2 years ago, I met many of you. I will speak Russian, but my slides are in Russian. And shall I speak through Russian channel? Yes, use Russian channel and speak Russian. But slides are in English. Once again, it's a pleasure to see all of you. I will speak about AE 2 years ago at the conference. We talked about threats emanated from AE, and taking into account that the modern AE, according to the previous presenter, is threatening the humanity. It could result in the shrinking of labor market, a reduction of our spirituality. So 2 years ago, we mentioned that AE could ruin everything. I didn't share at that time this preoccupations, but 2 years elapsed and a lot has changed. But I still believe that a strong AE will appear. Will not appear soon. It will take a lot of time, but certain elements of AE we can see now. And Rachel was right saying that first and foremost, it will be a combination of AE and the human agent. The educational systems will transform, and my brief presentation, which you can see on the slides, and so I'll do my best on this basis to tell you about this. It's a huge topic. 2 years. It took me 2 years to develop myself. But as to the AE itself, I'm dealing with it 50 years. So this is the elements of my of the structure of my presentation. So first and foremost, I'd like to mention AE has been developing starting from the mid of previous century. for 60 years already, but nothing has changed drastically. The layers of neural networks has increased, which has been invented 60 years ago. Speed has increased, volumes of information is more now, but information became because dark and dirty. So SCTN has not changed drastically, but AE is affecting us already. And the question is, what will happen next? Whether the paradigm will change, and if something is going on now which could cause serious preoccupations in the future. Here I mentioned certain challenges, AE challenges, and which are real. Those issues are real, and the scientific community is trying to solve them. First and foremost, modern AE cannot explain. The neural network actually offer a solution, but why? It cannot say. And this is a problem which should be solved. First, second, non-formalizable cognitive semantics appeared. So the ideas, emotions of a human being cannot be described with formulas and cannot be represented through formal structures. Something should be done with this as well. A lot of cognitive structures has appeared, but they are described just logically, and that's it. So this, what kind of task cannot be solved and problem cannot be solved through cooperation between human being and AE. For example, questions like that. What had been before the universe birth? What is beyond the universe border? What is the dark matter? What dark matter? We need structures which could help us to do this. But now AE is not of any assistance to us. AE presently is viewed as a weak AE. It could recognize situations, to prepare short-term forecasts, and to give simple answers. But strong, powerful AE, it will. So tools will be at the atomic levels. We will not work with neurons, but we will work with elements or atoms. Each neuron contains a lot of atoms. Non-local effects will appear, and there will be the link established with the space elements. What is changing drastically? First, we will shift from neuron networks to atomic level. Today we represent data through digital signal, and each actually transforms the signal. We don't have great colliders, we don't have powerful colliders, we don't have powerful telescopes, which are rather costly. So we should switch to another systems of data processing. It will not happen tomorrow. There are reasons why not. So strong AE will mean in the support of collaborations activities. First and foremost, scientific collaborations. When there are social networks, when there are leaders, experts, unclear goal. So AE should make it possible for this interaction process to be targeted to a certain, to the solution of a certain problem. For example, what does dark matter mean? And what is the origin of our universe? Presently, AE is working with big data. Those are just symbols. But as I mentioned already, we have cognitive semantics which could not be described in a formal fashion, and a lot has been said about that. We have books, but not a lot of them about that. So the nature is using uninterrupted signals with endless spectrums. We use this spectrum in certain dots, and our machines are quite slow. It takes months for them to solve problems which could be solved in milliseconds if you use in one user's uninterrupted signal. This is the orientation for the future. And the so-called quantum semantics appear. This is a work of AE on a quantum level. Here, new effects appear of a serious nature, which will allow us to solve problems which or tasks which cannot be solved by academic community presently. What I am afraid of? Well, if certain elements of such AE appear, so as a result of certain serious challenges could appear, for example, challenges to in financial safety. Safety could be, financial databases could be broken easily, but it will not happen soon, and there are physical reasons why not. How one can avoid such threats emanated from AE. We have discussed it 2 years ago, and UNESCO is discussing it. So I keep saying that we should further develop our ethical norms. Optical computers will appear. It's a totally new construction. Presently we have neural networks, but again on the basis of discrete digital technologies. Today we can create roughly 40 focus group, and for a couple of hours we could solve a lot of problems doing this. Hybrid strong AE architecture has been developed, and those who would like to get more detailed information, this year I wrote a book about cognitive semantics. Thank you. Sorry for technical character of my presentation, but we cannot avoid this if we want to avoid threats and challenges. Thank you.
Спасибо, Mr. Rykov. It was really insightful. What I do wonder when we consider these, and I see Mr. Igor Borisov has joined us, but if we look at these very technical considerations on AI and challenges, surely we know AI is impacting society and citizens, but we could work on the assumption that the majority of our populations will not understand this due to the complexity and technicality. Do you have recommendations in terms of how do we make this more accessible and understandable to our populations?
Это вопрос мне, да?
It's a question to me? You addressed this question to me? Yes. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Rykov.
Я преподаю, например, уже лет 35.
Yes, for the last 35 years, I teach the AE, and I share your view, Rachel. I don't know why, but today's students, they don't want to approach issues comprehensively. But here we should include linguistic sciences, culturology, and other fields of science, and people should be trained like that. This is the strong points of integrated education. But my practice shows that students' interests are rather mercantile and rather narrow. They would like to learn how to prepare software using tools they are not familiar with, and to earn money as soon as possible. I have up to 100 students every year, and I trace this trend quite clearly. it should be changed starting from preschool centers. I have a desire to go to the preschool and to start teaching there, but I'm afraid to do this.
Well, thank you so
That's
much
all.
for your response. And I do believe it's part of our social responsibility to ensure, once again, for lifelong learning, this is introduced, else we are not preparing our populations when they become adults with new technologies coming out. Massimiliano, I see you have your hand up. I will ask that you please keep your question to the end of the session. Since Mr. Igor Borisov has joined us, I would like to give him an opportunity to present, and also impacting our citizens. Mr. Igor will be discussing the digitalization of electoral processes, expectations, opportunities, and risks. Mr. Igor, the floor is yours, sir.
Да, добрый день, я вас слышу, уважаемые коллеги, слышно ли меня?
I can hear you, dear colleagues. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Да.
Mr. Rykov, if you could please stop sharing your screen.
Господин, could you please switch on your presentation, Mr. Rykov? Well, I do my best to put my presentation on the screen.
Буквально технически возможно. Не так часто еще мы привыкли пользоваться.
Well, this kind of technology is not that common for us.
I see your presentation.
Я вижу ваш.
Видно ли? Да, все, видно презентацию.
Okay, you can see my presentation once again. Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome all the participants, the moderators. I'd like to thank for the organization of such an important discussion. We need it today, like an air, like a water, for us to understand what kind of ocean we are entering or immersing, taking into account not only positive emotions from digitalization, but taking into account risks associated with us entering this new era of interhuman relationship. You know that quite often political processes serve as an initial point, starting point for different processes of civilization development. They lead to adoption of political decisions. So I'd like to share with you my ideas about the digitalization of electoral processes. What are we doing? How it is developed in Russia and still developing in Russia. And I hope that my colleagues from other countries participating at this forum will share their views. We, together with developing actively digital democracy, we're facing certain problems at the same time.
Now I'm trying to switch the slides. So the attitude of voters from different countries to the electronic voting. We understand that this is one of the forms of the digitalization of the electoral process. But according to the research among the population in many countries, some people lay huge expectation on the online voting, and I can predict that many countries start using the online mechanism of the voting democracy during the electoral campaign. Judging by the results of the recent US elections, around 55% of the US voters said that they look positive at these processes. In Great Britain, around 2/3 of the voters said that they also supported this idea. The same is true for Russia, where 2/3 of the voters believe that we need to develop further the system of the online voting. Just briefly, because it was mentioned before during this conference, I would like to say about the benefits of using online technologies and digital technologies for voting. This provides opportunities for the development of public participation and involvement in management. So without leaving your home, you can easily do your work. It's a maximum citizen engagement and coverage using the modern techniques. This is a high speed in decision making on behalf of the citizens and highest rates of making conclusions and counting of votes. We know in some countries the counting takes several days, even several weeks. Here you can do it faster, minimizing the impact or influence of the human factors, which we sometimes face during the electoral processes. Then expanding access to the electoral processes for the voters with disabilities. I mean, those groups that cannot attend the electoral polls. This is also transparency, accountability. We know that you can easily trace all the facts and all the actions in the system. This is the flexibility in terms of the adaptation of the system for various types of voting, availability and coverage, which is any universal coverage of all voters, ease of implementation, especially for the users who are voting online. It doesn't require specific knowledge or specific skills or procedures while filling in the bulletins. And in prospect, this is the reduced costs, since we are doing everything digital and it doesn't require a lot of funding to ensure the presence of all voters, the election polls. So I would like to refer to the key aspects of modern elections, which should be observed while moving to the online voting. I'm referring to openness, accessibility, inclusivity, and security. Precisely today, the system should be well secured against any interferences, any attacks, because there are a lot of risks faced by the system. That is why we are paying a lot of attention, both in Russia and Western countries, to ensure the security and safety of this system, so that's to develop it further. Then this slide shows you the relevant and actual direction of digitalization, which we are going to develop further, and we support these components. In Russia, we have a whole set of online services which are used during the online election. This is the digital services for the collection of information using state services. So госуслуги, this is the first component. We have more than we have several millions of citizens registered at this portal, so they can support their candidates just pressing the button using these services. So automated verification of signature list. This is automated online system which checks the validity of signatures, which are usually collected for the nomination of the candidate. This is artificial intelligence element which supports the activities of the electoral commissions. Each time they started to check the signatures for the support of the nomination of the candidate.
Дистанционное электронное голосование, которое я также скажу.
So remote electronic voting, this is specific elements in terms of coverage. The Russian Federation is the second country in the world after Estonia, which practically includes all the registered voters in the country, and verification of suffrage within the territory. So, which gives the permission only registered citizens to start online voting. In terms of application on information systems, we use various online system, which is the portal of state services. It is partially used just to grant the access for the population to the voting system. It also used for addressing many relevant issues regarding the citizenship, registration, making the list and getting information about the services. So this is a huge internet portal related to the services which are provided to the citizens, and it simplifies interaction between the state and citizens. Yes, of online system library or election, which unites territorial and municipal electoral commissions throughout the country. So it is a well-secured and well-secured system which has dedicated channels in order to be protected against any attacks. So software and hardware complex, this portal is under development now, and it provides the possibility for online voting. Now we are developing a specific channel, which is a comprehensive digital platform, which would be used in the future, near future, which would provide all electronic services for the citizens in terms of their participation in online voting. So now specifically,
I please want to ask you, sir, our time is running out. 5 minutes, sir.
Я могу догадаться. Да-да-да, побыстрее. Я сейчас быстренько пролистаю. Это информация,
которая... try to be as fast as possible. This is information I'm prepared to provide for the organizers. This is a signature collection with the PSP use. So, single portal for the state services, automated checks of signatures, signature lists. I've never seen the analogous system in other countries. So, developed system for online voting, remote online voting. Moscow has its own system. Other regions are based on the federal platform. So these are the steps, practical 4 steps, which each vote desiring to vote online has to do. So we have 30 million people or voters who use the system over the years in existence. We have also electronic system of surveillance in order to avoid any violations of the election or electoral legislation. Elections on the single voting day, which we expect to be held on September 19th. The decision has been just taken. Yesterday, President decided to have these elections on September 19th. We expect that the overall number of voters would be around 1.5 million online voters. Of course, we have some problems which are hindering the development of the system, the absence of universal conceptual apparatus, different perception of terms in the democracy coordinate system, and the different approaches which we face and which should be harmonized. Risks, once again, we're trying to minimize this risk because of these forums and conferences. We hope to minimize this risk. So among these risks are the following. I would like to call upon you to develop universal international standards for online voting. Today we see that those countries which have these processes trying to delay this process. So in conclusion, you see other problems which we face and we work on these problems. Yeah, and we would like also to study your practical experience in terms of how to address and solve these problems in your countries. There's one more problem I would like to know. It's related to the digital openness. This is the foreign interference with the electoral campaign. This is a specific area of work in order how to counteract to such interference. Today we don't have digital frontiers or boundaries, and the problem exists. Pressure on voters, pressure on the results and outcome of voters voting. And once again, I would like to stress to develop international harmonized standards for e-voting in order to create a solid legal framework to ensure the full implementation of voters' rights. Thank you very much. I'm prepared to take your questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Igor Borisov. Very interesting. I see also there are a number of questions that have been delivered in the chat that has been received from Susanna, Pierre Emmanuel, Claudio, and others. So let me give one opportunity if there's an immediate question before we go to the next session. I do not see a hand, so I do please request everybody that are attending, please direct your questions to Mr. Igor Borisov in the chat. I trust that Mr. Borisov could respond to those while we proceed to the next session. I do wish to remark, sir, that under your characteristics of a modern electoral system, you listed a number of very valid aspects. And, you know, if we consider South Africa as well as the African continent, one of those requirements very basically for us is electricity. So not just e-governance systems and security networks, but we struggle with basic electricity provision. So it just shows you how international collaboration and support is very much needed. I thank you for your presentation. Spasibo. And then I would like to hand over to the next session and the moderator, Vladimir Bebek. If Vladimir is here, it is your turn to take over.
Да, Речел, спасибо огромное. Спасибо большое. Мы принимаем ответу.
Yes, thank you very much. We are taking the reins of the management of this conference. Thank you very much. For me, it's a big honor to moderate this session. We have some changes. The presentation of Madam Abramova will be moved to the last portion of this session, and probably we skip some intervention. I would like to give the floor to Henry Kim, the founder and director general of the Disruptive Art Coach and Company. He will talk about the arts and well-being, social and psychological aspects of the expansion of the access to the digital platforms. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Greetings to all of you from Canada. Privet iz Kanadi, rada vas vidjet. I hope I said welcome. Glad to see you. Thanks to UNESCO, especially Evgeny and my other colleagues for including a section in the importance of the creative aspects of our world and their impact actually in our innovation economy. I'm going to set up my timer so I'm not, so I don't go overboard. And as you will see, I will present to you some, there we go, some interesting perspectives of how, why it is important to promote creativity, to have an innovation economy. And as one of my colleagues was mentioning, perhaps allow students and leaders and citizens to be able to learn these different ways of thinking. So without further ado, let me just share my screen. And there, let's share. And off we go. All righty. Are we good? So as we all know, can you see my screen and are we good to go? We're good?
Да, все видно хорошо.
Are we good? Can you hear me?
Yes, everything's perfect. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. So as we all know, the COVID world found us, most of us, in digital, online, Zoom, society as a whole, leaders, educators are struggling to live and manage in a digital, fully digital world. While everything is digital, not necessarily all of us are connected, and not necessarily can we connect to the digital world. And more importantly, sometimes we can't even understand what's going on. So overnight, like whether from work to play, educate, do shopping, have your medical appointments. I even attended a funeral digital the other day. So overnight, we switched to this virtual Zoom world, and there's new challenges and opportunities that governments, organizations, and civil society have to embrace. Now, the question is, are we repeating the 90s? So we see there's new responses, yes, for sure. There have been a number of innovations, but the responses are in silos. They're among governments, uncoordinated. I know a number of issues where the federal government of a country announces one COVID policy and the community or city announces totally different. So populations are left with uncertainty, confusion, so they seek more information online. Now, there's still not equal access, and there's a widening of persistent divides. So yes, there's digital divide, but also increasingly poverty, gender, culture, creativity, education. And more importantly, because we now are physically at our homes and our locations, there's an increase in the unequal employment opportunities. So if you have a good connection, you have digital skills, and you have a creative mind, you have more opportunities for jobs. But a lot of the population, especially women, have a loss. We've seen a loss of jobs and income. Now, this is also important when we think forward. How is this going to impact our society? And the focus for innovation, are we repeating the same as before? Are we throwing the latest technologies at the problems? So we find a cool technology and now we try to see what problem we could solve? Or are we looking at the problems with human-centered solutions to try to see what technology will help us resolve the solutions for the best of humanity? And one of the most dramatic things that we've all seen is that we're falling behind with our learners, the kids at school, the university students. So we want to make sure that we're not creating new digital, new divides. So one of the intangible aspects that we've all seen, but just recently, I would say, is coming to the forefront, is that individuals are spending 11 to 15 hours per day interacting with media. That for some people is all of their waking hours. So we've seen reports of screen fatigue, feeling of imbalance, anxiety, stress, and issues of mental health. So the overactivation of the left side, the mathematical, logical computing, this is the interaction with the computers, and we're left behind, or we're unbalanced with a creative, holistic side of our brain. So what's happening is that the increased interaction with and through technologies is impacting human connections, creativity and innovation, as well as empathy, acceptance to change, resilience to stress, and an overall emotional well-being. And one of my colleagues was mentioning the education of the future to be able to think multidimensional, and this is exactly what it is. If we're focused on the linear thought, we don't have a chance to expand our horizons. So is the question less technology? The answer is no. This is not about less interaction. It's about management. It's about balance. So technology is part of our lives. This is our life. And rather than like in this interaction, we have to incorporate in our society, in our culture, the value of embracing balance, creativity, and holistic thinking. Now, we need innovation. We need creativity to promote innovation, right? So, but creativity cannot be forced. It's a process. And while creative people, while creative people have a greater wiring naturally, like all of you colleagues, we're creatives in the sense that we're thinking and we're creative in thoughts. The balance of both sides of the brain is more active with these with creative people, because the wiring, the activation, the movement, it's because we have this conceptual aspects in the right side of the brain, and we've somewhat manifested in a paper, in a play or whatever. And it is interesting to know that the most successful disruptive creative organizations, Shopify, Google, Amazon, actually encourage a culture that involves play, art, very important, learning from errors, relaxed structures, new ideas, prototyping, testing. For example, Shopify in their environment, Shopify is sort of like the Amazon Canadian company. They have a baseball batting cage in the basement of their building. In their cafeteria area, they have a slide, and they have a fireman pole. Involving a creative aspect in many ways is what we need for the 20th, for our century, for the 21st century, for our world today. So can the creative skills be promoted? And are they expensive? So why, are we a creative society? And the answer is maybe not, because the research mentions that our values and our education system of the 20th century, which most of the leaders, our baby boomers today, are still in the positions of power, of decision-making, of creating cultures and so on, stem from the education system that overpowered the values of logic, linear thinking, mathematics, and they disregarded creativity, empathy, sort of like even in, like as a public servant, as a public as a former public servant for many years, the structure is in the government offices that if you do play, it's sort of like not productive. And it's very important that that culture changes, and we'll see that it's not that difficult. And even sort of like the creative, innovative processes such as design thinking that many of you for sure know, was developed to promote skills and capability to develop innovative products and services, because the leaders, the baby boomers with that structure of rigidity, of power, control, top, bottom, we're not able to create new solutions and services. So research has identified that it's not difficult to promote creativity. So even studies of leading universities have identified that balance can be achieved through conscious breathing, movement, voice, mindfulness, and meditation. This can sound light to all of you, but I am pretty sure that most of you might have mindfulness, a yoga practice. It is so important for to promote creativity and this new way of thinking that my colleague was talking about, to have an innovative society. So organizations and governments and educational institutions are challenged to broaden their culture, especially in the public sector, and to incorporate creativity opportunities, sort of like a space for creativity to promote this well-balanced and well-being, and this leads to innovation. I remember in the last year when I was in the public service, that what the government did was create an area where people could interact with high chairs, and a little bit like an area where they would do the design thinking sessions. So it was kind of like a safe space to interact. Now, technologies, just briefly, I'm not talking about technologies. My colleagues have covered it really extensively. But again, the new technologies, the new creative technologies support the innovative economy. But we need the skills more than ever, like always, but now more than ever. Not only do we need skills and capabilities in our citizens and individuals, in our leaders, to advance this new language of the creative and innovation economy, but also we need to ensure a culture, an environment that promotes balance and well-being. Canadian Art Therapy Association suggests hands-on creative experiences brought to boardrooms and classrooms. Even the World Summit of the Information Society included a track on ICTs for health, happiness, and well-being. So I'm pretty sure this is, my last slide. So a creative innovative economy, which is what we need, having individuals balance health and well-being. Creativity leads to innovation. The new disruptive technologies will support the creative industries and the innovative society. But again, we have to look at the divides, the equal access, the challenges that we had before for this future. Otherwise, we'll have a society with people that are again with a new divide and unable to develop the creativity and use and design the new skills. So thank you very much. Спасибо большое. Open to questions. Thank you.
Огромное спасибо. Большое спасибо, Ким. К
Thank you
сожалению,
very much, Kim. Unfortunately, we started our session 15 minutes late. So if you have any questions to the presenter, please use the chat, type your questions. Thank you very much. Now let's move to the next speaker. I'm very glad to say that Irina Gaika just arrived in the Timansis, and she will present physically her presentation, General Director of Agency for Creative Industries, how modern technologies change the development of creative sector.
Thank you very much for introducing myself. For introducing me, and thank you, Kim, for brilliant ideas. They're around us because all those technologies described by Kim, saying that they're disruptive, one cannot say whether it's for the better or for the worse. Now I'd like to tell you give examples how all this affects creative sector. It's a pleasure to be here. Presenters are very interesting, presentations are very interesting, and you guys are a wonderful place. I didn't expect this. I'm Gaiко Ekaterina. I'm in charge of creative agency, which works under the Cultural Department of Moscow, under the government of Moscow. So what we've been doing is to assist creative entrepreneurs and creative industry. A lot has been said that digital economy and economic transformation changes its vector, going away from raw materials and aiming at a digital industry. In many sectors, there's to speak slow, I do my best, but it's not that easy being part of creative sector. So it's very important to understand that changing vector and automatization of routine processes increase the role of your intellect and creative approach. That's why it's understandable that in the future digital world, the role of creative thinking cannot be underestimated. What does it mean, creative industry? So we have been thinking about this for the last year and a half. It was our first test, just to understand, to learn how to calculate this, and we faced the following. There are 8 different methods in the world how to calculate creative sectors, and we've actually invented the 9th one. Well, it's a joke, but we use the 8 methods which existed, and I will quote figures and some things that tourism, the creative industry, some things that food industry is creative, some does not think that IT is creative. So the digital difference is great. So what does it mean, creative industry? If you didn't mention this, so I'll tell you our methodological approach. Our departing point was that, our starting point was that creative sector is a new stage of cultural development, and determining idea has to do with creative component, but modern technologies play a huge role. That's why we understand that creative economy represents sectors which are based on individual intellect, creativity, skills, and talents, which have the potential for growth and generation of labor working places. So now figures. I have just one figure, not to distract your attention. So this figure says that creative economy, it's like China 20 years ago. It keeps growing year after year with high speed. So double digits per year, double digit growth per year. And this growth differs from country to country, but the trend is very dynamic. And it's from 3 to 8% of GDP, national GDPs. So it's huge. It's huge. It's more than certain industrial sectors. We have recognized leaders like Korea, Japan, US, some European Union member states, and China, because they believe that all they manufacture for export, those are products of creative sector, and their share internationally is up to 40%. They export a lot and quite actively. In general, in developed countries, share of creative economy from 6 to 12%. In Russia, according to different calculations, as I mentioned, we have 4 different ways to calculate. Different agencies offer their own methods. We developed our own in Moscow. We have further developed the basic systems which exist, and we offer our own. And in average, the creative industry input in GDP Russia in last year was 4.5%. Money-wise, it's roughly 5 billion rubles. And it's all is centered in Moscow. Moscow is a separate economy. In Moscow, 500,000 persons work in creative sector. All in all, 30 million all over the world are dealing with creative entrepreneurship, and 1.5 out of this number corresponds to Moscow, correspond to Russia, to Moscow. So it's the reason to be proud. We don't include here scientists, but soon we will do this. Right. Well, figures okay, but I'd like to tell you about creative sector. Kim mentioned this, and to do this in greater details. So we are facing each and every day the fact that technologies change our habits, working habits, our workplaces, how we work, and strangely or not, creative sector. It means that everything happens inside your mind, but there are technologies which change approach of creative persons. And there are 4 technologies I'd like to mention separately because they're of great interest today. We mentioned today AE. I'll tell you how AE affects or impacts creative processes. I'll tell you there are different approaches. I'll tell you about cognitive technologies, how they impact art, and BIM technologies. Probably it's like Chinese language. For those who didn't hear about this before, who heard about this before? 4 persons. Raise your hands. 4 persons. Okay. I will not go deeper into history. I'll tell you what does NFT means. Blockchain. Well, everybody heard about blockchain. Well, show me, indicate me. Everybody knows that. Back in 2017, following euphoria of blockchain when Bitcoin was growing actively, well, activists in the sector started thinking where else this technology could be applied to in order to involve more people. And one of the areas which they found is the art industry. The 2 most important problems in art sector. The price setting is not transparent, and blockchain solved it, and provenance problem. It's not transparent, and it's the problem of whether work is authentic, it's not whether it's not fake, and who actually owned these activities, how it changed hands, and what was the price. So all in all, it is the so-called provenance problem. And understanding that blockchain task is to make all the processes transparent back in 2018. So it was the first problem for platform in art sector, which created tokens, and owning these tokens, you will own the art object. Blockchain makes it possible to trace the creation of token and how this token changed hands during the process. So how this history originated, and the first project on non-tangible platform.com. It was the project which was entitled Crypto Banks. 10,000 digital actors have been prepared, each of them unique. And this crypto enthusiasts bought all of this, and it was like a prank for of interest for a rather narrow group of people. But last year, again, following the growth of Bitcoin, the new hype appeared. So the critical mass of people emerged who had excessive money, thinking how to spend them. And when people first satisfied all his basic needs, what to eat, how to eat, and where to live, now how I can make my digital environment better, more beautiful. So to put something in the living room on the wall. And so the first history is a period that modern arts started to buy their art objects online, and they started to create NFT projects, which could be used to buy crypto money, cryptocurrency. It's the same kind of money. Not everybody possesses them, but day after day it became more and more popular. For the last 3 years, only on the platform non-fungible, 11,000 wallets were there. Now it's 220,000 of active users. Why that's important? I will not tell you how Edward Snowden sold his documents. You can trace it digitally. how his legal case has been developing. There is tweet which Jack Dorsey sold a lot of different examples, 60 million, 40 million dollars in real money. But it's not the case. Well, the problem is that presently the number of deals equals 2 billion per year, US dollars. So the volume of art market is $6 billion in US. The art market, several hundreds of years, and NFT market, couple of years. You can compare figures. And why it's important and for whom it's important. Such a tool like NFT, it's important for artists, musicians. It's important for them to be able to commercialize their activities and to sell their products. It's important for artists and for collectors, collectionists. And in Russia, we now have Chinese stock buynet. So they offered an action 100 creators. 3 Russian artists are part of this. 1 musician, 2 artists, Slamban, Mr. Most, and LJ. 2 artists use their visual art, and LJ makes his musical ringtone and the musical art sounder. So next week it will be sold on the auction. So what does it mean? More and more of crypto realities is part of the mainstream because one can register in the stock market, on the stock, buy money, crypto money, but taking into account popularity of all these bloggers, musicians, and artists. So each and every teenager soon will have these bitcoins. That's talking about NFT technology. Another important technology, interesting technology, it's BIM. Information modeling of buildings. Who knows about this technology? I was told that I have 15 minutes. Well, just one person. Who watched Sherlock Holmes with Everybody watched it. No? In one of the last series, Dieter Cumberbatch is killed by a bad guy, maniac. So the only possibility for him to do this has to do with the fact that the building built by this evil person who has been restructured many times, transformed many times, and blueprints and architectural prints he possessed alone. And so I will not tell you what is going on in this movie, but if this building, a hospital building, has been built on the basis of BIM technology, it would not happen. Because BIM technologies allow you not only to prepare 3D building models, it allows you to design everything, including exploitation on the basis of specific location, materials, and planning all possible situations which could happen. And it makes it possible to save time, to save money, to reduce the number of mistakes, and in the future it makes processes transparent. You know what to expect, not like in Moscow. Only Deputy Mayor Burikov, who is 118 years old, but he knows everything about rainwaters, where it goes, and how to what to do with it. So this technology is used wide and wide in building, in constructing buildings, roads, bridges. Nobody knows about that, but it's quite expensive technology. But I forgot my presentation. So figures associated with NFT. Well, it's a very good case when a lady actually monetized her favorite man, the so-called disaster girl. She sold this photo for getting $500,000 for that. So I mentioned BIM technology, which allows you to save 50% of your money, resources, and time it's still been. Those are examples where there's been technologies have been used. And another important technology, I will speed up, yet another technology which is used in architecture.
3D-печать. Будьте здоровы. Не надо ускоряться? Во время, хорошо, хорошо. Прошу прощения, уважаемый коллега-переводчик. Да, аддитивные технологии. Ну, собственно...
Additive technologies. Probably a lot of you have heard that today you can print anything, including buildings. And it's true. In California, who is head of the rest of the world, so the 3D technologies are used in order to, will be used in order to build the entire block. But it will cost many millions of dollars. Now I offer you a quiz. How much do you think costs to buy a small house for a small family in Mexico? I know that it's not an interactive format, but I will pause like Stanislavski. But what could be the price? What do you think? Well, the company which is building the Caracalla block in California, it is planning to build a block in Mexico with 50 houses for families living which does not have their own houses. So it will cost 100,000 rubles, $1,700. What does it mean? It means that automatization of processes and its optimization, economic optimization, will save 90% of resources in this sector. Automatization will make all professions and works not needed. That's why it helps to develop your creative approach. But like a cherry on top of the cake, many technologies will help you to approach differently to the existing art objects. Like Robin Carton artists, they create painting in 2D, and now they convert it into 3D. Now, a couple of words about artificial intelligence. I do understand that before me there were presenters speakers who approached this from the scientific point of view to AE, I mean. That's why I will not dwell on this, but I'll give you two examples where creative industries use neural networks for their activities. So the first example, it has been started as prank, but probably it was the result of the activities of Lebedev. They created a very interesting object. It's a very sympathetic guy. You tell him that I need this or that, but then this guy will ask you a question. Your interaction is online, so you have an illusion that this is a human being. So, and Nikolai Ronov worked like that for the entire year. He created 20 commercial objects, art objects. Everybody was happy, but then it was told that it's just AE, a neural network. Neural network. He created nucleus with content, etc., etc. It means that even creative work today, technologies could do. Of course, a human being is needed. I'm sure that you use Prism. It's a software which helps you out of your photo to create an art object. So you need certain thoughts and a human being to ask the software to do what you need. In one of the presentations today, this software cannot answer why and what for it is done. But as Kim mentioned, what is most important is the realization, implementation. Innovation is when you take something new and you reflect this or implement this on the basis of certain technologies. And these two examples are the best practices, the best examples of what could be achieved from the AE point of view and creative sector point of view. And concluding my presentation, I'd like to say that last year, and for creative businesses as well, was a rather breakthrough period. We faced new conditions which forced us to find new ways of interacting, professional activities, and new business appeared in only at virtual or digital products. Last May, a replicant business appeared. It's only digital clothes, only for digital avatars. Human being cannot wear it, but this shop of digital clothes became profitable from the first day, from the start. It means that we are people who are living online. And ahead of us is a wonderful virtual future. Thank you, Katerina. It's a pity that we cannot organize discussion. We don't have time. I got information about the fact that Maria Abramova can join us, but we asked her to do after Newly Rogalet because we told the professor that she is next with her presentation. So I give the floor to Werner Galit, professor of Tel Aviv University, senior lecturer of the High School of Design in Haifa. If you are ready to join us, please.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Hello from Tel Aviv. It's afternoon here. And I'm very excited to be here. I'd like to thank Yevgeny and the team for organizing this excellent event. Yevgeny told me we have 58 countries participating in this conference. I'm shocked. I'm really shocked. And I think it's thanks to the technologies that we have that we are able to run this conference. And with this in mind, I'd like to speak of the benefits of technology and not only I will be critical, but with a grain of salt. Usually people say that technologies, especially AI, they ruin our imagination. This is what usually people say. And I'd like to bring a different perspective, a perspective that comes from philosophy of technology. My basic assumption is that tools shape our subjectivity. We can't speak of a subjectivity that is just out there. It is always shaped by the technology that we have around us. This process is called co-shaping, meaning that we develop technologies that reflect our worldview and that simultaneously shape us and mediate certain worldview for us. But in this process, not only our worldviews change, but also the ways in which we view the world and also our imagination. They all change. I'd like to bring one short example because I don't have much time now. So I'd like to bring the example of modern technology. And our modern imagination was shaped by modern technologies that were invented in late 19th century, starting with photography from mid-19th century to cinema, ending up all the way to today's personal computers. And what these modern technologies gave us was a certain point of view, a new point of view. Here are some examples. It gave us the point of view of seeing the Earth from space. It gave us a special point of view on a certain street or in a battlefield. I've never been in a battlefield, but I know what it looks like thanks to these technologies. I can imagine it thanks to these technologies. I can imagine how my president or my prime minister looks like, even though I've never seen him or her in my life. I can see the ocean, deep in the ocean, I can see lots of things. I can imagine what they look like, although I never saw them. face-to-face. With algorithms, and especially AI, artificial intelligence algorithms, what we have is again a co-shaping. But because these technologies are so different, we find ourselves with a different form of imagination. What my colleague Alberto Romel called imagination. So we can listen to jazz music that a robot named Shimon improvises. It's an AI algorithm that improvises jazz. We can look at doodles that are drawn by algorithms of cats, and there are no two identical cats. Each and every doodle is different. With the same logic, these algorithms can differentiate between, let's say, a cat and a Sunday cream, although they look very similar. These technologies, they work by the logic of layers. Now, this logic is very prevalent in the 21st century. We see it in AI, of course, that works in layers. The more layers, the more sophisticated the process is. But we also see it in 3D printing, in three-dimensional printing. So instead of curving a statue from a block, Michelangelo said, I didn't have to do much with David, the statue of David. It was just there. I had to curve it out. With 3D printing, the logic is different. It is not that kind of imagination, an imagination that works in layer, and you have to imagine it layer after layer in order to come up with the final product. So we see that these technologies, they work together with us, the humans that operate them. But it's a very close collaboration. I'd like to use some concept from an American scholar named Catherine Hales. The first one she terms cognisphere, and she says, expanded to include not only the internet, but also networks and programmable systems that feed into it, including wired and wireless data flows across electromagnetic systems. The cognisphere gives the name and shape to the globally interconnected cognitive system in which humans are increasingly embedded. Now, when she speaks of this cognisphere, she means that it is expanded not only to the internet, but also to other algorithms and sensors that are out there. It can include, for example, an autonomous vehicle or all kinds of sensors that we might install in our homes. Okay? Now, she says, as the name implies, humans are not only actors within this system. Machine cognitors are crucial players as well. If our machines are lively, they are also more intensely cognitive than ever before in human history. So we kind of need to redefine what is cognition before we move into imagination. And here comes another concept from Hales. And this is the difference between what she calls thinking and cognition. And thinking is reserved for humans and other conscious entities. But cognition is much broader than that. And it encompasses also informational tasks performed by technologies. So for Hales, cognition is kind of distributed among humans and technologies. We can't say that only humans are cognitive, but also the technologies. So,
также и связь с технологиями.
Excuse me? Could you please repeat that in English? I didn't understand. Okay, let's continue. With this in mind, I'd like to introduce a third term from Catherine Hales, namely cognitive non-conscious. And this means, and this refers to the way in which smart algorithms function in a manner that is similar to organisms. And she says some non-conscious cognitive devices have sensors and actuators, so they can interact with their environment and perform actions in the world. Others live in artificial environments structured to judge performances according to predetermined fitness criteria, allowing only the most successful agents to propagate into the next generation. And so the term cognitive non-conscious does not specify whether the cognition occurs inside the mental world, between participants, or within the system as a whole. All this structure leads us to a new subjectivity and a new form of imagination. It's an imagination that on the human side has to be embodied, okay? And it must rely on an active cognition. But at the same time, it is a distributed cognition that is distributed among humans and non-humans. Okay? I will skip this quote. And I'd like to jump. I'm sorry, but apparently we are running out of time. Okay. So I'll skip to my last part of the presentation. Please be patient with me. And the last part, because we speak of layers of imagination, and some layers are produced by the human agent, and some layers are produced by AI algorithms, we need kind of a division of labor, okay? And it's a bit similar to the division of labor that you can find in the old factories of the 19th century. Some tasks are performed by the machines, and some tasks are performed by the human agents. But it's not a clear cut. You can't say this is human, this is done by the human agent, and this is done by the technological agent. The reality is much more complex than that. So I'd like to point to 3 cases in which the human is essential in the process of imagination when it is performed together with AI algorithms. The first one is just to set up the project, to define the formulas, to dedicate the financial resources, to secure the needed computing power. Just think how you can imagine a black hole. We can't see it, right? It's a black hole, okay? And we need the technologies to help us to imagine what a black hole looks like. And to do that, we need humans, yes, but these humans, they need to have some servers with some algorithms. So it's a co-production of humans and algorithms. The second case in which human operators are needed is the data collection phase. And at this stage, we need humans to select which data to be used in the project. Just for example, this is a very famous work of art that was produced by an AI algorithm. It is named The Portrait of Edmond Bellamy, and it is the production of 15,000 pictures of portraits that were collected. Now, the team of the 3 PhD students who collected this data and produced this work of art, they say that at the beginning they started landscape pictures, but the results were not that good. So they switched to portraits. And this is where the human involvement is crucial. We need the human agent to give the data, give the relevant data, and set the path to the algorithm in which direction to go. This portrait was sold for more than $400,000. Okay? Which leads me to ponder about the verb to curate. We usually use it in art museums, in art galleries, the curatorship. But now we might use it for AI algorithms. Think with it. What does it mean to come up with a work of art? Okay, the data scientists, they need to have this ability to curate. And the third moment in which human operator is vital is the generation of meaning. sometimes algorithms, they try to generate meaning. They do that by combining two sets of data or by measuring the distance between words. If two words are close to each other, it means that they have a proximity of meaning. Okay? But then sometimes the result is inaccurate, meaning that it is biased or just useless. One of the names for this phenomenon is spurious correlations, in which the algorithms, they find correlations between two different sets of data, which is meaningless. In this example, in the example that I'd like to show you here, we see the link between the per capita consumption of mozzarella cheese in the US and the people who died by falling down the stairs. Of course, there's no connection between the two, right? Okay, I'm trying to make this session a bit funny. Okay, it's late in the day, I know, so I'm trying to get you with me. Okay, this is something where human intervention is crucial because the result is meaningless. Okay, and the result might be meaningless when we measure the proximity between words. For example, and this is a huge project that was done on all the words on the internet. And the three researchers built a huge database and they measured the relation between every two words. So they found out that flowers are usually pleasant and insects are unpleasant, which is correct. They found that instruments are pleasant and weapons are unpleasant. And I agree with them. But then comes the most strange...
Уважаемая Галит, я попрошу сказать, чтобы немножко уже...
Galit, sorry for interrupting you, but we have very harsh time restrictions.
I know, this is my last slide, okay? And I was speaking less than 10 minutes, so please bear with me for my last slide. Thank you. So, with European American names, they appeared to be on the database as pleasant, whereas African American names appear to be unpleasant. Or allow me to jump to the last line, where young names were pleasant and old people's names were unpleasant. And this is something we cannot accept as a society. And that's why the human intervention is crucial in this respect. So I'd like to sum up and say that our imagination today works in layers. Some of the layers are being operated by AI algorithms, but some of them needs to be worked by human agents, i.e. by us. I'd like to thank you for your attention and hope you enjoyed this talk, although it had to be really short. Thank you.
Огромное спасибо, Галит, очень интересное
Many thanks, Galit. Very interesting presentation.
Индустрии, поэтому все выступления...
Our session is called Creative Industry, so all presentations were creative, quite interesting. But I would like to apologize. You will be the moderator for the next session, and we are now using the time of your session. We are told that Madam Abramova is prepared to present her presentation, and we have quite
Уважаемый модератор, скажите, сколько у меня есть времени?
So, if you are ready, you are director of Russian Cultural Center, director of the Forum Russian Creative Week,
Коллеги, добрый день. Спасибо большое. На самом деле я все время с вами.
Thank you very much, colleagues.
У меня микрофон включен.
Yes.
Да, коллеги, добрый день. На самом деле я все время с вами, просто не было возможности выйти в видеоэфир. Спасибо докладчикам, получаю невероятное удовольствие. Очень рада такой возможности. Хотела поблагодарить, конечно же, Евгения Ивановича Кузнецова за эту возможность и поприветствовать Ханты-Мансийский автономный округ, потому что ровно год назад Это первый регион в России, который вместе с нами разрабатывал первый закон по креативным индустриям. А теперь мы уже работаем с другими регионами и готовим документы на федеральном уровне. Коллеги, я знаю, что все немного устали, поэтому у меня есть предложение, очень короткий ролик, который вас немного взбодрит, а для меня это очень важный элемент того, что я хотел вам сегодня сказать.
To present a brief video which practically summarizes what I would like to say in my presentation.
Что-то пошло не так?
Something definitely is going wrong.
Что-то пошло не так, даже в век технологических разработок бывают какие-то накладки. Коллеги, если будет все хорошо, включите, пожалуйста, повторно. Я хотела вам показать самое массовое событие в мире, которое проходит в сфере креативных индустрий. В том году в России прошла первая креативная неделя. И, уважаемые коллеги-спикеры, пользуясь такой возможностью, приглашаю вас на вторую креативную неделю, которая будет в Москве, мы надеемся, в августе месяце, хотя бы принять участие онлайн. Год назад, когда Россия осознала, что нам нужно делать специальные мероприятия и вырабатывать новый подход к развитию креативной экономики, и была создана Российская креативная неделя. Зачем? Прежде всего, это 300 тысяч человек, именно представители креативного сектора, которые разрабатывали, анализировали, какие же есть барьеры в развитии каждой креативной отрасли в России. После этого была создана рабочая группа при администрации президента Российской Федерации и правительства. Одним словом, сейчас на самом высоком уровне в России понимают и делают особый акцент на развитие человеческого капитала и креативной экономики. И я хотела вам сегодня рассказать об основных, наверное, подходах, потому что наша с вами главная тема – это о рисках и возможностях в эпоху индустрии 4.0. Как бы нам сделать так, чтобы это развитие, которое очень динамичное, было сбалансировано, да, и приводило к балансу в мире, и ни в коем случае не нарушало того, что не нужно было бы нарушить. Поэтому подходы к развитию креативной экономики в каждых странах очень разные. Хотела рассказать, как это обстоит в России и какой акцент сейчас в том числе администрация президента и мы как Победы делаем, и какие мероприятия этому способствуют. Во-первых, хотела сделать акцент на понятие. Мы с вами точно разделяем, да, креативную экономику и креативные индустрии. Потому что креативная индустрия – это всего лишь, скажем так, реестр отраслей, которые входят. Мы понимаем, что есть британский подход, есть подход американский. В России как раз на второй креативной неделе мы сможем опубликовать реестр креативных индустрий в России. Конечно же, в этот реестр входит сегмент IT.
Of course, IT is included.
Мы помним, как с вами проходили по учебникам истории все промышленные революции. Даже самая первая. Менялось потребление человека, менялась его жизнь. Это приводило к изменению в обществе. Соответственно, менялся даже государственный уклад, государственное управление, и в целом менялся весь мир. Так и сейчас мы с вами уже живем в эпоху индустрии 4.0, и вопросы цифровизации, диджитализация – это вопрос уже, в принципе, прошлого дня, потому что это наше сегодняшнее. Вопросы, которые нужно задавать себе и над которыми нам нужно работать, это как раз границы, это новая этика, это смыслы, это формирование того видения будущего, в которое мы с вами должны прийти, потому что с этим есть большие риски. Если говорить про цифровизацию как
should we talk
таковую
about
и про этот сегмент IT
digitalization itself
в
and
общей
IT
креативной
segments
экономике,
in the
конечно
overall
же, мы с вами даже не можем
creativity economy?
спрогнозировать с
Of course,
точки зрения
it
цифр,
would be
потому что
very
те же
hard
самые
to
цифровые платформы
forecast
в корне
what would
изменили
be in the future
весь
because
рынок
these
и
digital
потребления, и
platforms
возможности роста
change
любой компании.
drastically the
И
entire
компания,
market
состоящая из одного
of
человека,
consumption,
находящийся в очень
activities of
маленьком
the
городе,
one-man
создав
companies,
суперкреативный продукт, может за одну ночь
because
переплюнуть
this company, one-man company,
гигантов в
can
своем сегменте. Такого еще лет
easily
50 представить себе было невозможно,
defeat
но
the
это опять же
biggest
создает
companies
риски
or
копирования,
corporations.
сохранения
Of course, that creates
интеллектуальной
risks of
собственности и так далее.
copying,
Поэтому
violation of
мы
intellectual
понимаем, что
property rights and
есть 5
so on.
основных
We
мировых
understand
трендов,
that there are 5
о
global
которых мы с вами
trends
все говорим.
which
Это, конечно же,
we
трансформация
usually
экономики в силу
discuss in
развития концепции индустрии
transformation
4.0, это развитие
of
искусственного
economy
интеллекта,
because of
экологичность
Industry
бизнеса и в целом экономики,
4.0,
существенное усиление
environmental
конкуренции за человеческий
issues,
капитал. А в России мы еще добавляем несколько
competition,
магистральных тем.
and there are
Все-таки
some
для нас
also
очень важно
mainstream
сохранить
topics to be
самоидентичность
added in
творческого
Russia.
продукта
We need to
и
maintain the
вопросы
identity of the
ценности и
creative
смысла,
products
вопросов той
and
самой новой
issues of
этики.
meanings and essence
Поэтому я очень рада, что у
and
нас есть
ethical
возможность
issues. I'm very
говорить
happy that we have a
для
possibility to
креативной
discuss
экономики,
these
для
issues for the sake of
прорывных
creativity
проектов,
industry,
именно
for the
коллаборация научной
breakthrough
мысли и
projects, so the
представителей креативного
collaboration of
сектора, это
scientific
является
and
главным
scholar
движущим
ideas, that would be the
двигателем
driving
процесса.
force of
И
these
я
processes.
очень рада,
And
что
I'm
у нас
very
появилась с вами
happy
новая
that
тема
we
для
have a
объединения,
new
кроме
topic
культуры.
to,
Потому
which
что
can
креативная индустрия,
unite
они
us,
точно не имеют
because
границ, особенно
creativity
политических.
industry
И
do
креативные
not
индустрии и люди,
have any
которые
boundaries,
в
and
них, они меняют точно
people
будущее
working in
и
this
говорят на
industry,
совершенно новом
they
языке
are to
творчества.
change the
Этот
future,
язык
and they
точно
speak different
международный.
languages of
Я
art
точно знаю,
and
что есть большие
creativity.
проблемы со
This is a
временем.
globally
Наверное, основные
understandable
акценты важные
issue
для
and
России, для нас,
language.
людей, кто занимается
For
крупными
the sake of time,
проектами
I
в
understand
сфере
that
креативных
these
индустрий.
are very
Я сказала,
interesting
я хотела бы
projects
еще
in
сказать,
this
что помимо
creativity
российской
industry,
креативной
and
недели, я повторю,
besides
что это
the
самое
Russian
массовое событие в
Creativity
мире,
Week,
на
this
которое я
is
вас
the
приглашаю. В России также
massive
создана
event
национальная
in
премия в
the
сфере
world.
креативных
I would
индустрий.
like to
Буквально
invite you to
позавчера
this event. We have
заработал
a award
президентский фонд
ceremony,
поддержки креативных
and
команд.
yesterday we launched
И
a
мы видим,
presidential
что очень большой акцент
foundation
делает
to
государство
support these
на развитие
activities. So
креативной
we see
экономики.
state is
Уважаемые
not
коллеги, если
idle
есть
and is
возможность запустить
focusing a
ролик и
lot
пригласить
on
им
this. So can
наших
we launch
международных
a
коллег
video,
поучаствовать в
maybe a
Российской креативной
second
неделе, буду
try,
вам очень
and
признательна.
I would like to invite our foreign guests to attend this second Creativity Week. No, thank you very much.
Хорошо, хорошо.
Okay.
Да, я
Okay.
сказала все, что хотела, и благодарю всех за
I
этот диалог.
I have said what I wanted to say. Can you
Хорошо.
send
Спасибо, коллеги.
a
Спасибо.
link in the chat to this video so that people
Спасибо.
could use
Благодарю
this
вас.
link to watch this video? Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation.
Уважаемые коллеги, я прошу прощения перед...
Dear colleagues, I would like to apologize to Khalid. We have another presenter by the agreement with the organizers. Mr. Akulov have 3-5 minutes. Mr. Akulov, chairperson of the cultural committee of the town of Surgut, and participation of Surgut in the network in the UNESCO network of cultural cities. Good afternoon, dear participants. I would like to stress that. Sorry for interrupting you.
Обратите внимание.
Speak in the Russian channel. You see the Russian channel, the bottom of the Russian channel, please switch it on. Unfortunately, I don't see such
Где у
an
вас
option.
прописан язык русский, наведите кнопку мышки туда, выпадет окно. Выберите там, пожалуйста, русский канал.
Сейчас? Да?
Now?
Да.
Yes? Thank you.
Итак, я хочу начать с того, что
I would like to start by presenting this report. It's not accidentally I'm speaking at this session because we consider the topic of this session as the main driver for the cultural development of our town. I try to share my presentation with you.
надеюсь, что ее видно на ваших экранах.
Hope you can see it on the screen. And Surgut in 2020 responded to the proposal of the government of Khanty-Mansiysk administrative region to take part in the UNESCO network of the creative cities. We selected the music as the major idea, uniting cities at the 60th parallel, and this city has two birthdays: the gas and oil production town and the city of numerous cultural projects. City is living until it develops cultural traditions. We have a lot of music-related events, like the project of festival 60th parallel, which is included in the cultural calendar of Russia. We have a lot of shows attended by the performers from many countries: United States, Ugra towns, and Russian cities, Petrozavodsk and Moscow. The youth festival Green Sound. Young performers, musicians are attending this festival, showing their skills. The why of the 60th parallel. It is called to unite the musicians of 60th parallel to perform various music programs. Programs of new names of Surgut. For 50 years already, it has been opening new names, winners of many music festivals. It also includes other festivals for children, for youth, for school children, and for the elderly people. Another specific feature of Surgut is the promotion of literature, crafts, which demonstrates the diversity of the cultural life of this town. We have a project dedicated to literature and the book. This is the main idea to unite creative people. We published many famous books of many famous writers. Sukhanov's readings is dedicated to the creative readings at the 60th parallel. And we have also the date of poet. This Surgut is a single town to celebrate this event. The applied arts crafts. This is the flagship festival of historic modeling, and we have also the festival of the flower, which is the large-scale event uniting the participants not only from the different regions of Russia, but also from other countries as well. Yes, I would like to skip to the conclusion, the main idea, how we see the role of creative industries in the form of creative cooperation. This March, we opened the art residence, and creative community is actively participating in creating new creative environment in various fields like arts, educational projects, IT modeling, simulation, and some other projects. Therefore, together with traditional projects mentioned by me above, the representatives of creative industry are seeking to develop new projects which would be in our application, and in combination with other projects, we believe that the city, which was born twice at the 60s, parallel with huge cultural potential, could claim to get the decent place in the cultural life of many towns and cities. We see a key to mutual enrichment of our countries. Thank you very much. Thank you for your understanding, Anton Alexandrovich. Now I would like to give the floor to the moderator of the next session, Galit. Galit, once again, sorry that we used your time, the time of your session, and I believe that the absence of one of the report in your session would replenish this omission. Thank you very much. Galit, you have the floor to moderate the next session.
Sorry. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome everyone to this last session, or almost last session of the conference. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Maria Rogacheva, Director of the ZIL Moscow Cultural Center from the Russian Federation, and she will be speaking to us about the Center of Culture as the creative hub, space for creativity transformation. Thank you, Maria.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good morning. Hello, dear colleagues. I'm happy to greet all the participants of this conference. I would like to thank organizers for the invitation to speak, and I would like to share our modest experience which we lived through this most complicated year, 2020, and how we assess our role as a cultural center. Before, we belonged to a well-known car manufacturer, ZIL, of 1935. The construction of 1935, we were among the leaders in architecture, and now we believe that the most modern things should be generated in our cultural center. We, as a traditional cultural center belonging to the government of Moscow, we provide possibilities for the citizen or Muscovites to get cultural services, increase their level of culture, while being involved in many big and small cultural events. By the instructions from the government, we organize 884 free of charge cultural events. We have also paid events, but talking about the creativity industry, as we see ourselves in this format, we have been living for 20 years with understanding or realizing the emergence of the creativity industry, which focuses on major values created by the cultural values and forms, as well as the space where the organizers can provide their products of culture, can interact with other authors, and in fact, we position ourselves as the space of network for meetings of the representative of the creative industries.
Хаб – пространство творческой трансформации. Я не буду называть те цифры, о которых сегодня уже говорили, о том, что креативный сектор, он один сегодня из самых быстрорастущих секторов экономики, и за 18 лет вырос более чем в 10 раз. В развитых странах по разным оценкам от 5 до 10% ВВП занимает креативная индустрия. Россия в этом плане немножечко отстает от общемировых лидеров. Тем не менее, в Москве ситуация немножко иная. Я рада, что Екатерина Гайко, которая сегодня выступала на конференции, которая возглавляет агентство креативных индустрий, рассказала подробно о том, как в Москве развивается это направление, поэтому я на этом, конечно, останавливаться не буду. Расскажу о том опыте, который мы для себя осознали как наиболее важный за прошлый год. Как и другие культурные центры, мы старались перейти активно в онлайн.
There is no English translation.
Sorry. Like any other creative center, we did our best to shift our activities online. Do you hear the translation?
Now
Can I
you.
continue?
Yes, please continue.
Thank you. Last year, 2020, out of 12 months, we worked online just 5 months. It was tough because we had to maintain the number of our clients, our visitors. I'm not talking about economist part of it, but we made very important conclusion. The pandemic conclusions resulted in positive and negative effects. Positive. Our audience has grown from people from different regions and different countries and different cities started to watch us. And we used to think that opera or ballet online is no good. The creative content is different comparing to offline. And we actually felt that the demand on educational content has grown. And we took this into account. But people were sick and tired of online consumption. And when we, for the first time, left online format last August, so we analyzed our experience, online experience, and artists who worked on at our exhibitions, they reflected their experience in an interesting fashion. We, as a cultural center, as a hub, cultural hub, we see our opportunity in trying our potential in this huge area we have. You see the modern art exhibitions on the slides, and modern artists actually reflect on their pandemic experience, and they try to reflect it on their object. We were not ready to to switch to online. Technically, we were not prepared. Our trainers have not been prepared. Dancing is the most fastly developed area of our work. It was not easy to collect people or kids online and to teach them dancing, but we organized Fedot Strelet's fairy tale starting this year online, and we also organized theatrical school Inclusion School Moscow. Our presentations prepared together with our partners in different Russian cities and towns been quite interesting. The top place was given to the lecture about town of Torzhok. So now, a couple of words about our projects which we have created and
5 minutes. Please try to wrap up in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Мы создали несколько новых проектов.
We have created a couple of new projects. we organized them this year. So the theatrical laboratory. We managed not on using our platform where we organize concerts or theatrical activities. We are trying to offer this to theatrical groups free of charge. We offered them this platform for their rehearsals and another project which we entitled ZM. It means that zeal, our place using lamps. So digitalization, we are sick and tired of it. So as an opposite trend, we tape acoustic music concerts, and using our channels we offer this taping. And the atmosphere created by lamps, like home-like, family-like atmosphere, help us to do this. There are a few projects related to equal environment, education. I skipped mentioning it. I mentioned just Zeal Creative Hub project, which actually helped us to function as a creative hub. Out of 42, we selected 36 creative projects, and June 9th, we organized session. At the session, our colleagues presented their creative projects. A part of them found their own financing. Some didn't manage to complete their homework, but now we understand that we're not a traditional platform. We are a platform which aim is to unite all creators and to help them to implement their projects and to organize startup or to use existing accelerators like the Agency of Creative Industries. We have an agreement signed with them, or Independent Foundation Thursday or Четверг. So when we came out of pandemic situation, we started to offer information not only about music, for example, but about our space, about our environment, open for everybody, and exhibitions, which are quite interesting, like Infodemia and Moscow Ballet, Emotions, Temporary Loss of Information. It's Dance Meet, our curator. That's what we are offering today. And music, evenings of music. We offer art in 5D. We offer this to people tired of digitalization. We unite the synthetic instruments and others. There are other projects linked to astronomy or educating kids how to use softwares. So we offer this summer courses for kids which stay in Moscow during the summertime. They are online as well. You have this information on our website. And coming to an end of my presentation, I'd like to say that the constant separation between culture and creative industries, for us working at the grassroots level, it's not convenient. We don't want to subdivide it like this. It makes it more complicated to attract, say, to our activities, kids, and not only kids and senior citizens, but we also would like to appeal to youth, to involve them in our projects, in our center. That's our main task. Thank you. And I'm ready to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Maria Rogacheva. I wish I could be in Moscow and enjoy all this program. I'd like to invite our next speaker, Maxim Lozovsky. He is the Digital Content Director of AST Publishing House from the Russian Federation, and he will talk to us about digital strategies of a classic publishing house, drivers, challenges, and perspectives. Maxim, the floor is yours.
Большое спасибо.
Thank you.
Уважаемый Евгений Иванович, госпожа Велнер.
Evgeny Ivanovich, Madam Velner, colleagues, good afternoon. I represent traditional classical printing house. And in my presentation, I will touch upon what is the place of printing house presently, what is ahead of us, and what kind of strategies should be selected for those who would like to be developed in this creative industry with hundreds of years of history. We try to not only to maintain this sector, but also to create something new and what is needed for this to be achieved. Next slide, please.
Спасибо. Ну, очень коротко начну с обзора.
Briefly, the overview. Yesterday, colleagues mentioned that civilization is coming through several waves of transformation or revolution. So it's understandable that book printing actually is not free of that transformation. We had yesterday, we have today. We had the second wave, then e-books and audio books. They got their own share, market share, and its share in the growing process. And now, as colleagues mentioned, we are facing commoditization process, and our attention is subdivided into microscopic parts. The books could. For books, it's not easy to compete with all this. We call this beginning of ideal storm. How international publishers behave in this condition, in this situation? Well, it's rather traditionally. They keep exploiting their catalog, expand it, trying to enter new markets, among them international markets. But up till now, not a single large-scale book publisher has not changed its traditional model. He's trying to upgrade operational efficiency, optimize publishing portfolio, concentrate on core competence, finding new bestsellers, develops the digital products and channels. Without them, one cannot go ahead. Expand international markets and trying to buy out other printing houses, interacts with users digitally, and establish digital partners with TV platforms and telecom companies. Now, what about things which are preoccupying the traditional printing houses? What is going in adjacent sectors? For example, starting from 2013 till 2018, 6 million of book buyers had been disappeared. Barnes and Nobles and other have been were sold after decline in their sales. Baker and Taylor, British wholesale seller, sells book via distribution networks. In Germany, KMW declared its bankruptcy. It's a huge wholesale bookseller. But this is because of digital platforms. Actually, they got their share, market share. If you invest in a new content, like, for example, in game industry, spending $75 billion, they bought catalog of 21st century Fox in order to get their share in the content market. Apple and Google, same example. They invest in streaming networks, Netflix, and they are ready to invest a lot. Not even the biggest printing house in the world is ready to invest such a huge amount of money. British Telecom, yet another area, but still they are buying books bestseller. My genius friends, for example, they can distribute content in a faster mode. Amazon recently bought MGM catalog, James Bond, famous James Bond, etc., trying just in one step to get its own place in the content market, And in these conditions, in this environment, international publishing houses are forced to compete. Now, Russia. What affects our competitive opportunities? The situation is stable. It's improving a little bit. You see, starting from 2018, 44% of active readers we had at 2013 up to in 2017 up to 25. In 2015, during the year of literature, a quite active program has been implemented. UNESCO program, Russian part of it, and the library and the cooperation center actually make their contribution. Well, how often people buy books now? Well, the situation is not that rosy. We say that 53% out of the entire population are active reader, so only 47% out of the total number of population are active buyers, because one can easily find a book or piracy copy via internet. Buying a printed book in a bookstore, you have to pay 500 rubles. Via internet, it's free of charge. We trace, we analyze the situation, and we participate in all activities aimed at supporting reading. So, a number of buyers in Russia has declined. So, you see the upper chart. So, starting from 2010, we keep losing our buyers.
Особенно мы начали немножко эту тенденцию изменять. И что интересно, кто стал драйвером, кто стал вот тем двигателем изменений в положительную сторону с точки зрения количества интересных возрастных категорий. Вот нижняя часть слайда. 10, 15, 16, 19 лет. Они приросли в покупках, а также люди 55 лет плюс. То есть вся средняя часть, которая либо учится, либо работает.
People 55 years of age and upper, so they don't have time to read books, and the younger generation and have free time. They actually supported the markets. Next slide.
Будьте добры, следующий слайд. Спасибо. Если говорить об отраслевых драйверах, что теперь двигает нашу отрасль вверх и вперед, я их разделил на офлайн. Это
So I subdivided this between offline and online. Certain parts are competing with each other, others add to each other, one to each other. But we have three big groups of factors which affect the development of the sector: production, distribution, and marketing. Now, offline production. Nothing has changed here. We have bestsellers, and then we have growth. Without bestsellers, growth is lower. So, same could be said about marketing.
Если появляются новые интересные авторы, это тоже двигает индустрию вперед и вверх. Что касается онлайн, новые процессы, такие как сами по себе, вызвали взрывной рост потребления этого вида. Стриминг и подписки, которые драматически сейчас развиваются, тоже очень сильно разгоняют рынок. И также, естественно...
So there are other factors which accelerate the market. Bloggers, self-printing, they are not only the source of divertisement, but also the source of classical printing. And offline, online interaction between them. Here we have hybridization. Paper authors, they go the electronic field, and they earn more there. And self-printing, if it is successful, then we offer them other possibilities.
Онлайн и офлайн скорее очень сильно конкурируют, и офлайн очень сильно проигрывает. Классические книжные магазины, особенно не сетевые,
classical bookstores, they are under huge pressure from networks, and now from aggressive technologically advanced companies like Amazon Wildberries, and I can go on and go on. For them, it's a huge threat, huge challenge, and risk for publishers. It used to be a risk, but now and threat now, we adapted ourselves to them. We are now fast in advancing our products, and here we actually use this for our benefits. Last year, COVID year, it was one of the channels which helped us to support our sales, because bookstores have been closed, in supermarkets sales were low, online supported traditional paper books. Marketing here, different channels support each other, billboards, TV, radio, advertising, press. So they have been restructured, but segmenting, SEO, ads, mailing, comments, all these words are popular now. Next slide.
Mr. Lozovsky,
О прогнозах развития рынка представляется два на сегодняшний момент. Я начну с пессимистичного, с мрачного прогноза. Мы видим, как крупные игроки смотрят в сторону контента, в сторону книжного контента, пытаются его как-то приобрести и использовать для апсейла, продажи своих услуг. Быстро.
Взяли на диван, но это видно.
Хорошо. О прогнозах рынка тогда, наверное, не будет.
Now market forecast, I'll skip this. Now conclusions.
Боня, аккуратно.
Надеюсь, я не издаю дополнительных звуков. Хорошо. Основные выводы тогда я быстро постараюсь сказать. Неограниченное потребление.
Unlimited consumption of content not associated with books. It's the main threat and challenge for printing sector. The situation makes even more serious due to the fact that biggest platforms and resources which offer their content have direct link with the user and its with its wallet. We don't have, publishers don't have this, but books still maintain their stable share of content consumption due to thanks to tradition, education, and habits. But in midterm, this could be drastically changed. Talking about key factors of success for Russia and worldwide for publishers. So it's the possibility to develop digital partnership, to use technologies, to use new formats of production and advancement of book content. And publishers are interested in maintaining traditional book culture, in safeguarding verified information mentioned by Evgeny Ivanovich, and we are ready to participate in these processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maxim Lozovsky. We learned a lot about the book market. That was very interesting, and I'm sorry for the short time that we have. I'd like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Ivan Churilin. He's the president of the Agency for the Promotion of Social and Creative Advertising from the Russian Federation, and he is going to speak to us about creative advertising efficiency. Mr. Churilin, are you with us?
Добрый день.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Hi everyone.
I'll be
Bonjour.
5 minutes before
Guten
the
Tag.
end.
Ni hao. Bonjour. Мы в сотрудничестве с ведущими мировыми рекламными фестивалями создаем коллекцию лучшего мирового.
We are creating the best collection of world creative products. So those the objects which get awards, and according to Mark Leon, next slide, please. Marshall Mark Leon, philosopher, scholar, educator. Advertising is the greatest art of the 20th century, and is it and the creative advertising is the same or not? The Gunn Report organized the research in this area, and together with the London Institute of Advertising Practices, they analyzed all the companies awarded for the last 20 years, and all the companies which used to be efficient in advertising areas. So they analyzed more than 20 companies, so more than 50 companies, and they established direct correlation. The highest award, the highest number of awards, the most efficient is the company, and these correlations became stronger and stronger. The creativity became more and more important with time. And there was only one possibility in the past is to pay for advertising. Now they do it free of charge via internet. Don't Waste to Die is wonderful advertising. When in New York, this Australian team, they got this, they prepared this video material, and all the audience sitting in the meeting, in the audience, all the audience actually sang the song. It's a creative result of the creative work. If money-wise, the cost of the price is 60 million of USD. More than 30 creative awards were awarded to this creative work. It was created for safety in the subway, and thanks to this campaign, the number of incidents reduced 21%. McKinsey agency, it was creativity score. So they compared companies which were awarded on the Cannes Lions Festival, and the same results. The more awards, the highest is the price of this company, and the highest price for their shares. Other agents in Nielsen, their results are the same. They analyzed they organized three advertising companies, and what is the most important element in the message and advertising message. So you can see on the slide that the main driving force or driver of the efficiency of advertising is creative element. Even coverage, brand, their share was less. In his book, Creativity, the author said, James Herman said that the index SP 500 is higher 3.5 times.
Техники наиболее часто используются в эффективных креативных коммуникациях.
What are techniques that are usually used in creative communications? You see it on the slides. Motions, trying to involve the audience, humor. At the same time, the emotional companies are more rational as compared with the rational companies. And the emotional campaigns are long-standing companies. If you have a good idea, then you should invite the professionals so that to develop this concept properly. John Lewis, well-known company, well-known in Great Britain. When the BBD started producing advertising for this brand, John Lewis, without indicating the name of the brand, and the emotional aspect played quite well, and this company market share increased incrementally. You see the return of investment. For £1 spent, they get £10 back. Then we see that it is important, and consumers would like to work with the brands which have some social orientation. If consumers see this social orientation, so they are developing 2 times faster. 91% of millennials prefer use brands which are socially oriented as well. The classic, well-known video of real beauty sketches. This is the most viral advertiser. 155 million views on YouTube only. And fantastic figures of the 4.6 billion global impressions. And at the same time, the Dove advertising, but you can hardly see the mentioning of the Dove itself. Other interesting social campaigns, just briefly show you examples. Pedigree, quite humorous advertising. They increased by 825% increase in the dog adoption inquiries after this Pedigree advertising. And at the same time, they increased the sales of their product by 10%. Seatbelt advertising, they increased the number of users of seatbelts, quite emotional, involving advertising. So the number of the users of seatbelts increased by 4 times. And the number of serious injuries reduced by several times as well.
5 minutes, 5 more minutes. Please try to wrap up.
It's okay. I need to only 3 minutes. Что, например, говорит Люси Аткин, человек, который занимается исследованием...
So Lucy Aitken, managing editor
Каждый,
of work, she says, anyone who follows the research as we at work do, you will have seen the creativity of the advertising. Or another example, William Macy, actor, director, winner of 2 Emmy Awards. He used to say sometimes advertisements can have just as much power as programming. I'm a fan of commercials. I've seen a commercial do more in 60 seconds than a film has done in 2 hours. And just briefly, I would like to demonstrate a video. You know this accident when Christian Eriksen collapsed because of heart attack during the game. He was lucky, doctors were nearby, and he was saved. What if instead of doctors you were just nearby? In Great Britain, there was an advertising campaign with Benny Johnson And I would like to show this video, advertising video.
We cannot see the video. I'm sorry, we cannot see the video. Please continue. We cannot see the video.
Запомни, звонишь 03, надавливаешь сильно и быстро под Stay Alive. Непрямой массаж сердца. Это не так трудно, как кажется.
И следующий, пожалуйста, 30 секунд на английском языке.
And another video.
Сердце Алана остановилось, когда на многие километры не было никого, кто мог бы оказать медицинскую
Это реально
помощь.
спасенный
Всего за
человек,
несколько дней до этого
который
его
взял
друзья посмотрели ролик по любимому массажу сердца.
Положите его на спину на ровную поверхность.
Да, я делаю как в Stay Alive.
Все было сделано в точности, как
Ребята занимались гольфом,
видео.
он на глазах друзей упал, думали, что он шутки шутит, а потом поняли, что шутка не так. Вот, собственно говоря, такая рекламная кампания.
Practically, these are advertising campaign. And at the moment when it was made, they had only 15 cases of savings. And after the demonstration of this advertising, then this figure increased by 4 times. So the last slide. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Mr. Churilin. Thank you so much for being in time and for sharing with us the secrets of advertising. Thank you so much. And I'd like to invite our last speaker. There is a slight change, I was told. We have Olga Bobnovena, Miss Ksenia Elowski. She's the Deputy Director of the Ugra Center for Folk Art and Crafts from the Russian Federation. And she will be talking to us about using digital technologies to preserve and develop the traditions of folk crafts in Ugra. So the floor is yours, and I hope that the translation will work fine. Let's see. Go ahead.
Здравствуйте. Я расскажу очень коротко о сохранении и развитии художественных традиций.
Good afternoon. I would briefly tell you about how to preserve the crafts in using digital technologies in Ugra region. We all know about virtual museums, multimedia guides, and libraries. Libraries are having books digitalized. Then our center selected as a priority the digitalization of technologies of the people's crafts. It is very important to show how it is done in a digital manner, to show the art specifics, the rules and traditions, handicrafts in our region. We wouldn't like to replace art for digital technologies. We would like to expand the access of regions of Russia and foreign countries to the cultural heritage of our autonomous region. So what formats are used in this area? We are making documentary films on popular arts, and then we promote them in the social networks. So we created a whole cycle on endangered traditional arts of using mats, using only one needle, which was produced only in the Northern Territory. also weaving weaving tradition by the northern people and the ancient lacing tradition. This server in Yandex collection, you see the links to these collections, and we updated these collections. We also provide video blogs, media excursion on these items. We also try to digitalize these samples made from various materials, raw materials, and then together with the designers, we are trying to produce creativity lists, albums, collections of modern posters, cards, postcards, and art books. As a separate area of activities, we have online camps on handicrafts, including digital master classes on specific items and for the specific products, which are organized together with the leading experts in this area. Talking about the social networks, I would like to say that in order to attract numerous youth audiences, we created a specific dedicated channel where we post the special video explaining specific traditions and using challenges, exercises, using various activities with traditional masks. Regarding the use of metal arts, we urge the project regarding the Ugra Princess project. Those who would like to listen to music, we also have some audio files where we talked about the very interesting facts about the crafts existing in our region, the history of the emergence and existing traditions. In Clubhouse, we launch our channel where we have regular broadcasting programs on various topics. We also launch the craft-related ABC book of our region using hashtags for exhibition, which we usually organized, and during the pandemic we did it online mainly. We launched the project with comics. And another big area is online lecturing. Online lecturing is done for all citizens of Russia, for the residents of our region. And we also organize this with the Cultural Center of Russia abroad for our compatriots living abroad and for those who would like to get more information about the cultural life of our region. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for being in time, and I didn't have to nag you. Thanks a lot. I'd like to thank all the panel participants for sharing with us their insights. That was really interesting. And I'm returning to Ugra, to the organizers. I'm returning it back to you. So from Tel Aviv all the way to Khanty-Mansisk. Thank you.
Благодарим. Дорогие друзья, ну и мы...
Thank you very much, dear friends. Now we are entering the concluding part, the concluding session regarding the closure of this conference. I would like to ask to speak Mr. Zabozlayev, Alexey Gennadievich, Deputy Governor of Khanty-Mansisk Autonomous Region, Mr. Kuzmin Evgeny Ivanovich, and Dorothy Gordon from IFAP UNESCO. Dear colleagues, dear friends, participants in the conference, I see Alexei Gennadievich Zabazlayev got connected, but I don't see Dorothy Gordon. Alexei Gennadievich, I will start and then you will continue saying in fine words. Dear participants in the conference, 2 weeks of highly intensive work, especially for those who have been sitting without any break before the screen. They got completely exhausted. So a very difficult online format for this international conference, having such intensive program. And of course, it doesn't replace the real physical international conference when everyone is sitting in the hall with coffee breaks, communicating with each other, networking, and so on and so forth. So we are all happy about information technologies, how they simplify our life, but they instead didn't simplify it, but at least provided some possibilities to communicate with each other and to see each other on the screen. And yesterday, when Madam Kanerganti proposed to extend a little bit the session so that to ensure socialization between all the participants online, and everybody started waving hands, sending kisses, and I had an impression that everyone just jumped out of their screens and start embracing each other and negging. So these are all emotions that we are now experiencing, such feelings, but the life continues. No, there is no other life, and no one promised that life would be there and changing. Now we see the drastic growth of the number of suffering from COVID. Now we have the Indian version of this virus, and Mayor of Moscow, Mr. Sobyanin, is saying that they are about to take a very harsh decision in terms of harsh restrictions, because the healthcare system of Moscow is close to be overloaded. And we are optimists, and the statistics of this conference also support our optimism. We had 165 registered participants out of 58 countries, depending on their connections. I think the number of them was 2,000 YouTube views and videos at the site of conference. I don't know about this. I think the number is bigger. The physical presentations were about 60 presenters. We have a representative from different committees and information for all. We heard 4 presentations, and 2 more were present online, and they sent their representatives to spoke on their behalf. I would like to thank all of the participants in the work of the conference, and in all 6 sessions. which were quite revolutionary in the nature and the content, and they were called revolutionary. So we demonstrated, so to say, independence of and freedom of judgments, and we provided bold judgments, revolutionary of values, freedom of speech, digital technologies and society. So other topics, multi-linguistic area in ICT, and a new area is creativity, industry, new forms of innovative economy. So these are two final sessions. Therefore, we covered a broad range of issues, topics, unprecedented range of issues, which expands the frontiers of the program Information for All, which is coming through a stage of formulation of new tasks, and new tasks and objectives would be formed not by the experts of the program. Of course, we are also involved in this process, but these topics would be presented by the ambassadors of 200 countries, members of UNESCO. In this regard, we are just those who are called to execute this program. This is intergovernmental program in any case. And we would like to invite all of you to take part in drafting final document of the program, which will determine not only the face of our conference, but also the face of the entire intergovernmental program. Just several days ago, we made a draft of this document, both in Russian and English, and we disseminated it among the participants on the conference, especially the presenters or moderators of the sessions. We always try to come to the drafting of this document in terms of to present politically correct notions in this document. We would like to see proper reflection of the content of this conference in this document, to reflect the things that were mentioned and discussed at this conference without mentioning some artificial, superstitious elements mentioned somewhere in the world out large. So this document should be accurate, authentic, indicating the things that were mentioned or said at this conference. Today, as of today, we have already received some amendments and proposals to this draft. Marcel Didieri, our prominent linguist, who is now in Paris, Mohamed Guindi, our prominent Egyptian expert, and Teresa Patricia Torres, director of the Institute of Media Communication from the Asian Institute in Philippines. Turkey fully supports the draft. Our Indian colleagues, from our colleagues from South Africa, they provided some minor changes into the draft of this final document. We were criticized by our Russian colleague, Iosif Mikhailovich Zavashevsky, who said that this document is, so to say, extremely pessimistic, and we blame communication in all challenges and bad things, and information environment is such as it is. So we are not under pressure of any specific experts. We are trying to reach consensus. That is why we ask all of you not to lose the steam of enthusiasm which was demonstrated during this conference, and probably within 2, 3, 5 maximum days, please send your remarks, formulated proposals or changes, indicating the places where you would like to incorporate your changes or amendments. And then editorial group, we have this in place, which is going to discuss the final draft, and the final draft would be submitted for discussion. Please be serious about this, and if you are not sending anything within these 5 days, then you won't have any right to criticize, or you have limited or restricted rights to criticize the final version. Besides, I do hope that we will find funding with the support of the government of Khanty-Mansis. We will translate these reports from Russian into English and publish them just for the sake of memory about this conference, which, by the opinion of many speakers, ranks very high because of multidisciplinary nature, selection of speakers, and the high quality of participants demonstrates a very prominent quality. So within a certain period of time, without losing the enthusiasm steam, please send your texts of your presentations. It should be the text of your interventions or presentation, not the scientific articles that you would like to see published in some scientific magazines or journals. Because they are a little bit boring as compared with your vivid presentation. This is our sponsors, organizers, thanks to whom we organized this online conference, namely Deputy Governor of the Khanty-Mansis Autonomous Region, Mr. Zabuzlayev. You have the floor, Evgeny Ivanovich, Madam Gordon, ladies and gentlemen, participants of the third conference regarding tangible or intangible impacts and the role of ICTs, I would like to indicate the long-standing cooperation between UNESCO and our government. Yesterday, Madam Komarova talked about specifically the cooperation in digital conferences in the margin, in the sidelines of this conference. It's good to know that this conference, organized together with UNESCO, is taking place in Ugra, and we see how rapidly the figures of artificial intelligence is developing, and how successfully the society is responding to the evolving challenges. Despite the pandemic, this international conference got united 165 experts from 65 countries.
I'd like to thank all participants who found time to participate physically or online at the work of the conference, and we will wait for you to come next June next year, 2022. Hope it will be a physical visit and we will shake each other's hands. See you next time, dear friends. Thank you, Alexey Gennadievich. I believe that we can declare the conference closed, and on our behalf, we do hope that, I'd like to say that we do hope that our life in the future will be better than in this pandemic time, and that next year we will be able to see each other again in Khanty-Mansiysk. Everybody loves Khanty-Mansiysk. Those who visited it, those who haven't been in Khanty-Mansiysk, they've heard from those who visited it already how wonderful the place is, and what wonderful the place is, and the intellectual interaction could be very interesting and is very interesting, and we will spend good time in Khanty-Mansiysk. Thank you very much, everybody, for your participations, and I declare the conference adjourned. See you next time. Thank you, Evgeny Ivanovich. Thank you, Alexey Gennadievich. And sitting in this meeting room, we would like to thank everybody who was offline with us and who actually was strong enough to listen 60 presentations. It was a huge effort. We would like to thank our technical team, which organized online broadcasting, which organized coffee breaks. We would like to thank all representatives of IT department, of foreign international cooperation department, who spent 2 days with us, interpreters. We would like to thank interpreters who were working from Moscow. And following our good tradition, probably you remember, who assisted to conference and even more. So switch on your cameras and we will make a family photo.
В новом формате, как теперь уже говорят.
In a new format, as we are saying now.
Да, еще не все включились.
Not everybody switched on their cameras.
Вот, активно. Все наши друзья здесь с нами.
All our friends are here with us.
Все улыбаемся и машем руками.
Smile and wave your hand, shake your hand. Well, show me your hands.
Можно выбрать режим, чтобы мы видели только тех, у кого камера включена, чтобы не было.
Нельзя. Спасибо большое еще раз всем.
Thank you once again. It was a wonderful event.
Bye-bye.
До свидания, до свидания. До свидания.
Professor Saleh, how are you?